Welcome to this video on governments in fantasy worlds. What we're going to do is we're going to cover the governmental types, what gives a government legitimacy, how to build your bureaucracy, what does a government look like in general. Then we're going to talk magic. We're going to talk about how magic impacts government, how magic impacts fantasy, geopolitics, and all of those kinds of details. Then we're going to talk about some specific class war elements and a couple of examples of governments like feudalism and so on. And all of the videos that have been used in this compilation do have timestamps, so you can hop between them in the chapters below. Before we get going, if you could do me one solid and hit that thumbs up button, and if you're on mobile, hit the hype button or whatever feature it is that YouTube is testing right now. It really does help the video grow, and these compilation videos are really good for getting my comprehensive thoughts out there to world builders like you. And I will see you at the end. Hello, and welcome to another bite-sized world building episode. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about this book, which has, I don't want to say it's changed my view of politics, but it has certainly given me some really interesting things to think about. So we're going to plunge into just the first section of it, which is what I finished, and talk a little bit about the things that have really stood out to me and what they made me think of in terms of world building, and also what videos you can look forward to from the contents of this book going forward. Okay, so I've been reading this book, and one of the first things that he makes, the point that he makes in here, is actually in the very opening of the book, where he says, human history is the story of power struggle. And power comes in 4 different forms: control of decision making, including by setting up a centralized government; control of the resources that others depend on, such as wheat and rice that most people eat every day; control through threats and violence, so control of violence; and control of information to understand and manipulate others, whether by bureaucracy, a priesthood, or a big tech company. Then there is the great amplifier. Power depends on who you are controlling, the size, skills, and health of the population. Now, I wrote a blog about people's power and the power of the state and politics and so on, and I'll leave a link to that model down below. But that model will probably change based on what I've read in this book and what I've been thinking about now. Not dramatically change, but there will be some changes. Because especially from a magic and fantasy perspective, that degree of what you control and how you control it, those 4 elements of control, your resources, your decision making, your violence, and your information, can be dramatically impacted by magic, both as a control mechanism and as a freeing mechanism. And they form kind of the heart of how you build your state, how you build your magical state in your world, and how you construct a government that people interact with on a daily basis in your world. So I think it is very worth thinking about your system of government in terms of those 4 control mechanisms, and then in terms of who are the people you control. If one population is very magic rich and they have lots of mages and they have lots of magical components and so on, and another culture or nation or polity does not have those kinds of people, the one polity will be more powerful than the other, even if they have different control mechanisms and one of them has more control than the other. And that is simply because your population multiplier for the one is greater than the other. So that was the first thing that I took from it, and that was one of the things that kind of stuck with me. But one of the other things that he goes into detail on, that he talks about extensively, is why dominance hierarchies formed. Now, the thing about dominance hierarchies is they are basically where we say some people are higher in the food chain than others, and they get to make the decisions. So they control decision-making power for whatever reason. So that's where the thing that I call legitimacy of the government comes from. So I go into some detail on that in World Building Blueprints, as you can see here, where I talk through democracy is the power of the people, your competence government, the best and brightest, for a given definition of best and brightest, your higher power, where you're ordained by birth and you're seizing it by violence. But what I found interesting was that he made the point that we don't need to be in a governance, in a dominance hierarchy. So I have said before on the channel that we were not in dominance hierarchies when we were hunter-gatherers, okay? And I've had people push back on that, and they've said things like, chimpanzees are in dominance hierarchies. Okay, buddy, but we're not chimpanzees. I know, we have a lot of the same DNA, but you know what? We have a lot of the same DNA as bonobos, and bonobos are not in a dominance hierarchy. So firstly, you can pick either one of those two. They're both other great apes. They're both close to us genetically. Secondly, of the great ape family, we're the one that dominates the world. Why do you want to compare yourself to a less successful great ape? For realsers now. So we are not chimpanzees. Just by the way, in case that wasn't clear, if you open your mouth and you check your teeth, you will see that your teeth are not made for tearing out somebody else's throat. Okay, that means that our males were not engaging each other in ripping apart each other's throats in order to get to mate with females. We are a social species. It is our superpower. Okay, we work things out. Anyway, in surviving hunter-gatherer groups, we see that they have actual strategies to prevent dominance hierarchies forming, right? They will resist the rise of a single powerful individual in order to retain their consensus-based decision-making. And they've got all kinds of strategies around it, going all the way from teasing such a person to rejecting such a person, even to executing such a person as a group effort where they will all band together and kill that individual. But with the advent of agriculture, we saw the rise of dominance hierarchies in our societies. Now, I used to think, and I used to argue, that this rise was due to the increasing importance of land. But he makes the point in this book that we have seen hunter-gatherers who do have dominance hierarchies. They're rare, but we have seen them actually exist. And it's not land and it's not agriculture that causes dominance hierarchies. It's lootable resources. Because we have also seen, sorry, just to clarify, we've also seen agricultural societies that do not have dominance hierarchies, right? Papua New Guinea was not a dominance hierarchy until after colonialization. So why would they not create a dominance hierarchy? Well, in order for a dominance hierarchy to begin to exist, you need lootable resources. and you need a way to restrict people from running away, from just moving away, right? So lootable resources, and he's got a very nice table in here showing kind of the lootable resources in question. You can see I don't have those fancy little stick-it notes and stuff. I just have little bits of paper holding my places. But anyway, so he's got this very cool table over here. Just hold that close to the camera. Where he shows you what lootable resources are. So lootable resources are crops that are highly visible. They have post-harvest storability. So once you have extracted them from the people who grow them, you can store them for a long time and gain wealth from them. They have fairly high labor intensity, and that gives them their lootability. So your banana, which was in Papua New Guinea a core crop, has a high visibility, but it's got a low storage value, and so it's got low lootability. Contrast that with maize, which has high visibility. It can be stored for around a decade. It's got moderate labor intensity, and its lootability is high. Or compare it with rice, which is high. It's got decade storing. It's got high labor intensity, and of course high lootability. And the same for wheat, which is why we have the growth of dominance hierarchies in areas that grow maize, that grow wheat, that grow rice. And then those dominance hierarchies spread out from there, kind of consuming areas without dominance hierarchies. And you can see that as well in this map over here. Seriously, this is a great book. I'm really enjoying it. Anyway, the thing about lootable resources is that really made me think of what is wealth in a magical world, right? Not just what is the population multiplier and what happens with the population multiplier when you're controlling people, but also what counts as a lootable resource. What if you have component magic? Right? You have something that goes into your magic system that people need to harvest or whatever. If that is something that can be hidden, if it's something that is not lootable, right? It's like the potato. It ripens underground. And so it's kind of a subversive crop that the people can use to resist dominance hierarchies. I wonder if you could create a political system where magic is widely distributed and used to ensure that dominance hierarchies don't arise, right? To protect people from dominance hierarchies. Or if you have a magic system that allows people to flee from a dominance hierarchy or to keep a dominance hierarchy out, could you use that to prevent the rise of dominance hierarchies and retain the more egalitarian approach of the hunter-gatherers, of most of the hunter-gatherers? As I said, we did have this example of a hunter-gatherer that were dominance hierarchy orientated, but they were dominance hierarchy orientated because they had the salmon crop, which was a lootable resource. Right? Because it's visible. You come in off the ocean with a salmon, or you catch salmon in nets as they're going over the waterfall and whatever. And you can't move away. You lose your salmon, your access to the salmon crop. And so it creates the same conditions as agriculture, despite not having agriculture in play. You still have that lootable resource. So conversely, against defending from the dominance hierarchy, you could also have magic creating the dominance hierarchy earlier by having the magical crop be something that is visible. It's labor intensive. You know, these magical items require tending. It is lootable, so it's visible. It can be stored by the mage, and then you might have mages holding even hunter-gatherer peoples captive and making them tend the magical components, and then the mage hoards and stores those magical components and uses them to control those four elements that we spoke about earlier: control of information, control of violence, control of decision making, and control of resources people need to live. So these were all very interesting thoughts to me, is how would magic intersect with this concept of lootable resources? And it was the first thing that I wanted to share with you from this book. Let me know in the comments what you think of lootable resources and magic as lootable resources and all the rest of that. And I will see you soon for another bite-sized episode. And then the wise king sat his royal rump down on the bling throne, and all was right with the world. But why is it always a king? Or maybe an empire, if the writer's feeling expansionist? I bet you've seen a zillion of these aristocracy governments in science fiction and fantasy, and alternative history, and basically anything speculative ever written. But what if we change that? What are your options for a fantasy government? That's what I want to explore today in the first video of my series on political fantasy. I'm going to tackle this by means of the iceberg meme, starting above the water with all the ones we know and love, the ones we take from our world. Then we'll go progressively deeper into more and more speculative arenas until we reach the dark, unlit depths of governments. Welcome to the first episode in the series on political fantasy from Just in Time Words with your host, Marie Mullaney. Okay, let's dive straight into it with the governments at the tip of the iceberg. 1. Republic. A republic is a form of government where the country is considered a public matter, from the Latin res publica, and the head of state is an elected or nominated president, not a monarch. A real-world example is the United States of America. A fantasy example is the Galactic Republic in Star Wars before its transformation into the Empire. Good political plots for this kind of government include stories about intrigue, corruption, and reform in the Senate, election campaigns with high stakes, or a quest to uncover and stop a conspiracy threatening the Republic's stability. 2. Aristocracies. This is the one we all know and love. Noble governments with a monarch of some kind at the top and a noble ruling class. I've made a hella comprehensive video about this kind of government. Check it out in the information card. Sometimes this kind of government is combined with a constitution to form a constitutional monarchy. Real-world examples include our neighbours to the west, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, both with and without a constitution, depending on where in history you look. Fantasy examples are myriad, but Game of Thrones leaps to mind, especially if you take the TV series as canon, which I hope we can all agree is a terrible thought, but here we are. And they veer towards an elected monarch after the events of the horrifying last season. Great plots for this kind of government include power struggles between the monarchy and the emerging parliamentarian system if you go the constitutional route, a monarch's efforts to modernize the kingdom while facing resistance, a royal family's secret magical heritage that legitimizes their rule, or of course our old favorites, rebellion and revolt. Check out the information card for my videos on those two topics. 3. Federalism. This is a system of government where power is divided between a central national government and several regional governments. Real-world examples include our neighbour to the south, Germany. Germany is divided into Länder, states, that have their own governments. A fantasy example is the United Federation of Planets in Star Trek, which governs a vast range of planets and species, each with its own autonomy, but united under a single federal government. Plot ideas for this kind of government include diplomatic missions to resolve conflicts between states, a secession crisis, or stories of unity and shared purpose across diverse worlds. 4. Empire. An empire represents a political construct in which one state dominates over others, ruled by a single authority, often an emperor or empress. It is known for its extensive territories, encompassing diverse cultures and peoples, unified under one government. You see why I put it right after federalism, right? Anyway, a real-world example is the Persian Empire, particularly under the Achaemenid dynasty, which was known for its innovative administration system, respect for the cultures in its constituent peoples, and the royal road for facilitating communication and commerce across its vast territories. A great fantasy example of empire is the Malazan Empire in Stephen Erickson's Malazan Book of the Fallen series. This empire consists of military prowess, magic, and the involvement of deities in its governance, portraying the complexity and challenges of running an expansive and diverse empire. Stories for empire could include the challenges of integrating diverse cultures under one crown, the moral and ethical dilemmas of imperial expansion, intrigue and power struggles within the imperial court, or a narrative focusing on the life of a provincial governor navigating the empire's demands while catering to local needs. 5. Direct democracy. In a direct democracy, citizens have a direct role in decision-making process. They vote on laws and policies themselves rather than through representatives. This was implemented in the real world in ancient Athens, where citizens would gather to vote directly on legislation and executive bills. It's a rare thing in science fiction or fantasy, but you could implement it either in a small, closely knit community who decide their affairs through consensus, or you could use magic or technology to enable large-scale voting for whole nation-states. Plot ideas for this kind of government include a community struggle to maintain its direct democracy in the face of an external threat, the process of a significant decision such as a peace treaty with neighboring realms, the challenges of implementing direct democracy in a larger society, or, rather topical in this day and age, the battle with misinformation as citizens attempt to understand what they're voting for. And for our final tip of the iceberg, 6, oligarchy. In an oligarchy, power is held by a small group of people, distinguished by factors such as nobility, wealth, education, corporate, religious, or military control. For a real-world example, let's go further south than Germany, and somewhat back in time, to the Venetian Republic during the Renaissance period. It was governed by a small, wealthy elite who were members of the Great Council, composed of noble families. The council elected the Doge and controlled the Republic's affairs, effectively making Venice an oligarchic state. A notable science fantasy example is Dune by Frank Herbert, which features a feudal oligarchy with noble houses controlling entire planets and the Padishah emperor overseeing them all. Stories could focus on the dynamics within the ruling elite, including power struggles, alliances, and betrayals, a commoner's rise to power within the oligarchic society, or efforts of a group of revolutionaries aiming to break the oligarchy's grip on power. What do you think? What other governments would you add to the tip of the iceberg? Let me know in the comments. And let's move one layer down to below the waterline. These are governments that are well known, but they are interesting nonetheless. So 1. Theocracy. This is a government by religious leaders or where the state's legal system is based on religious law. For a real-world example, consider Iran, where the supreme leader holds significant religious and political power. For a fantasy example, look no further than the Covenant in the Halo video game series. This is a theocratic military alliance of alien races. Theocracies make for a number of good storyline, and I did make a video on them, which you can check out in the information card. 2. Technocracy. In this system, decision-making is in the hands of technical experts, especially those skilled in science and technology, prioritizing efficiency and expertise over traditional political leadership. Singapore is often cited for its focus on this kind of meritocracy and its efficiency of governance, led by highly qualified professionals in their respective fields. I don't know how true that is. Maybe someone from Singapore can comment down below, but that's certainly the impression you get in Europe. Another interesting example is Italy. Not that Italy is a technocracy, but sometimes the parliament will appoint a technocrat as prime minister as a compromise candidate when the parties in the parliament can't compromise enough to elect one of their own as a prime minister. This kind of government is uncommon in fantasy governments, but it can be seen quite often in guilds, where leadership of the guild is placed in the hands of the masters of the craft. Good plot ideas for this kind of government include a breakthrough discovery that threatens to disrupt the social order, a conflict between different schools of thoughts within the technocracy, the challenge of balancing unbridled innovation with ethical considerations. 3. Plutocracy. Yes, lots of things that end with crassy. In a plutocracy, wealth directly translates to political power, with a governing class often consisting of the wealthiest individuals or entities who use their economic influence to shape policy and governance to their advantage. Carthage stands as a historical instance of a plutocracy, where the city's governance and political influence were heavily determined by merchant wealth and commercial success in trade. The wealthiest citizens had significant sway in the decision-making process and the city's direction. For fantasy, let's turn to one of my favorite role-playing settings, the mega-corporations in the Shadowrun universe. For me, they epitomize a plutocracy. These corporations operate beyond national laws through extraterritorially, effectively governing large regions and populations. They possess their own armies, create their own laws, and directly influence global politics to protect and expand their interests. In Shadowrun, wealth and corporate power are synonymous with governance, and the governments exist only to rubber stamp the corp's decisions. There are some great plot ideas that arise from this kind of setting. Stories could delve into the shadowy interplay between corporate espionage and political maneuverings. A grassroots movement could reclaim power from the corporations. Or you could lean into the personal dilemmas of characters who find themselves caught between corporate loyalty and the greater good. 4. Autocracy. This one is pretty simple. Rule by a single individual with absolute power, often without meaningful checks or balances. Usually for some reason, like they have all the military power in a military dictatorship, or they were born into the role and hence have all the military power, like an absolute monarch, or some other reasonably forceful reason. Real-world examples include Tsarist Russia before the 1917 revolution, ruled by the Tsar with an absolute authority, or North Korea, ruled by Kim Jong-un, with pervasive control over the state and society. For fantasy or sci-fi, look no further than almost every evil empire ever. These kinds of governments absolutely beg for rebellion or revolution storylines. Or you could do a succession struggle. The old emperor dies, and who will succeed him? His scheming son? His devious daughter? Or the unseen uncle none of them saw coming? And from strict hierarchical government, let's swing to the other extreme for 5. Libertarianism. This is a political philosophy that emphasizes individual freedom and minimal government intervention. No country fully follows this, but the USA certainly has plenty of libertarian ideals. Libertarian states have a lot of interesting plots you can run with. There are the challenges to maintaining order and freedom in a libertarian society, the conflict between individual rights and collective needs, and of course, what happens if the state is threatened from the outside? How does it defend itself without compromising its libertarian values? And for our last above the waterline government, let's talk about a confederation or an interstate compact. This is a union of sovereign states united for purposes of common action, often through a treaty with a focus on retaining state sovereignty over a central government. A real-world example of this is where I live. The European Union, or EU, is a unique political and economic union between European countries that is ruled by a treaty we all signed. We are still sovereign nations, but we take many joint decisions through the pseudo-organs of state governed by the Lisbon Treaty. For a science fiction example, the Outer Planets Alliance of the Expanse strikes me as this kind of government. They work together for mutual goals, but they are still sovereign states. There is a wealth of plot lines here, negotiations and diplomacy between member states, the tension between unity and sovereignty, crises that test the strength of the alliance, like threatening neighbors on your eastern border. And if you've enjoyed this speed run through government so far, hit that thumbs up button and let's dip our heads under the waterline. Before we get there though, man, my throat is dry. Cheers. Yeah, back to the video. For this section, we're diving into government types that are less commonly featured in mainstream discourses, but still offer rich soil for speculative and imaginative exploration. But they're not yet fully leaning into fantasy. These kinds of governments can still exist in our world, at least partially. Okay, number 1, meritocracy. This is a system where power and positions of authority are awarded based on individual merit, skill, and achievement rather than through wealth, birthright, or election. In our world, there has never been a pure meritocracy, to the best of my knowledge. But ancient China implemented a meritocratic system through its imperial examination system, which determined positions in the government bureaucracy. I actually used that example in my first video on government types, which takes you through the basics of creating a government in fantasy based on what powers your government. And you can check that out in the information card. In terms of a speculative fiction example, the Vulcan Society in Star Trek exemplifies meritocracy, with positions and status achieved through demonstrating logic, knowledge, and ethical behavior. Easy plot lines here include a story of a young prodigy navigating the challenges of a meritocratic society, internal conflicts arising from the pressure of and competition in a meritocratic system, the discovery of corruption that undermines the society's meritocratic ideals. 2. Demarchy. I love this conceptually as a government. This is also known as sortition, and it is the selection of government randomly, although hopefully from a pool of qualified candidates. So there's no election or appointment, they roll the dice on who gets the role. Ancient Athens used sortition to select most of their officials, ensuring that power could be held by any citizen and not just by the wealthy or well-connected. I haven't seen this done in full in any fantasy world, but I lean into part of this in my science fantasy series Skies of Destiny, which you can check out on the links below. In this series, people are selected at random, given their skill set, for tasks the floating city of Shadow needs done. And in Book 1, Magic Fall, one of our protagonists is thus selected for a dangerous planet-side mission, and with that, the plot is off to the races. And that's one of the great plot lines of this kind of government, the surprise selection of an unassuming citizen to a high-powered position, and their adaptation to that role. Another plotline is a conspiracy to manipulate the lottery system, or the story of the society transitioning to a demarchy to escape the pitfalls of a previous government. All of these can make great storylines. 3. Gerontocracy. This is a form of government where the elder members of the society have the most power and authority, often justified by associating age with wisdom and experience. For a real-world example, let's look to the US Senate. Just kidding, guys. I tease because I love you. While this kind of government is not common as a formal government system, aspects of a gerontocracy has often been seen in tribal councils of elders or the old wise hermit trope. An interesting fantasy example is the deathless elves in the Eberron Dungeons & Dragons setting, specifically the Undying Court of Ironel. These elves are sustained by positive energy, allowing them to live beyond natural lifespans and govern with centuries of wisdom and experience. This immortal ruling class provides a unique twist on the concept of gerontocracy, blending reverence for age with a fantastical element of undeath. Interesting plot lines in this form of government is, of course, in that generational tension, where the youth of the nation resist the guidance of the elders, or perhaps something could happen and the physicality of the youth is required, but they are denied a voice in the decision-making, causing political stress and tension. 4. Here's an odd one. Let me know in the comments if you've heard of this before. Anarchy. This is where governance is based on intelligence, wisdom, and problem-solving abilities, often associated with philosophical ideas of enlightened leadership. This was theoretically proposed by philosophers like Plato in the Rule of the Philosopher Kings, but Anarchy has never been fully implemented, probably because how on earth do you identify these wonderfully wise people? I mean, yeah. Solve that problem and you probably get to go to Stockholm for a Nobel Prize. In fantasy, however, this could be a very interesting form of government if you combined it with some kind of test, like the King Arthur drawing the sword from the stone test. So, before the wise king rules, he must pass the test of 92 minds and open the portal to the dark, swirling whirlpool of nothingness. Or pass the test of the Gom Jabbar, whichever comes first, and be a great emperor on a golden path. Interesting plot lines include the journey of a society striving to achieve a nucracy, conflict between emotional and rational governance, A threat that tests the limits of rational decision-making, like, does it make sense to kill 49% of the population to serve 51%? Or can you be cruel enough to make humanity somehow be kind? I swear, sometimes the Dune storyline drives me nuts. And last of our governments before we hit the dark depths below, anarchy. Anarchy is not just everyone acting like a jerk or beating each other up or whatever. It is a state of society without government or authority, where individuals govern themselves, often idealized as a state of complete freedom and equality. I will do a full video on this because the philosophy is interesting and can spark a lot of world-building ideas. But in brief, there has been no anarchy state on our world, but there have been anarchist communities in various times and places, like the Free Territory during the Ukraine Revolution or the anarchist Catalonia during the Spanish Civil Wars. Although these were more instances of anarchism as political movement rather than as stable forms of governance. For science fiction, we turn to Ursula Le Guin again. Odonism from The Dispossessed embodies the principles of anarchy, depicting a society that strives to live according to the ideals of mutual aid, freedom, and equality, without a centralized government. The Odonians' way of life is an experiment in anarchist living, highlighting both the challenges and the potential of such a society. Interesting plots here include the tensions between anarchist society and neighboring states with hierarchical governments, internal debates within the society about the balance between an individual's freedom and collective responsibility, and what happens when the high bond of trust required for anarchy states comes under strain. How many of these government types did you know about? Let me know in the comments down below. And let's go even deeper to the types of government you can only find in fantasy or science fiction. For this section, we delve into the most imaginative and most speculative governance types that exist within the realms of fantasy, science fiction, and speculative thought. These concepts push the boundaries of traditional political science, offering a playground of creative exploration. Number 1, geocracy. In a geocracy, leaders are chosen by the land itself or by elements of a prevalent nature magic system, implying a deep connection between the rulers and the natural or magical world. A speculative example might be a fantasy realm where Earth chooses the ruler through signs and omens, like special flowers blooming out of season, or wildlife showing fealty to the chosen one, like a white stag stepping out from the forest and letting the once and future king ride him. Interesting plot ideas here include a protagonist struggling with the recognition of the populace after being chosen by the land. Or a crisis occurs when the land seems to withdraw its support, leading to natural disasters and a quest to restore balance. Number 2, Mageocracy, or governance by mages, where magical ability is the primary criterion for leadership and political power. This is also a favorite of mine. I used this in my epic fantasy series, Sangwheel Chronicles, where all the nobles are mages, and you can check those books out in the same links below if epic fantasy is your jam. Interesting plots here is, of course, the intrigue between the mages, but also, what if the non-magical population grows restless? How do your mages react then? I've not only made a video about mageocracies, but also made one about constitutional mageocracies, which you can check out in the links in the description. Sorry, YouTube only lets me link 5 information cards per video. So yeah, you have a lot of plot potential in this form of government. if your magic system supports a mageocracy. For number 3, I think I'm really going to surprise you. Let me know if you've ever heard of a cacostocracy. Any thoughts? Written them down in the comments? Right then. It's governance by the least qualified or most unscrupulous citizens. It is a system where the worst people are in power, often leading to corruption and inept governance. This is well suited to dystopian societies where positions of power are determined by one's ability to deceive, betray, and manipulate, leading to widespread corruption and social decay. You could play this for laughs in a satirical novel, or play it straight with the rise of a morally upright individual in a thoroughly corrupt cacostocracy. Or a group of citizens could band together to overthrow the cacostocrats. Any of those would be really interesting plot lines. Cacostocrats. Did not think that is a word I would ever say. And for our last example in this quick-fire fantasy governments, let's talk about a word I made up, a synthocracy. This refers to a system of governance managed by artificial intelligence or a non-human sentience, like potentially rulership by some kind of interplanar entity in fantasy. This kind of government emphasizes efficiency, data-driven decision-making, and potentially unbiased governance. At least unbiased by human standards. The Minds in Ian M. Banks's Culture series represents a form of synthocracy, with these hyper-intelligent AIs managing the societal welfare with vast intelligence and an ethical framework developed beyond human biases. There are some very interesting plot lines you can explore here. The transition of power from human to synthetic governance and the societal adaptations required. The ethical dilemmas that arise from AI decision-making processes. A conflict between different AI entities with divergent governance philosophies. Or the story of a human liaison navigating the interface between humanity and its synthetic governance. Ian M. Banks also explores what happens when such a government encounters other forms of government, and what is the ethical choice for those AIs then. And that's it. That's the end of the iceberg. What do you think? Which of these government types do you find most interesting? Humans are social creatures. It's one of our great strengths that we can work together in large numbers. But when you have large numbers of people who are working together, that requires leadership. And the larger your group of people working together, the more leadership you require, and eventually, as human society evolves, you end up with governments. As most fantasy is created for humans to consume, either in role-playing games or in the format of books, you are going to need a government for your fantasy world, or your fantasy kingdom. Hopefully you have multiple forms of government. And that is the topic of my discussion today. I am about to embark on my series of fantasy governments. As I did with fantasy religions, I'm going to approach this as a series. So this video, I'm going to handle Fantasy Governments 101, how to give a government legitimacy and how that legitimacy affects your core form of government. Then in the rest of the series, I will either do individual looks at various governments or other forms of important attributes of governments. If you have anything specifically that you want me to cover as part of this series, let me know in the comments down below. If you like this kind of fantasy world building content, please do hit the subscribe button. It really does help the channel grow. Okay, let's get cracking. Legitimacy is a very important part of creating a government. When A government that has no legitimacy in the eyes of the population it governs will not be able to govern. You have somebody sitting there writing commands out that nobody's going to follow. To some extent, the people that you govern have to buy into why you are governing, whether it is fear of this battle station that keeps the planets in line, or whether it is their election of representatives to the Republic Senate. There must be a reason why people are behind the government. There are 4 broad categories of things that you can use to give your government legitimacy, and I'm going to cover them in this video. Which one of these you choose predicates what kind of government you have. Those 4 broad categories are democracy, competence, a higher power, and might makes right. So without more ado, let's get cracking on democracy. Democracy is a model that most of us would be familiar with. You have people electing either representatives who then represent their interest in a Congress of some form, whether that be equivalent to the United States Congress or whether it is like the Parliament of England. Or you can have a direct democracy, which is a model followed in Switzerland, where the people decide policy based on referendums, which are held every 6 months or so. From a historical perspective, democracies are really old. It originated in Athens in 508 BC, which is 2,500 odd years ago now. One of the big things that influences how a democracy feels is how your voting rights actually work. Historically, voting rights were restricted either to landowners or to people who are paying taxes or to full citizens, which generally meant male citizens. Who has the vote has a great impact on the level of legitimacy of your government. The less people who are permitted to participate in the election process, the less people buy into your government, and therefore your legitimacy reduces. So consider that if you are going to use a democracy in your fantasy world, think about who has the right to vote, why they have the right to vote, and how that affects your legitimacy. The best fantasy example of a democracy that I could find was the Star Wars example of the Old Republic, where planets elected representatives that then went to Coruscant to represent them. I will admit that I did not enjoy the movies that were used to tell the story, but the actual story of the fall of the Old Republic is a very interesting one. Palpatine literally used the biggest problem of democratic forms of government against the Senate to gum up the works. What is that problem? It's inaction. Because democratic governments consist of people with very diverse goals and viewpoints, negotiations are required to achieve anything by such a government. If those negotiations break down on a constant basis, so does the government. If quick action is required, such a government is often completely paralyzed. Palpatine uses this weakness to paralyze the Senate and get himself declared supreme leader, and eventually springboards from there to emperor. This is, of course, not an original story. Julius Caesar did the same thing in our history. The Roman Republic recognized that sometimes you need a single leader, and that's why they had the position of dictator. Caesar used that position, declared himself dictator for life. It didn't work out so well for him personally, but it did end the Republic very firmly, ushering in the time of the Roman Empire. That negotiation process to reach a compromised position is what makes a democratic form of government fascinating for fantasy worlds. If you're interested in building a democratic government, I highly recommend researching the Roman Republic. It is both interesting and full of story potential. If there are any specific types of democratic governments that you'd like me to cover, let me know in the comments below. That's democracies. Let's move on to governments that derive their legitimacy from competence. A government that derives its legitimacy from competence is one that people are let into the government based on achieving a certain criteria. An example of this is kritarchy, I hope I pronounced that right, which is when judges are your government. It's rule by law. This was implemented in 5th century Ireland, where you had the brehons that were druidic judges and were also the final arbitrators and rulers of Ireland. In terms of a fantasy implementation, Judge Dredd famously implements this form of model, where Judge Dredd is the whole of the law because he is part of the judicial system that rules Megacity 1. Another form of competence government comes to us from the Song dynasty, from Imperial China, and you can check out my video on them over there in the information cards. The essence is that people passed an exam and then became a bureaucrat in the Song dynasty. And because the population believed in the competence of the bureaucrats who actually ran the government, the Song dynasty was an extremely long-lived dynasty in Imperial China. And in fact, Imperial China as a form of government is extremely long-lived. You could also argue that a plutarchy is an informal competence-based government, as you have to maintain your wealth in order to maintain your seat at the table. A plutarchy is a government ruled by the rich. Famously, the republics of Venice and Florence ran as plutarchies with the merchant doges and so forth. And if a son, for example, wasted his father's money when, he inherited the family fortune, eventually he'd lose his seat at the government table. Competence-based governments offer very cool storytelling opportunities in terms of somebody wanting to enter the government and therefore needing to somehow prove their right to have a seat at the table, as opposed to being born into it or being selected in a popularity contest. And speaking of born into it, let's get on to the next form of competence, which is a higher power. A government that derives its legitimacy from a higher power has effectively been given the blessing of something beyond a mere human agency, either implicitly or explicitly. The obvious example here is a theocracy, which is when the priesthood rules, such as is implemented in our current day and age by the Vatican City, where the Pope is the absolute ruler of the city. Theocracies are a fascinating subject, and their flavor depends very much on the nature of the god that they serve. If you'd like me to cover theocracies and creating them in more detail, comment down below. The theocracy I'm going to highlight in this video comes from Mercedes Lackey's Voldemort books. Kars is a country which is ruled by the sun priests of Vakandis. As readers, we learn that the sun priests, who are also mages, have become extremely corrupt over the years. This corruption reaches a high point, and the god Vakandis finally intervenes directly and eliminates the corrupt son of the sun, and puts Solaris in his place as the new son of the sun. This gives her the obvious blessing of heaven, as it were, and she sets about slowly rooting out the corruption in the rest of the order. The reason I want to highlight this specific theocracy is because I think that that kind of corruption is very common. A theocracy, by its nature, considers itself to be ordained by divinity, one small step below heaven itself. That kind of arrogance very naturally becomes the certainty that everything you do is not only holy, but righteous, and this leads very naturally to corruption. Mercedes Lackey dealt with that corruption very firmly, with the actual deity intervening. How would you combat that corruption in your world? Would you have the deity intervene? Would you have a religious revelation a la the Protestant Revolution started by Martin Luther in the real world history? Or would you just let it go and be rampant corruption and see what stories are born from this? Let me know in the comments. A theocracy is not the only form of government that derives its legitimacy from a higher power. Sortition is a form of government where your ruler is selected by luck. It is used in Tamil Nadu, which is a region in India, where they write the candidates for the village leaders on palm leaves, and they put those palm leaves into a pot, and a child draws the name of the next leader from that pot. The reason why this is a higher power form of government is because it's determinative of luck, right? So luck is what gives you your leader. I have not seen this implemented in fantasy, and that makes me sad. So if you have seen it implemented in fantasy anywhere, comment down below, let me know, because it is such a cool concept, and there is so much scope of story there. You can tell fish out of water stories with it. You can tell a story of somebody, who feels that luck has screwed them over and goes on a quest of vengeance against the god of luck. There is so much potential in this form of government, and I find it so sad that it's never been picked up. That's sortition. The last higher power that I want to highlight is that of being born to rule. Being born to rule is an absolute staple of fantasy. We have it everywhere. It's basically your kingdoms, your nobles, your empires, all of those that have gone beyond the might makes right stage and into the nobility rules because they were born to rule, because God himself selected this little soul to be in charge. The author that I want to highlight here is Jacqueline Carey, because she juxtaposes two different forms of inherited right to rule very effectively in her books. In her main kingdom, Terra de Ange, positions are inherited by the patrilineal line, which is to say that you are your father or your mother's heir. However, in the kingdom across the water in Alba, positions are inherited on the matrilineal side, so your nephew is your heir and your son is his uncle's heir. This is important because when Terra de Ange and Alba enter into a union which is sealed by marriage between the Queen of Terra de Ange and the Cruciates of Alba, the Queen's daughter inherits the throne of Terra de Ange, but it's the nephew of the Cruciates who inherits the throne of Alba. This leads to the nobles of Terra de Ange being unhappy with the situation because they will forever have an Alban line on their throne, but the Alban throne has already reverted back to a pure Alban line. So if you have multiple different kingdoms with slightly different inheritance laws, you can build really fascinating political tensions between these types of inheritance. I am going to cover, probably in my next video, how to construct a court, including the niceties and the show of respect and bows and the language told by those activities in a court. If there's anything else that you would like me to cover about inherited positions, let me know in the comments down below and I will add it to the list. And let's crack on here to might makes right. Might makes right is any government based on conquest or on the power of the individual rulers or their armies. For real-world examples, look to any empire, from the Empire of Kublai Khan to the Roman Republic and eventually Empire to the British Empire if you're looking for a more modern take on it. All of those empires conquered various territories and by right of conquest ruled. A might makes right form of government does eventually need to transition to some other form of government. Otherwise, it becomes really expensive to maintain. Because if you are going to rule by the iron fist of your army, then you're going to be spending on the iron fist of your army to the exclusion of spending on anything else. And most governments have got other priorities than just the army. There is an exception to that rule, which is what I like to call a sustainable might makes right government, which is also my favorite form of government in fantasy, which is a mageocracy. A mageocracy is when you have mages in charge, because they are mages. You could make the argument that a mageocracy is a competence-based government, as people have to prove that they're competent. But I always feel that it's not so much that they're competent as that people are scared of them. People are scared of magic, or should be scared of magic in fantasy, because it's a rare rule-breaking skill. And if it's a rare rule-breaking skill, how are you preventing the mages from just taking over? The example of a mageocracy that I could think of when I was doing my research for this video is the Codex Alera from Jim Butcher. Now, Codex Alera is not the best work that Jim's ever written, but it is a fun story. And the rulers there capture furies, and they use these furies. My cat, hello my baby. And they use these furies to generate magical effects. Other than that, mageocracies don't appear to be super popular in fantasy, which I find a little sad again. I use a mageocracy in my upcoming novel, which will be released in December of this year at the latest. And in my world, my government is based on magical prowess. It appears, however, to be an inheritance form of government, since my magic is also passed down through the various bloodlines. But enough of my pitch on my book. Let's crack on to how do you choose a form of government for your fantasy world. The essence of this choice comes down to the flavor of story that you want to tell. If you want a government that is at least in people's minds fairly often, go for a democratic form of government. It's the form of government that requires the most maintenance by the people, the general everyday people. And hence, they will think about their government and consider how it impacts their lives on quite a regular basis. If you want to have the best and brightest in government and tell a story around that, or you just want to have a super competent government, use competency-based government to create your governance model. If you want to have an iron-fisted approach, where it is the power of the government that keeps people in line, then use a might makes right approach. And if you want to have some external agency determining people's right to rule, then use the higher power approach to give your government legitimacy. And that is my story about government legitimacy and the things that governments can derive legitimacy from. Hello. I don't know if this is the same in your country, but here in Finland, we have these huge campaigns to drive people to vote in local elections, because voter turnout in local elections is often poor. It is, however, a very important election to vote in because your local government impacts your life in a much more fundamental way than the policy decisions at the national government level do. Your local government, after all, is the ones that keep the streetlights shining, that ensure that your potholes are, that look after your cops and make sure that the laws and bylaws are applied correctly. Local elections therefore matter. Why is this important from a fantasy world-building perspective? Well, because fantasy towns also have local governments. And that is what I want to discuss today. The impact that local government can have in a fantasy world, from its impact on role-playing characters to the way in which you can use it in plot lines in your story if you're an author, in order to build tension into your characters' lives. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. If you haven't already, please do hit that subscribe button and let's get on with the show. So what does a local government actually mean? Humans are social animals, and social animals need some form of organization. Things don't just happen by themselves. Even in, say, a Stone Age tribe, there needs to be somebody who is organizing the big hunts so that there's enough meat in the winter months to survive the ice age level winters. Even in a nomadic desert culture, somebody needs to make sure that the holes are dug correctly for the ephemeral rivers to bring the water up to the surface so that the whole tribe can drink. This normally creates a leadership situation where there are people who lead these activities and ensure that they happen. And that, in essence, is what local government is. In a medieval society, a local government could be your sheriff appointed by the king who raises the hue and cry when a murderer needs to be found. It could be a reeve who collects the poll taxes for the local baron. It could be the local baron himself in small communities who ensures the safety of his farmers. So if there's a wolf attack, the local baron would send his hunters out to go take care of the wolves. In a modern society, your local government is everything that makes your town run, from fixing your potholes, making sure the street lights are burning, ensuring that there's clean water. All of these things devolve to the local government level. So your local government really matters. For most fantasy worlds, your king is far away and can't necessarily enforce his will a lot because he's distant from the population. Communication isn't as modern as it is in today's day and age. What this results in is the policy decisions of the king is removed from the lives of the people who live in the kingdom. The people who live in the kingdom don't see the king in his shining city. They see their local sheriff who could be a drunk and doesn't hunt down bandits when they come and prey on the town's good people. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe the people of the village never see the king, who is a tyrant and a bully, but they do see their local baron, who protects them from the excesses of the king, is a really good guy and allows them to take their time paying their taxes and accepts things like a wheel of cheese as a tax rate as opposed to demanding a gold coin. When you're world building, it's often tempting to build at the national level, to build the country, the kingdom, the emperor, all of the big picture governmental pieces. But what's going to matter to the characters is who is in charge here. Who is in charge in my village, in my town? Or maybe I'm traveling. Who is going to be in charge in the next village? How is that person selected? What am I walking into? Okay, so that's what a local government is. What are the things that impact what a local government looks like? The first is size of the population. A large town has a lot more going on than a small farming village. For this, I'm going to turn to my own work to illustrate. If you look at the map, you will see that there are two baronies marked here. The one is Lutav and the one is Somfa. Both baronies are the same size map marker, but they are fundamentally different. Lutav is a small farming community in the Arctic North. Somfa is a city where 1 million people live that is at the center of the river barge trade network. Despite being the same in principle local government, as in they're both baronies, these two communities could not be more different. In Lutav, the local government is basically the baron and his children, because all that they need to do is ensure that the roads are in fair working condition, dangerous animals that come to prey on the farms are hunted and taken care of, and if anyone in the community gets into trouble, they can come to the baron's manor house and request assistance, and they will get it, because it is a small, tight-knit community. So despite the baron holding noble rank, his people see him as one of them. They are all in it together in the small farming community in the harsh conditions of the far north. Somfa is a different story. Here, the baron has far-reaching ambitions. The people of Somfa very rarely see their baron. They have a local Rechtsspreker who looks after the law. They have a town guard who ensure the safety of the people, because the merchants pay for a town guard to be in place, because there is so much trade going on in Somfa that the expense of maintaining a town guard is worth it to the merchants. The Baron has a complex local government, including tax collectors who answer to the Chamberlain, clerks who maintain the records of the barony. It is a dramatically different approach to local government in its complexity due to the size difference. And bearing in mind that both of these baronies are in the same empire, and yet they are still so different. Your local government is also fundamentally affected by the type of culture. A stationary agricultural society has got a different local government from a nomadic society. Your nomadic societies, just as an example, would require an ambassador-style local government because they encounter so many different cultures as they travel. They have to have somebody who is capable of negotiating with other groups, as well as somebody to run the group internally within the nomadic traveling society. So size and culture are your two big influencers on what your local government looks like. But what types of local government can you have? The first style of local government that I'd like to talk about is the elected style of local government. This is more common than you might think at first. While we have often been willing to accept kings and emperors as non-elected leaders, our local mayor, the people have often demanded a say in. Catherine Kerr uses this style of government in the Bardakinian Islands, where each island elects their own leaders to run that island. And she uses this as a fascinating juxtaposition with the more authoritarian Deverian society that is where the main story is located. The Bardakanians see their leaders as one of them. They don't have this pomp and ceremony that the Deverian leaders do. Now, as I've said previously when I've spoken about nobles have to continually flex their position, because otherwise people might start to think that they're in fact not entitled to just be the rulers. But an elected ruler does not need to flex. They have been put in place by the people that elected them. And so the pomp and ceremony around elected leaders is much less than the pomp and ceremony around a noble leader. You can also have a more informal approach to election. So rather than an explicit election, it can be that you are the leader as long as you have the support of a certain portion of the population. Normally, this comes down to having the support of the warriors, whatever the warriors are in your culture. And you can see this very well in George R.R. Martin's books in A Song of Ice and Fire with the Dothraki culture. When Khal Drogo falls ill and doesn't recover, his Khalasars start breaking up, and the warriors start forming new Khalasars as they gain support of the other warriors, and they start leaving Dany's Khalasar, and only a few warriors remain. This is what I mean by it is a leader that is elected. It's not official, formal elections as we think of them, but you only hold authority because you are supported by the majority of whatever the enfranchised population is. So in the case of the Dothraki, the enfranchised population is the warriors. What are the benefits of having an elected local government? Firstly, elections themselves are really interesting. You can have people involved in trying to make certain that a certain person wins. You can have points of the plot dependent on who wins an election. You could have characters forced into trying to prevent an election. There's a whole suite of things that you can do around elections that make for interesting stories. You can also very quickly establish a bull in a china shop effect. So your characters walk into this complicated local election scenario where people have support of this one versus support of that one, and there's this complex network of favors that, comes from negotiations and elections and horse trading in politics. And they just roughshod run into everything, and it's just chaos everywhere as they basically explode networks of politics that have taken, years to negotiate. And that kind of effect can both create enormous conflict and create a situation where you can really explore in depth what the politics in your world means from the perspective of an outsider and allow the reader to understand the politics of your world. Elected local councils are not your most common form of local government, of course. Your most common form of local government is probably your appointed government. Now, what I mean by appointed is either somebody who's born a noble, or somebody who's appointed by a noble, or somebody who's appointed by the church, or even a luck-based government, so somebody whose name is drawn out of a hat. This is any government where the people have no direct agency in selecting who is governing them, and it is not based on merit. I think we've all seen a lot of this in fantasy. The Sheriff of Nottingham, famously from Robin Hood, who's always the villain of the piece and appointed by King John, and eventually de-appointed by King Richard, or killed, depending on the version of the story you're listening to. And this is one of the primary benefits of this form of government. You can arbitrarily appoint somebody. Why is there this cruel sheriff? Why is he allowed to stay in power? Because the king put him here, and people have to respect the king because the king has got a lot of soldiers. Or conversely, why is this kind baron protecting the people from the king? Because he was born to the position and the king can't move him out of it, and he uses his position to protect his people. Remember, local government is about the person. It's very rarely about policy. Local government is intimate. The character of the leader matters a lot more than the character of the leader in the national government matters. And then lastly, you can also appoint local government by means of merit. So you could have some kind of exam, some kind of test, some kind of physical contest, etc. The benefit of this is it can be very clear why somebody is in charge. It can be very simple to put somebody in charge. The downside is that you can end up with an idiot in charge. Let's say it's a foot race to decide who's mayor. Somebody can be fast, but not very smart. This can be a great thing if what you're looking for is some conflict around that point, though. So merit-based local governments can be a very interesting avenue to explore. You can, of course, also take a mix and match style of government. This is what I did in my original historical tribal society that used to live in the Bloedbaan. There was an element of meritocracy in that there is a shaman who is a mage, so you have to be a mage in order to fill the shamanic role. And then there is a rechtspreker, a speaker of law, who is elected from the people of the tribe. And these two work together to lead the tribe. So you can mix and match your different types of local government. Just bear in mind that it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a very complicated local government for a very small population. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to have a very simple local government for a very complex city. So do think about the size of your population and the complexity of the culture when you're constructing your local government. And that is my take on local governments in fantasy worlds and why they are important. I hope that you enjoyed this episode. Please do give it a thumbs up if you did. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and I will see you soon for another episode of Just in Time Worlds. Let's start at the very beginning, a very good place to start. When you read, you begin with A, B, C. When you politic, you begin with power. Today, we continue the series on politics and power in fantasy world building, with understanding the essence of the role of government within the context of a fantasy world. we'll take a look at the history of governments in our world, the role they have played here, and what role they would play in your world, with special emphasis on how magic and other fantastical elements will influence governments. Welcome back to Just in Time World series on politics in fantasy, with your host, Marie Mullaney. Let's start with what politics are. Very briefly, whenever you have more than two people, you will inevitably have politics, as people's opinion clash, and the two clashing individuals try and convince the third person to enter the argument on their side, and that is politics. And that is why politics is dependent on bargaining power. The bargaining power of the two people with the third person to come into the argument on their side is what determines the victor of that argument. And when you are talking about groups, you talk about the collective bargaining power of men versus women, of tribes versus each other, of young versus old, of whatever your identifying group is. Politics happens in every social situation ever, but in terms of a government, politics defines who gets to decide about things that influence the whole society for a given society. Now bear in mind, you don't have to have a government. There are societies in which you have no government at all, and I promise you, the episode on Anarchy in fantasy is coming. But for the most part, if you have a sedentary society where people live together in a fixed location, or a society where people have assets like livestock, you probably have a government. Simply put, those governments grew out of the need to defend either that location or those herds of animals, which is why government really rose to prominence with the advent of agriculture. And that segues us nicely into government's evolution through time. In the days before bread, back when we still roamed the earth in hunter-gatherer bands, our governments were minimal to non-existent. Early human societies were organized around kinship and tribal affiliations, with leadership roles often based on family ties or personal prowess. Decision-making was communal, with a focus on the survival and well-being of the tribe. We can see this in action in the behavior of the Sand people, who have temporary leaders for certain activities, like they will have a leader of the hunt to make sure decisions can be taken quickly. But they have no tribal leader of the whole group. Instead, decisions are taken jointly by all those affected by the decision. Agriculture changed all that for a number of reasons. Yes, my books have now been replaced by a cat. I hope that you all appreciate her presence. Her name is Asura, and she loves you, and she loves me, and she loves all the things, especially when I'm filming. Where were we? Agriculture changed all that. That is just typical. Imagine the books behind me. Agriculture changed all that for a number of reasons. The development of agriculture led to settled communities requiring new forms of governance to manage resources like land and water, and very importantly, defense. Before, with hunter-gatherer bands, if you had beef with another tribe, you could just move. But with agriculture, you invest in property, be it livestock or land. And if you don't defend your investment, you lose it. Along with that loss goes your survival. This is also one of the contributing factors to the patriarchy in our world. See, it goes like this. Men related to each other by blood make a better fighting force because they can work together more easily. So, for the sake of defense, most cultures adopted the marriage culture of patrolocality, which is to say, the woman moved away from her family to her husband's family. And because of this, if it came to a dispute between a man and a woman in a he said, she said situation, the man had the support of his family and the woman had very limited support, having moved away from her family. And so women's bargaining power declined vis-a-vis the bargaining power of men. And that's why bargaining power, again, is important. And that is the first thing to consider in the evolution of your world. If you have magic, this rise of patrolocality, of women moving to the men's village, might never happen. If women, being able to leverage magic, can make equally as effective a fighting force as men, because you remove the 15% sexual dimorphism, you might never have a patriarchal rise. And this doesn't mean you must have a matriarchal rise either. The society could just remain egalitarian, with the status of the individual determined independently of their sex or gender. And this is definitely something to think about when you're constructing your world. Even if you are thousands of years removed from the agricultural revolution, what happened at this point with defense of the agricultural assets? And how does that affect the government structures of your world today? This was where government was born. How it was influenced in that moment is very important for where it is now. I did make 2 videos relevant to this. World Building for Prehistory, which is part of the Eras Defined playlist, and Magic in Prehistory, which is a standalone and deals specifically with magic. Okay, so that's the initial rise of government. But what happened afterward? Well, early civilizations such as Egypt and Mesopotamia, which developed intricate bureaucracies to oversee agriculture, production, taxation, and defense. As communities grew into city-states and later empires, governance structures became more complex. This period is marked by the development of legal codes, standing armies, and administrative systems to manage diverse populations and expansive territories. And I covered a lot of this ground in the Neolithic and Bronze Age videos, which you can check out in the Eras Defined playlist. In those videos, there's also specific advice on how to integrate magic and fantasy into those eras and governments. Then from the Bronze Age of Empire, we flow through the classical period with more empire. It always comes down to empire. And then the empire falls. In many parts of the world, the collapse of empires led to feudal systems, where local lords governed in exchange for military services to a higher monarch. This is your strongest rise of classes and caste, and your most direct tie back to defense for government. There is chaos all around you, and a man on a horse with a sword says, "Give me food and I'll give you safety. And if you don't give me food, I'll burn your farm down." And I'll let you guess what you do at that point. This era emphasized hierarchical relationships and land-based power. But eventually, it does give way to the modern era, which saw the rise of the nation-state characterized by centralized government with sovereignty over defined territories. And this period is defined by the development of representative democracies, legal rights, and the welfare state. If you want to build a well-integrated fantasy world, consider each of these eras and how magic
changes everything. Remember that the earlier you insert magic, the more it will affect changes. Like if people learn magic instead of science in the Renaissance equivalent era, not much changes. But if they come out of the box with magic, back in prehistory times, a lot changes. And if you enjoyed this sojourn into the evolution of government, hit the thumbs up button. And let's plunge into what we learn from this about government's core functions. There are three main points to make about government's core function as I see it. 1. Security and defense. From the earliest settlements to modern nations, one of the primary roles of government has been to protect society. This includes not only defense against external threats, but also the maintenance of internal order through policing and law enforcement, especially the enforcement of property rights, once we conceived of the notion of owning assets that provide a living, like land or livestock. 2. Adjudication of disputes. Another consistent function of government is the resolution of disputes among citizens. This actually exists before agriculture. It begins with tribal elders or councils, or even all the members of a tribe mediating conflicts. And again, this is where bargaining power of groups plays so very big of a role. Now, this kind of adjudication was at first basically just who does the community believe in a he said, she said, or he said situation. But it very rapidly evolved into complex legal systems with codified laws and judiciary branches, starting with the legal code of Hammurabi back in the Bronze Age. 3. Management of collective resources. Early agricultural societies required centralized management of resources like water for irrigation. Over time, this expanded to include public infrastructure, education, and welfare services. The government's role in managing collective resources is still pretty crucial. Think in terms of bridges, roads, power grids, and shared infrastructure like that. So if we distill these 3 points down, I would say the main function of any government is to provide security, to maintain order, and to facilitate the management of collective resources. And remember that in point number 2, property rights are paramount. At the very least, that's what a government needs to do in order to be successful, in my opinion. But what does that mean for a fantasy world? Let me know what you think about these government functions in the comments below, and let's turn our attention to magic and mystery and politics. Let's start with magic, which can serve both as a powerful tool for public good and a significant threat. For example, magic could be used to enhance agricultural yields, heal citizens, or improve transportation. Conversely, it could also be weaponized and used to enforce authoritarian rule. Because of this, you need to decide how your government interacts with magic. This was the topic of one of my channel's early videos, which you can check out in the information card. But briefly, consider how laws might be structured around the use of magic, who is permitted to wield it, and the penalties for misuse of magic. This could parallel regulations of weaponry and advanced technology in our world. But also consider, if you don't regulate magic, what happens? Are all of your mages actually also kings? Remember, magic disrupts the bargaining power of groups. It gives individuals with magic a massive advantage. How does that advantage play out, and how is it regulated, if it is regulated, in your world? If it's not regulated, you might well be in a mageocracy, which I have made not one, but 2 videos about, which you can check out in the information cards. So that's the threat side of magic and why it should be regulated. But what about the benefits magic could bring to a government if it is regulated or used well? Imagine scenarios where magic replaces traditional public services. For instance, spells or magical constructs could handle waste management. Spells could be used for healing instead of traditional medicine. Or magical barriers could replace physical ones for defense. Your army could be irrelevant, replaced by a mage who creates wards. Consider those core roles of governments we just discussed: defense, order, and collective resources. What is the impact of magic in each of those areas? Let me know in the comments how you think your magic system will affect the core roles of your government. But fantasy is more than just magic. So let's talk about governance and non-human entities. Non-human races such as elves, dwarves, or sentient AIs bring a unique perspective to governance. Their lifespans, abilities, and moral philosophies could influence laws and policies in ways that are vastly different from human governance. Consider the undead if they're legal citizens. What happens to inheritance laws? This was one of the very interesting elements of the early Anita Blake books by Laurel K. Hamilton. In these books, vampires were suddenly declared legal citizens in the United States, and there was a whole plethora of laws that went really weird, as you had a legal system that had to deal with ageless people who were suddenly back from the dead, baby. Also, in a modern government, your dragons might demand representation. Your elves could insist on being tried by a jury of their peers, meaning people who understand their long lifespan and can also understand the pressure that puts them under. Ask yourselves questions like, how does a government tax a dragon? Or what are the logistics of a treasury guarded by creatures with inherent magical abilities? Or how do you jail and feed a vampire? Or is it legal defense for a were creature to claim temporary insanity during the full moon? Law enforcement is really important to consider here. How do you police your mages, your telepaths, your fantastical creatures? Can a ghost bring a magical memory to show its murder to court? Would this be considered evidence? These kinds of questions explore the practicalities of managing resources, wealth, and law enforcement in a world where fantastical creatures exist. So what does all this mean for your political structures in your world? Let's put magic and fantasy together and discuss fantasy governments as a whole. First, you must consider social stratification. Magic and fantasy creatures both could lead to new forms of social stratification. Mages might form an elite class, or certain races might be favored over others due to their inherent magical abilities or longevity. This will impact the bargaining power of all groups and will thus influence your government. Second, this kind of stratification could very easily lead to revolution, rebellion, or reform. Oppressed groups might use magic to challenge existing power structures, or they might develop technology and thus democratize power and spark a revolution. The Powder Mage trilogy from Brian McClellan does a great job of exploring some of these aspects with actual sorcerers gathered in royal cabals. And one of the things that has to happen for the revolution led by Thomas to succeed is the destruction of those sorcerers. which he achieves through the powder mages, who are somewhat lesser, but still powerful mages who also use the technology of muskets. But maybe none of these storylines of rebellion, revolution, and social change appeal to you, and you're looking to build a cozier world. Nothing wrong with that. And in that case, just consider those roles that government plays and how your fantasy elements interact with those roles and how they change the evolution of your government through your world's history. The mighty wizard Thornhilda Mageocracy needs to renew the license on her flying carpet. She reports to the Bureaucracy of Flying Carpet Departments and finds herself before a window. Hello, I'm Thornhilda. I'm here to renew my carpet's license. Oh, yeah. The system says that last year you had some worn-out tassels, Thornhilda. Yeah, so I'm going to need you to present a JITW form in order to renew your flying carpet license. Just pop along to window 1015 and they'll help you out. So Thornhilda tromps along to window 1015. Hi, my name is Thornhilda and I need to renew my carpet's license. I need a JITW form in order to prove that my tassels have been properly repaired. Yeah, sorry about that, but we can only help you on Tuesdays. You know, so you're going to have to go to window 9 in order to get a JITW today. It is Tuesday? Not in Australia, it's not. Off you pop. Window 9. Hi, my name is Thornhilda, and I need a new license for my carpet, and I need a JITW form so that I can prove that the tassels have been properly repaired. Oh, honey, we only help with those on Saturdays. You need to go to window 2015. They'll help you on Tuesdays. Go on back now. I am so over you people. Fireball! Ma'am, setting fire to the counter won't expedite your application. And I mind the paperwork with the sulfur. It's hell to redo all this. And you don't want that to fall on you. Now, do you? Welcome back to Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, we continue the series of fantasy politics by plunging into bureaucracy. So if you can just fill in your JITW form, we can get this show on the road. Bureaucracy often gets a bad rap associated with red tape and slow processes, but it's actually the backbone of governance, both ancient and modern, and it's pretty crucial for any functioning government, whether it's grounded in reality or fantasy. At its core, bureaucracy involves structured organizations composed of officials and departments that carry out the operations of government. Their job is to collect data so that government can make efficient decisions and laws, enforce those laws, collect taxes, and ensure the delivery of public services, from education and healthcare to infrastructure maintenance and public safety. Bureaucracies manage daily administrative tasks that underpin the lives of citizens, issuing licenses, maintaining public records, and overseeing public lands. They regulate various activities within their jurisdiction to ensure compliance with laws and protect public interests, covering sectors like the environment, financial markets, and workplace safety. Or, back in ancient times, who's allowed to lead a trade caravan, and where can you put your farm? Through these roles, bureaucracies strive to deliver governmental service equitably and efficiently, leveraging the expertise of career professionals who provide continuity amidst changing political landscapes. At least, that's the theory. We'll talk about why and how things get weird a little later on. But today, we're delving into bureaucracies not just as they work in governments where there's just humans and no fantasy, but also how they work when you add magical creatures, sorcerers, and all of the layers of complexity and intrigue that you need for a political fantasy. But before we add that magic and those creatures, let's make sure we understand the role bureaucracy played in our world by exploring our history and examining the bureaucracies of Byzantium and Imperial China. What elements really describe a bureaucracy? Or, to put it another way, what does a bureaucracy in your world need in order to be a proper, functioning organ of state? I did a fair amount of research into Byzantium during the Eastern Roman Empire period and into Imperial China from the Han Dynasty onward, and distilled the following key components of a bureaucracy. 1. Centralized authority. In a bureaucracy, centralized authority helps maintain control over large areas, ensuring that the central government's directives are implemented uniformly across all regions. The Byzantine bureaucracy was characterized by a strong centralized authority with the emperor at the apex. This centralized control was crucial for managing a vast empire and ensuring the uniform application of policies and laws. Similarly, in Imperial China, especially during the Han Dynasty onwards, the emperor held supreme bureaucratic authority. The centralized system allowed for effective governance across diverse and expansive territories with multiple different ethnicities. 2. Complex hierarchy. A complex hierarchy distributes responsibilities across different departments or levels, which helps in specialized management and prevents any single entity from becoming overloaded with diverse tasks. The bureaucracy in Byzantium was divided into distinct branches, each with specific roles such as military administration, fiscal management, and judicial affairs. This division ensured specialized handling of different government functions. The Chinese bureaucracy also featured a well-defined hierarchy, structured into various levels, from the central government down to the local administrations, each responsible for different aspects of governance. 3. A professional and ethical bureaucracy. A professional bureaucracy ensures that government functions are carried out by knowledgeable and skilled individuals, which enhances efficiency and decision-making quality. Byzantine bureaucrats were often well educated in law, philosophy, and administration, which was essential for the effective management of state affairs. The civil service examination system from China emphasized Confucian teachings, creating a class of scholar officials who were trained and educated to manage public affairs. I should note here that in China, Confucian teachings was emphasized, and in Byzantium, it was the Orthodox Church that filled this kind of code-driven behavior. I noted with interest that in both China and Byzantium, there was a strong link to ethical frameworks, in Byzantium's case driven by religion, and in China's case driven by the teachings of Confucian philosophers. So long story short, it's not just professional bureaucrats, it's also ethical bureaucrats that are important. And for that, having a code that people adhere to is great. It's almost like a code of chivalry, but for clerks. And onward to 4, meritocracy. Meritocracy aims to reduce corruption and increase efficiency by ensuring that positions are filled based on ability and competence rather than nepotism and patronage. While Byzantine bureaucracy incorporated elements of meritocracy, it also relied heavily on familial connections and patronage. However, positions such as judicial appointments often required demonstrated competence. In addition, Byzantine bureaucracy made heavy use of eunuchs who couldn't perpetuate their family line and as such was seen to be more loyal. In fact, one of the Constantines said, "Eunuchs swarm around the court like flies around a cowshed." But eunuchs were critical to the functioning of the bureaucracy because they were considered a separate gender, so they could also interact freely with both men and women despite the strict gender-based hierarchy that existed at the time. China also leaned heavily into a meritocracy. They developed a rigorous system through the civil service exams that assessed candidates on their knowledge and administrative abilities. Indeed, the civil service exams were a way in which Chinese people could achieve social mobility by passing the exams and joining the imperial bureaucracy. So you can make this meritocratic system not only be good for your bureaucracy, but also be good for the social mobility of your culture. And finally, let's talk about 5, legal framework. A robust legal framework standardizes administrative procedures and provides a constant basis for resolving disputes, ensuring fairness and stability in governance. The legal framework in Byzantium, including the Justinian Code, was a cornerstone of bureaucratic operations, guiding everything from administrative procedures to legal disputes. Similarly, the Chinese bureaucracy was deeply influenced by Confucian ethics and codified laws, which provided a stable structure for governance and conflict resolution. These elements show how historical bureaucracies manage complex and vast empires efficiently. By understanding these foundational aspects, we can better appreciate how to build or critique bureaucratic systems in our own fantasy worlds. Now that we understand what bureaucracies are supposed to achieve, let's discuss why, despite their critical roles, bureaucracies often get a bad rap for red tape and inefficiency, and how they can sometimes slow down rather than facilitate governance. Red tape often has a bad reputation, conjuring images of endless forms, queues, and frustratingly slow processes, as per my skit in the start. But why does it exist, and is it all bad? First, let's discuss the good part. Typically, red tape refers to the complex rules and formalities that make up bureaucratic procedures. These systems are designed to standardize how decisions are made and actions are taken in order to ensure that everyone, from the emperor to the common citizen, follows the same set of rules. This structure helps coordinate across various departments and regions, and also, when it works properly, prevents corruption and bias. By requiring that all actions be recorded and subjected to the same procedural standards, it reduces the chances for individual discretion, which can lead to corrupt practices. However, red tape has several dark sides. 1. Bureaucracies are notoriously resistant to change. This resistance stems partly from their very structure, designed for stability and predictability. Changes in procedures or policies can disrupt the routine, requiring retraining and adjustments that many may find cumbersome and unnecessary. Moreover, those who benefit from the current system are often the least inclined to see change, leading to a self-perpetuating status quo that can be difficult to reform. You need bureaucracy to reform bureaucracy, which can be challenge rating super hard. It is, however, a very interesting plot idea for a story. 2. There is the impartiality paradox. One of the fundamental strengths of bureaucracy is its theoretical impartiality. Everyone is supposed to be treated the same regardless of status, wealth, or connections. However, this can also be a drawback. When bureaucratic procedures are too rigid, they can fail to account for individual circumstances, forcing square pegs into round holes. This one-size-fits-all approach can lead to injustices or absurdities, particularly in complex or unusual situations where a more nuanced approach would be beneficial. Red tape is not set up to deal with outliers, and so people who are outliers suffer. Dark side number 3. Red tape is ever increasing. Bureaucracies have a tendency to grow, not shrink. What might start as a simple form to address a specific issue can, over years, morph into a multi-page document filled with checkboxes for scenarios most people have never heard of. For example, a chariot breaks a wheel during a chariot race and the horses get into the crowd, unaliving 5 spectators. This is bad, and because of this, a form is created that the clerk of the racecourse has a list of things to check before the race, like the strength of the barricades. 5 years later, that same clerk is signing off on the moisture content of the soil on the track, the dietary logs of the horses for the past month, the mental health assessment of the charioteers, the wheel integrity reports verified by 3 independent wheelwrights, and a spectator safety briefing that must be acknowledged through signed waivers in stone tablets in triplicate by all attendees. The form that began as a simple checklist has ballooned into a bureaucratic behemoth that requires multiple clerks and inspectors to manage, taking several days to process. Each new incident, no matter how minor, adds another layer of complexity to the paperwork as officials attempt to legislate for every conceivable contingency. This phenomena can lead to bloated administrations, where the process becomes more important than the outcome. An example from fantasy might be a simple travel permit that, over the centuries, evolves to require proof of no outstanding library fines, a sign-off by no fewer than 3 local mages, and a sworn statement to not engage in necromancy. This kind of complexity can also result in corruption, where the red tape bloat has become so bad that the only way through it is to know a guy, which quickly becomes pay a guy in order to have that guy navigate the bureaucracy for you. And that leads to the steady decline of trust in bureaucracy to the point where the fabric of your society erodes. And if you think I'm being overly dramatic, I have seen this happen in South Africa. The bureaucracy is so slow and so cumbersome that there's a whole shadow industry that openly advertises on the internet that they will help you get your passport, your driver's license, and myriads of other functions. And trying to do business without them is more or less impossible. And because everyone now basically works around the government by using these shadow services, no one trusts the government. And so society's trust in government is eroded. And as that trust declines, so does the trust between members of society. And basically, your society falls apart. Anyway, sorry. Don't mean to sound depressing. Let's talk about what you can learn from all this. Red tape and bureaucracy, while often viewed negatively, are foundational to structured governance. They bring order and predictability, enforce fairness, and prevent corruption. But they also resist change, can be overly rigid, and tend to expand over time, leading to corruption being hidden in the ugly underbelly. In your fantasy worlds, integrating these aspects of bureaucracy can add a layer of realism and complexity to your societies, offering ample opportunities for conflict, character development, and plot progression, which we will talk about a little later in the video. But just as in our world, your characters can end up fighting the bureaucracy instead of dragons. But speaking of fantasy elements, let's discuss how to add those elements to your bureaucracy. There are two overarching themes to consider when integrating the fantastical into bureaucracy. The first is how the fantastical can change the ways in which a bureaucracy functions. For example, consider a magical record-keeping system like our computers, but driven by fairy dust. Imagine a grand library in a fantasy capital where no information is ever lost, thanks to a spell of eternal finding. Each book, document, or scroll is enchanted to float back to its rightful place on the library shelves, accessible at a moment's notice. Such a system ensures that historical records, legal documents, and even secret treaties are preserved and retrievable, eliminating human error and the decay of time. And this could be crucial in plots involving lost heirs, ancient treaties, or prophetic texts that characters need to find to resolve a crisis or complete a quest. On a personal side note, and on the topic of documentation, when I immigrated to Finland, I had to make the South African government find my actual original marriage certificate so I could bring my partner with me to Finland. And boy, would that spell have been handy. 3 months of visiting the Internal Affairs Office every damn week. And no, I didn't know a guy, and I couldn't find one on the internet to find a marriage certificate. It was hell. Absolute hell. Anyway, data retrieval is not the only bureaucratic function. Consider a realm where each citizen wears a small enchanted badge that changes color if they transgress the law. Such items could ensure compliance with bureaucratic regulations, from trade sanctions to curfews, automatically alerting officials to infractions and recording them for judicial review. This not only adds a layer of surveillance, but also opens narrative possibilities for rebellion against invasive governance or for manipulating the enchantments for espionage. Working against such a device could be a great storyline for either fantasy or science fiction. But of course, magic is not our only fantastic element. What about creatures or other species? In a city with congested skies, a griffin postal service could be the norm. These majestic creatures, managed by a special division within the bureaucratic system, could ensure that messages and parcels are delivered swiftly across the kingdom. Such a service could be crucial in wartime for carrying vital communications, or in peace to maintain the bonds between distant lands. Stories could delve into the challenges of managing such creatures, including the politics of breeding, training, and the intrigue among rival services. Undead might be the best clerks, infinitely patient and hard to kill. In a necromantic kingdom, I could see this being the price of citizenship. When you die, you become part of the eternal bureaucracy. So as a broad theme, consider how your fantastical elements might change the implementation and function of bureaucracy, from magic to fantasy creatures. But it's not just the implementation where fantasy has an impact. Our second broad theme of fantasy and bureaucracy is regulation of the fantastical. Just as real-world governments regulate professions and technologies, fantasy governments might need to regulate magic users. A ministry of magic, much like those seen in certain popular fantasy literatures, could oversee the licensing of wizards, the registration of magical artifacts, and the enforcement of magical laws. The bureaucratic handling of magic would be essential to prevent abuses, manage conflicts between magical and non-magical citizens, and control the use of powerful artifacts. How a government manages these aspects can be a rich vein of stories, from bureaucratic corruption and the smuggling of banned artifacts, to the struggles of the unregistered mage living under the radar of the bureaucracy. And of course, a wizard might face a yearly battle to get his carpet through the magical DMV. But also remember that laws are the basis of bureaucracy. So crafting laws for magic use, enchantment limitations, and spellcasting in public could form the basis of a bureaucratic legal system in a fantasy world. Such laws would not only govern how magic is used, but also protect citizens from reckless spellcasting. The legal proceedings in such a system would require officials who are both legally and magically educated, introducing a unique profession into the fantasy world. Legal battles in courtrooms where magical proof and arcane arguments are presented could be both fascinating and humorous. I've done a number of videos on the law and magic, and even one on the constitutional mageocracy, which you can check out in the information card. But why does all this matter? Incorporating fantastical elements into your bureaucracy cements those fantastical elements in the very relatable reality of fighting red tape. It breathes life into your fantasy world and makes it feel lived in. And readers, according to the Giant Fantasy Survey, love a lived-in world. But bureaucracy offers more than just a place to cement your world building. It is also an amazing source for plots. Bureaucracy might not spark excitement at first mention, but in the hands of a skilled storyteller, it can drive complex and captivating narratives. Let's explore some of those plots together. First, Kafkaesque scenarios. Franz Kafka's The Trial is a quintessential example where bureaucracy serves as both setting and antagonist. The protagonist, Joseph K., finds himself entangled in a nightmarish legal battle with an opaque and unmanageable bureaucratic system that seems designed to obfuscate rather than clarify, reflecting the absurdities of excessive bureaucracy. In a fantasy setting, imagine a character navigating a similarly surreal ministry of magic, where obtaining a simple magical permit involves a labyrinthian process of nonsensical tests and cryptic paperwork, highlighting the absurdity and potential dark humor of bureaucratic red tape. So you can literally use the bureaucratic system itself to create tension and be your antagonist that your characters have to slay. Second, you could delve into corruption and intrigue that can take root in bureaucracies. In Terry Pratchett's Going Postal, the protagonist, Moist von Lupwig, is placed in charge of a defunct postal service in the city of Ankh-Morpork, where he must navigate and reform a corrupt and inefficient system riddled with bribery and skullduggery. This setting allows for a rich exploration of corruption within bureaucratic systems and how one can manipulate or reform such a system from within. The story, as all Sir Terry's books do, blends humor with serious commentary on the nature of society and bureaucracy. Seriously, that man did not miss with his social commentary. And this is a good place to talk about embedding social commentary in your story without sounding like a scold. Show the ridiculous and complex nature of bureaucracy rather than scolding your readers about how it should be, and you can offer great commentary on the way the world can be better. Anyway, the third use of bureaucracy is as a quest item, where the characters need to solve a puzzle or find a critical plot element. For example, in Robert Jackson Bennett's City of Stairs, Characters must delve into historical records and ancient bureaucracies to solve mysteries that could change the fate of their world. These quests for crucial documents and the unraveling of bureaucratic puzzles drive the narrative, demonstrating how bureaucracy can be woven into the very fabric of plot, leading to major revelations and character development. So the bureaucracy doesn't have to be an antagonist. It can be an obstacle on the journey. Bureaucracy, with its maze-like structures and often infuriating processes, provides a rich vein of material for fantasy writers. It can be a source of conflict, a comedic element, or a puzzle for characters to solve, all while offering commentary on the nature of power and governance. By embedding bureaucratic challenges in your story, you can mirror real-world frustrations, making fantastical worlds more relatable and deeply textured. What is the best use of bureaucracy you've seen in fantasy? Let me know in the comments. And finally, let's close out with 5 tips to create your bureaucracy. 1. Decide the scale of bureaucracy in your world. Is it omnipresent or minimalistic? Also bear in mind the size of your country. A vast empire has a larger bureaucracy than a small kingdom. 2. How does the bureaucracy regulate the fantastical elements of your world? And closely associated, 3. How do the fantastical elements of your world change the way the bureaucracy functions? 4. Develop a few key departments or offices that are particularly relevant to your story setting. Don't try to detail the whole thing. Focus on what you really need for your story. And 5. Consider the effects of bureaucracy on the daily life and social structure of your cultures. And of course, remember those 5 key components of a bureaucracy that we discussed earlier. So, you want to set up an intergalactic empire, but you're not quite sure how to make it work. You're wondering, do I have some kind of elected body as well as the emperor? Or maybe I should just skip the whole empire thing and stick with a democracy. But how would a democracy that's intergalactic actually work? That is what we're going to talk about today. Strategies to scale out governmental systems from a single country to a world, to a solar system, to a galaxy. Welcome to Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. So first, we should talk about what politics is and why it's very different in space. Politics is basically the decision-making process of groups of people, and since no matter what fantastical world you're writing in, the audience you're writing for is human, your world should probably include some kind of politics. There's likely to be some sort of hierarchical pecking order and people who make decisions for the rest. We can easily imagine a kingdom or an empire or a democracy if it's within the bounds of a single world. After all, we have seen such things in our world, providing us with historical examples to draw on. But does the same apply in space? Well, yes and no. The problem is that because of the vastness of space and the massive amount of people, be they human or alien, the normal models of government need some adjustment. I mean, a Senate sounds like a nice idea when you can limit it to 100 people. But having 100 people make decisions for a galaxy's worth of planets with different species populating them is a very different matter. I've already done a video on the basic forms of government and how to choose the right one for your culture, which you can check out in the information card. But to expand these governmental types to space requires some additional strategies. So, without further ado, Let's plunge into the meat of the matter with the first strategy for expanding your government. Embrace political complexity. When I'm talking about political complexity, I mean that your political system needs different factions, and those factions need competing goals. Now, this one also applies to straight fantasy world building. Even if you're creating an imperial court or the court of a simple kingdom, there should be different factions in this court, and they should have competing agendas. In space, this should scale up exponentially. Each planet, after all, has its own resources, potentially its own species, definitely its own threats. And it should have an agenda related to its concerns. That agenda might or might not align with the other planets within the same interplanetary government. And this applies even more if you have a galaxy-wide government. A great example of this embrace of political complexity is in The Expanse. This world offers us a complex and nuanced political landscape. Earth, Mars, and the Belt all have unique political agendas, and that's not even counting the Outer Planets Alliance, the OPA, which is a loose political confederation of colonies scattered across the asteroid belts and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. The Belters are often at odds with the inner planets due to the latter's exploitation of the Belt's resources, and they desire independence from Earth. And that sets up a great source of conflict as the power struggles between Earth, Mars, and the Belt unfolds, with the OPA representing a wild card on the Belt's side. So what is the key takeaway here? When you're building multi-planetary governments, you need to add complexity to that government in the shape of factions. You need to add those different agendas from the different factions, the different planets, even the different sectors. This will add both depth and realism to your government, and that will enhance your narrative. And if you're wondering if you should do this at a planetary level or at the sector level, or how you should structure these agendas, I did do a video about mapping space and creating those geopolitical units, which you can check out in the information card. And if you've enjoyed this conversation about political complexity and its importance, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about strategy 2. Embrace diversity. I know, saying embrace diversity makes me sound like the HR manager at some massive corporate firm. But the thing is, if you're going to be building a multi-planetary system, even if this is a colonization setup like The Expanse, the people who leave the home planet will culturally diversify by light years from the origin culture. Their whole environment changes, their cultural setup changes, their concerns change, their threats change. And this is even more dramatic in the case where you have species that have evolved on different planets. These species would have very little in common with each other culturally, and you need to show that in your politics and in your story. A great example of this remains Star Trek, that does a really good job of portraying a wide variety of cultures and political structures within its interstellar setting. You have everything from the Klingon warrior culture to the Vulcan logic and meritocratic dominated culture. And each of those cultures are rich and diverse. And in those differences lie the conflict the story needs to fuel its politics. So, create diverse cultures and let that diversity clash and feed your agendas, which in turn stokes the furnace of your politics. And this will feed your story and create a much more believable intergalactic political system. And if you like getting told to embrace diversity, hit that thumbs up button. And let's talk about strategy 3, developing a realistic economic system. Economics really deserves its own video, and I will talk more in depth about space economics in a future video because of the complexities that comes with vastness and resources and so on. But economics is also part of politics. So we'll do a little bit of it here. Now, of course, you do need an economic model of some kind for a given planet and probably for your intergalactic model. And if you want my thoughts on economic models in general and how to implement them in world building, check out the information card. It was actually one of the first videos I made on this channel, and I think it still stands up. Let me know what you think. But the thing about space economics is you have to consider what really creates value. Space has the potential to break resource scarcity completely, and the technology of space has the potential to break the value of labor in goods by automating, well, everything. So what then makes goods have value? If the value doesn't come from the labor and it doesn't come from the resources, where does the value come from? I think one potential source of value for goods in a space fantasy world comes from how far it needs to travel and how difficult it is for that travel to take place. And for a very well thought out example of this, let's turn to Frank Herbert's Dune with the Chome Company. Chome Company? Comb Company? Chome Company? I've heard it pronounced every different way you can imagine. Let me know how you think it should be pronounced. Is it comb or chome? Let me know in the comments. Frank Herbert's Dune with the Chome Company and the Spaces Guild. The central conflict of Dune is, of course, driven by the spice and its potential shortage, which really drives the economics of the empire. The spice must flow because it is the only thing that is really valuable in the society. It can move all other goods. And that, of course, is the reason the Spacer Guild is so powerful. They can prevent the movement of resources, goods, and people, and that gives them an outsized influence despite being an economic rather than governmental entity. So, when you're setting up your economic system in your multi-planetary government, think about where value in your setting comes from and how that value of goods is impacted by travel. If your travel is what adds goods, then it is a good question to ask who controls that travel, because those people will have a massive impact on the politics of your world. And if you want some ideas of how to set up travel in space, check out my video on breaking the faster than light barrier. And now, let's turn to power dynamics and conflict as our fourth strategy. One of the reasons why I really love Babylon 5 is because it shows the shifting dynamics and power struggles between different factions in the universe. You have Earth Alliance, which over the course of the series becomes more and more hardline and more anti-alien. You have the Psi Corps, who are driving their own agenda and can be a threat or an ally, depending on how well their agenda aligns with our main protagonist's agenda at any given moment. You have the Mars colony that is struggling from independence from the more and more hardline Earth Alliance. And all of that is without all the alien factions. The Minbari have 3 factions, and you see the shifting power between those 3 factions as the story unfolds, with the warrior caste and the priest caste especially jockeying for power. And then there is the interspecies conflict between the Centauri and the Narn, which escalates into war. And we still haven't talked about the League of Non-Aligned Worlds. Babylon 5 really focuses on those conflicts, and they allow those conflicts to drive much of the story. Now, that being said, there is a massive pitfall here, and I'm going to call it the Game of Thrones pitfall. Please note, I am not talking about whatever Martin ends up writing. At this point, I don't know what, if anything, we'll get from his pen. I'm talking about the show. And this is the pitfall. If you write so much politics and conflict that the external threat that you're using exits your core conflict, you are going to end up with a disappointed audience. I'm sorry, but why? Why? Why did the Night King just die? I can't even. It's okay, I'm fine. Moving on. The point is, Babylon 5 didn't do this. They had all of the conflicts, the shift of alliances, the civil and external war, people making deals with the bad guys. All of that was in Babylon 5. But they still had the protagonists focus on the bad guys, and overcoming the bad guys was still a core part of the series. And that was what made it great. So absolutely in your story, build in the power struggles. But unless you are telling a story of only the power struggles between normal people and you don't have a big bad, you must remember that your protagonists, at least some of them, still need to focus on the big bad. Otherwise, you're going to be left with disappointed readers. What do you think? Is Martin ever going to finish A Song of Ice and Fire? Let me know in the comments. And let's move on to Strategy 5, Showing Political Evolution. You know, I don't often give Star Wars credit for presenting good interplanetary politics because mostly they don't. But in this case, I will give Star Wars credit. In the 9 movies of Star Wars, we had the intergalactic government change from a federated republic style of government to an imperial government driven by the will and power of one man to a factionalized semi-republic with pockets of imperial-focused planets within the same galaxy. And that is actually great. One of the things that fundamentally annoys me about the fantasy genre is how static governments are. Even these quests to save the world, you might save the world from whichever big bad threat there is, but the systems that allow that big bad threat to arise or to remain, those systems stay in place like a bad smell. No one ever thinks to agitate for trying something new, for actually having a revolution. It's like nothing changes about the political fabric of the world. The kingdoms are still kingdoms, the empires are still empires, the democracies are still democracies. Maybe, if you're lucky, the empire is overthrown and replaced with the kingdoms. Because, you know, the system of nobility is actually fine, everyone likes it. It's just so static. Our world had priest kings in the Bronze Age. We had Mediterranean democracies like Athens, the Roman Republic, and Carthage, which had an oligarchic form of democracy. And then the Roman Republic fell, and we had the Roman Empire, and we had a phase of kingdoms and ruling through heritage. Then we had the Age of Revolution, and during the Age of Revolution, everything changed, and we went for democracies again. And that was just a high level of Europe's political system changes. There have been theocracies, democracies, kingdoms, empires, councils of elders, governments based on luck, everything you can think of. Government systems should change in your fantasy world, and in your space fantasy world, even more so. Yeah, maybe the overarching intergalactic government wouldn't change often, but in a million worlds, how many revolutions do you think are happening per second? So, don't get trapped in a static political system. Allow your political system to change and evolve. Allow fundamental political change to happen. Allow laws to be tweaked and systemic adjustments to be made. It is both realistic and worth it to build a great political environment. And that is how you expand governments from the world to the stars. Embrace political complexity, celebrate diversity, develop realistic economies, focus on those power struggles, and show political evolution of your systems. What do you think? Are those strategies enough? Are there any that I missed? Let me know in the comments below. This episode was brought to you by my science fantasy series, Skies of Destiny. If you'd like to support the channel and read a cool coming-of-age story set in the far future, there is a link to the first book, Magic Fall, down below.
Hello. So, in my video about creating factions and so on, I received a very interesting comment about how this video is actually more about organizations than it is about factions per se, which is fair enough. Okay, so what I thought I'd do in today's bite-sized world building episode is quickly go through the actual faction formation, the ESA model, and how to relate it back to building a faction in your world that feels real, focusing just on the faction aspect, not on the organization aspect. So that's what we're going to do right now. So first, let's talk about what a faction is. So there's a great quote from James Madison in Federalist number 10 in 1787, which says, "As long as the reason of man continues fallible and he is at liberty to exercise it, different opinions will be formed." And this is at the heart of how factions actually form. A faction is an organization that forms within another organization, right? So there's a larger, say, culture or political party or company or anything like that. There's a larger organization, and then within it, another organization forms that has slightly different opinions from the rest of the organization or other factions within the organization. So how these organizations forms is there is a catalyst, a thing that creates the difference. And we'll talk about a few options of those in a moment. Your second one is identification. People who feel about this catalyst. So let's take an example of the catalyst. Let's say an example of the catalyst is AI's just been released. Okay, AI has suddenly hit the world, or these giant LLMs have hit the world as they did in, I think it was 2022, around there, where they really kind of hit the public consciousness. And suddenly there are people who have an opinion about the copyright of art. There are people who have an opinion about using these things. There are people who have an opinion about the impact that these models will have on labor, and so on and so forth. That is the catalyst that creates the fertile ground for faction formation. Then people begin to look around within their culture, within their polity, within their political party, whatever the overall organization is, and they identify that there are others who, like them, share this opinion. This is their joint opinion. And then based on that, they begin to organize. Maybe they pick a leader, maybe they put out a manifesto, maybe they self-organize into little pods, whatever organization method they choose it, and then they begin to pursue their goals, whether that is limiting LLMs or getting payment to the artists or preventing the use of LLMs in labor, or whatever it is that they're trying to achieve, they then begin to pursue those goals. Okay, so that is our basic faction formation. But what I find very interesting is there was work done in the 90s, and I did mention the book in the first video on factions. I'll link it down below. The name escapes me right this second. But where they used the biological model ESA to explain faction creation. Now, this was specifically in the context of lobbying, right? So it's a slightly different context from normal factions, but that was the original context. So I'm just gonna do that. Okay, so originally this model comes from biology, and it is about how a habitat forms, right? So it's dependent on how much energy is available, the stability or predictability of the habitat, and the area or physical space available. Now, adapting this to faction formation or lobbying in the case of the original 1990s work, basically you have energy being money, members, and passion. Yeah, if there's a lot of wealth involved behind a certain cause, then a faction will more easily form. If there's a sudden influx of members into a faction, you'll have a faction form as people are angry about something, or they feel very passionately about something, or so on. This creates the energy available for the faction. Your stability is how predictable the environment is. It is very hard to form a faction in a very unpredictable environment because everything changes so fast that it is hard to engage in any kind of long-term planning. And then your area available becomes your policy space. There's a kind of carrying capacity for factions. You can only have so many groups fighting over the same point, right? So if there's already 5 factions all about getting a tax break, then it's hard to form another organization about getting a tax break, you know. So you kind of get a kind of saturation point, and factions thrive best when they find a niche that they can occupy, a niche that is important to them. All right, so what are faction change events? Why would factions form at all? So if there's an energy surplus, so a political party might get a massive influx of new angry voters that bring an energy that consolidates into a new faction rather than joining the establishment of that party. Or you could have the area expanding. For example, there's a new issue like the AI issue. Or you could have a faction forming due to stability. So let's say the area is full, new factions stop forming, right? But you would then have either factions merging, all right, so creating new merged factions, or you would have some factions dying out. So these are all kind of like events that could lead to change within a faction. Okay, so that's kind of the overview of the EAS model and how it applies to faction formation, as well as what a faction is and how they sort of pursue their goals. So how would I build this? How would I create this in a world building context? So for that, I'm going to go to World Building Blueprints, which is my book that I wrote, World Building Blueprints Volume 1, which you can check out on my website, and you can, I will leave a code in the comments of this video that you can get 30% discount on the digital format. So either the PDF, which is what I'm showing you right now, or the EPUB, or the audiobook if you want to listen to me, or the physical format of the book is currently on pre-sale on my website. So if you're prepared to wait a little bit for delivery, you can get that at 20% on a general pre-sale. Okay, so in that book, I define the ideology of your culture. I actually define the whole cultural model, right? So the cultural framework is this one, right? So it's got these 7 circles of culture, which is to say, you start with ideology, then you have norms, then you have identity, then you have kinship, you have hierarchy, you have politics, and then you have cultural expression. All right, so what I would do is I would pick a circle where the faction is forming. And then I would treat the culture, then I would treat the faction the same way that I treat a subculture. So I'm going to take you to where I talk about subcultures in the book and show you how that looks. That's kind of the art of subcultures. But basically how I treat subcultures in the book is, and this is what an example looks like in the book, is these purple blocks, is I have the overall culture, which has got that whole model, right? Then I take the subculture or faction and I say where it disagrees with the mainstream culture. So if this is the mainstream model and this is the subculture, where are the points of disagreement? And those points of disagreement then becomes my faction's ideology, right? It becomes the things that they are striving to change, the things that they are organizing around that they want to see made different. And this is kind of the important point for me here, is that it must otherwise fit in with the culture. So it must still match the culture in, like, say, if it's, if it's got the same ideology or it's got the same overall politics or whatever, it must still have those touch points with the original culture. And then the points that it is working on changing is where the faction differs from the culture. So the example I use in the books for subculture is just a normal subculture, which is to say how women culture in Rome differed from, say, the general mainstream male culture. But like I say, you can make this something that there is a faction that is actively working to change that. Say, a faction that is working for women to get some kind of rights from the Roman faction, and they are organizing around that point of the difference between a woman and a man in the Roman culture. And in world building blueprints, I obviously include exercises and worksheets just like this. So you would have, little exercises like this, and then these worksheets within which you can track your formation of factions and the like. You'll be able to, by the way, download a blank worksheet, so you don't have to write or print this out or whatever. You can just download the blank copy, the blank PDF copy of the worksheet and print that out or edit it in Word or whatever. So what I would do here is I would say, what was the catalyst for the faction formation in what happened and when it happened, and what was the effect? And then I would add the subculture, and then I would create a little model just for that subculture where I would say, these are all the same as the main culture, and this is where the subculture difference, and this is the faction that is trying to achieve these goals for the main culture to change. So if we were to take a little example, let's say I have a culture in Imoven, which is one of my empires, and they have very strict control over magic, and they actually capture mages and they put these quasil spikes into their wrists, and those spikes control the mages, right? They actually control them. Okay, so there is a faction in Imoven that is working to have mages be more trusted and to get mages to not be so under control that they all automatically get these quasil spikes, but instead they only get those spikes if, say, they become illegal, if they engage in criminal activities. So that is what the faction is working on, and the faction where they differ from mainstream Immervin is that they believe that mages in general should start from a position of trust instead of distrust, and that is what they're working. That is the goal they're working towards. So I hope that made sense. I hope you enjoyed that. I'll leave a link down below to World Building Blueprints if you're interested in picking that up. And I hope to the person who left the comment about factions, about the original video being more about organizations than factions, I hope that this clarified and helped you understand what I was driving at in the early part of that video, and answered your concern with that video being about organizations and not factions. I'll see you soon for another one.
In a land shrouded by shadows, from the country of Evilton, Lord Doom arises to dominate the world and bring power to his faction, because I ran out of energy before the motivation hit me. As a faction, Evilton, and Lord Doom as its leader, sucks! And unfortunately, all too often, this is how world builders create evil factions, because all they actually need is an opponent to battle against, or something like that. And then by contrast, they will make the good faction the shining beacon of awesomeness, the glory that is the church of the purity that stands against Lord Doom and all that is wicked. But the problem with that is it is also without nuance. It has no depth to it. And that is what I would like to combat today. I would like to strike a blow for good world building and talk about how to create factions with nuance and conflict and complications. And also 4 strategies for how to come up with a really good name. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. This episode is brought to you by the members of my channel who have had access to this episode for well over a month. Join the channel for great perks like early access. Right, enough of that. Let's crack on. One thing to bear in mind as we go through this process of faction creation is that all of the elements we will talk about today, and we'll be talking about motivation, identification, names and history, and alliances in factions, to mention only a few, all of these elements together form a whole. So, don't treat them as isolated steps. Your name might come from the faction's history. Your faction alliances might be influenced by their motivation. The means the faction is willing to use might have changed due to historical events and so on. So, while I'm going to talk about each concept individually, of course they all form a whole, and you should complete these steps or these concepts in whatever crazy, messy way works for your world building process. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's dive into the first element of faction creation, possibly the most important: faction motivation. Faction motivation is a critical aspect of building your faction. It's essential to understand what your faction desires, both in terms of its long-term purpose and its immediate short-term goals. This understanding is crucial when characters encounter the faction, whether in a story or during a campaign. Keep in mind that the long-term purpose might not align with the immediate goals, except perhaps in the grand vision of the faction's leader or its council. In discussing motivation, it is also important to consider the means the faction aims to achieve its goals with. The methods employed can significantly define the faction's tone. For example, a faction willing to use assassins to achieve noble ends might possess a rotten core beneath its golden exterior. This complexity creates a faction that explores themes of whether the end justifies the means. Conversely, a faction aiming to take control of a country through lawful strategies, aiming for a just society, underscores the belief that poisoning the roots of an endeavor will never yield good fruit. This introduces the theme that the fruit of a poisoned tree cannot bear good fruit. And those underlying thematic elements is why it's important to contemplate not just what motivates your faction, but also the red lines the faction won't cross and what means they routinely use to achieve their aim. A prime example of a faction with clear motivation providing a rich source of conflict is the Night's Watch from George R.R. Martin's A Game of Thrones. Their sole goal is to protect the realm from threats beyond the wall, and this shapes their culture, their traditions, and even the oath that they swear. However, within the Night's Watch, opinions diverge on what means to use. For example, when Jon brings the wildlings into the fold to stand against the others, or the White Walkers as the show terms them, there is a faction that sees these wildlings as equivalent to aiding the others, and Jon's actions are seen as a betrayal, which leads to internal conflict and ultimately his unaliving. And this scenario perfectly illustrates how internal conflict can arise in a faction when certain actions are perceived as crossing established red lines. So, when conceptualizing your faction, consider their long-term goals, their short-term objectives, their customary means, what they normally use, and their non-negotiable boundaries. And remember, factions within factions can offer fertile ground for compelling narratives. And if you found this exploration of faction motivations insightful, hit that thumbs up button and stay tuned as we delve into faction history. A faction's history creates the cultural and ideological depth that seamlessly integrates your faction into your world. When considering factions in the real world, their richness comes from how far back their histories extend and the predecessors from which they evolved. Take, for example, the Hanseatic League, which dominated European trade networks during the Middle Ages. Out of the Hanseatic League and other merchant guilds of it like, evolved the companies that led the age of exploration and eventually led into companies as we understand them today. This kind of evolution over time adds layers of intrigue and complexity to factions in your world. Now, while it's important to build this history, it's also important not to overwhelm yourself with the details. You don't want to build something as deep as the Hanseatic League unless it's going to be core to your story. So just make sure you have a sense of your faction's history and highlight a few milestones. And for guidance on how to highlight those milestones, consider elements like how the leadership selection works now in the current day and age, and how the leadership selection worked in the past. Maybe previously it was an hereditary form of leadership, and now it's elected by a board. Also think about whether this faction carries the scars of internal or external conflicts, such as trade wars for a merchant guild, or ideological divides similar to the Night Watch conflicts over the wildlings. Or perhaps there have been schisms and there are now two factions that are nearly the same. So, how have these conflicts shaped the factions' rules and relationships? Examining alliances is also key here. For example, the vampire courts in the Dresden Files maintain a loose network of alliances shaped by a long history of cooperation and conflict. And understanding the history behind these alliances can reveal much about the faction's current position and strategies. Another aspect to consider is the faction's impact and perception within the world. Does the world view the faction as a force for good or evil? Is the faction actively working to change the world? The Bene Gesserit from Dune serves as a prime example of a faction with a long and complex history involving numerous other factions. And their strategic seeding of myths across the universe, which Jessica leverages among the Fremen, illustrates the deep and intricate planning that defined their long-term influence. So, when crafting your faction's history, think about how leadership is chosen in the current and past. Think about conflicts and the evolution of alliances, and mark those milestones. This historical backdrop not only enriches your factions, but also provides fertile ground for writing compelling narratives. And if you enjoyed this exploration of faction histories, hit that thumbs up button, and let's talk about faction identification, including that naming strategy that I promised you. Faction symbology is the first element of identification that I want to talk about, and it is a crucial element of world building, providing an immediate means to identify and understand a faction. This aspect encompasses the symbols, clothing, or jewelry, or any other identification symbols associated with the faction. Consider the noble houses in George R.R. Martin's works. The direwolf signifies House Stark, the lion symbolizes the Lannisters, and the stag represents the Baratheons. These symbols are central to the identity of these factions, emphasized repeatedly to embed them in the audience's mind. Martin even explores internal faction conflict through symbology, as seen with the Targaryens' green and black dragons in the lore of the Dance of Dragons. The Dresden Files offers another excellent example, where Harry Dresden's disregard for the traditional robe and stole of the White Council highlights his rebellious nature against the centuries-old tradition. This contrast only works because of the established formalities and symbology showcasing the importance of the identity of the White Council. Symbology extends beyond visual identifiers. It can also signify rank and affiliation within the faction, similar to the varied colors and shapes of academic regalia that denote different schools and ranks within our world's universities. So by having these different symbols for rank and departments, you create a world where you can show a character's advancement through the ranks of their factions, and a world where you can show authority within a faction. This can facilitate decision-making processes or even heighten the tensions of political scenes, where you can show the rank of one character being used to bludgeon another, just by having that character, for example, flash the ring that indicates their rank within the hierarchy. So, symbology is very important. Equally important is the titles that go with those symbols. What is the leader of the faction called? What are the officers or the rank and file or the juniors, the guys who've just entered the faction? What are they called? These elements all make up the faction's identification elements. But let's face it, nothing is more important than the name. And making up names that don't suck is hard. So let's identify 4 naming strategies. First, etymological foundations is a strategy that draws from ancient or foreign languages, mythology, or historical references to create names that have a deep, inherent meaning. This strategy can lend an air of ancient wisdom, mystique, or gravitas to a faction. For example, a faction focused on knowledge and wisdom might draw from the Latin word sapienta, wisdom, leading to a name like Sapient Order or Guardians of Sapientia. The second strategy is a descriptive naming strategy which uses names that clearly reflect the faction's characteristics or purpose, which helps immediately ground the faction in the audience's understanding. For example, a faction that protects a sacred forest might be named Green Ward Guardians or Forest Sentinel Alliance. Now, this does have a potential pitfall. Be careful not to be too on the nose or too pedestrian. And the third strategy will help you with that because that uses the rest of the symbology to build your name. A great example of this is the guard of King's Landing from A Song of Ice and Fire, who are called the Gold Cloaks because of the cloaks that they wear. It's descriptive, it's memorable, and it also reflects their status as town guards of a rich city. Lastly, consider symbolic or allegorical names, which add layers of meaning, representing the faction's underlying themes or values. For this approach, identify symbols, animals, or natural elements that embody the faction's spirit or mission. For instance, the Night Watch from A Song of Ice and Fire symbolizes the guardians against the dark threats of winter rather than being literal night watchers. In applying these strategies, I do want to emphasize one essential caveat. You have to make sure that while these names fit your culture, while they fit your linguistics, and while they fit your faction, they must be pronounceable. If your readers cannot pronounce that name, it's going to be in the one ear and out the other, and they will never catch on to any of the depth of the faction. Because quite simply, if a reader can't say it, they can't tell other people about it. And if you enjoyed this exploration of faction identification and especially naming strategies, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about the plot elements that are opened up by factions. Exploring faction dynamics can significantly enrich your narrative, offering a myriad complex and engaging plot elements. One compelling device is the surprise breakaway character, where a faction known for something has a member that breaks away from this. The typical example is a faction known for extreme loyalty having one member that unthinkably betrays somebody. This unexpected turn of events can throw established narratives into chaos, creating a rich ground for further development. A notable example is the Sook Doctor Wellington Yu in Dune. Despite the Sook Doctor's renowned control against betrayal, Yu's family is leveraged by the Harkonnens to coerce his treachery. This plot twist is shocking due to the meticulous setup of the Sook Doctor's loyalty, making Yu's betrayal a pivotal moment that upends the story's direction. Another instance found in Cashil's Chosen by Jacqueline Carey, where a member of the Casseline Brotherhood betrays his queen. Now, his motivations are different from Yu's. Instead of coming from his family being endangered, they stem from a deep personal grudge. And that illustrates how complex backgrounds and personal histories can lead to factional betrayal. This betrayal is at the heart of the book's conflict, showcasing the intricate dynamics within seemingly monolithic institutions. So that's the breakaway member plot. But you can also lean into conflict between factions. Dune absolutely exemplifies this, with the animosity between House Harkonnen and House Atreides, as well as between the Fremen and House Harkonnen, and the Emperor himself. These conflicts drive much of the narrative, demonstrating how interfactional struggles can form the backbone of a story. But of course, it's not all between factions. Internal faction conflicts offer equally rich narratives. The White Council in the Dresden Files is a prime example of this, where Harry Dresden initially stands as an outsider and gradually becomes embroiled in the council's internal politics. In time, he finds out that there is a dark faction in the council, and he has to actively work to oppose it. This evolution reveals the complexities within the White Council, where differing ideologies and agendas can lead to significant strife, even inside an organization. And lastly, portraying a faction under pressure can highlight its vulnerabilities and its external and internal conflicts. The Night's Watch in A Song of Ice and Fire is constantly battling insufficient resources and disbelief in the threat they guard against. When this threat intensifies, the decision to integrate the wildlings exacerbates internal tensions, leading to a factional split and indeed Jon Snow's unaliving. This scenario underscores how external pressures can catalyze critical changes within a faction, impacting the broader narrative landscape. When you are building your factions in your world, you want to consider the following questions. 1. What motivates your faction? Remember, it's not about power and probably not about money. It's about a concrete goal that they're looking to achieve with that power and money. 2. What will they do and what won't they do? In other words, what means will they use and what are their red lines? 3. What is your faction's history? What are the milestones? And what is their current situation? 4. What identifies your faction? And 5. What purpose do they serve in your plot? Remember, don't build what you don't need. So build the factions that you need, not factions that you think might be useful. And what is it that put America on the forefront of nuclear nations? And what is it that will enable them to spend $20 billion of your money to put some clown on the moon? Well, it was good old American know-how, provided by good old Americans, like Dr. Werner von Braun. So gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Yahtzee, he won't even frown. Yahtzee smachi, says Werner von Braun. Do you know that song? Tom Lehrer sang it, and he was one of the best political satirists of the 20th century, in my opinion. That song was about Operation Paperclip, which was when the USA took in 1,600 German scientists after the Second World War, secretly relocating them and giving them access to science, funding, and a new life. Now, this was a nation-state based competition for resources based on science knowledge and intelligence, which literally any human can have. Sure, some are more intelligent than others, but we're not talking about anything more than capacity we all have. But what if they were competing for people with the ability to manipulate the cosmic power of the universe? In fantasy world building, we often talk about localized worlds with feudal governments set back in the past. But what if the world you're building has the geopolitics of nation states? What impact would magic have on politics if the stage is as big as the globe? That's what I want to talk about today. What if your magic system had geopolitical impact? Welcome to another episode of Just in Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. Today, we're moving beyond the lone wizard with a fireball. We're not talking about the personal power of the hero or a villain. This is about systems, infrastructure, institutions, the kind of magic that doesn't just blow up a castle, but decides who builds the castle in the first place. So before we get into the meat of the matter, let's make sure we're all on the same page. In our world today, when you read about oil, nuclear capability, semiconductor production, or control over fresh water even, you're reading about how resources shape the modern world. Now, imagine that instead of oil, it's mana wells. Instead of nuclear weapons, it's catastrophic level spellcraft controlled by a central arcane bureaucracy. Imagine that only a few people are actually capable of wielding this cosmic power, rather than the much more democratized technology which theoretically most people could use. I mean, I can use a gun, and I'm not exactly the height of human fitness. Okay, so magic as a strategic asset changes everything. And that's the stage for our conversation today. What if a nation's entire economic stability is built on a ley line network that only they can access? Or their military superiority comes from a centuries-old pact with a fire elemental race, giving them air superiority in the same way that the US relies on its air force? We're going to answer those questions today, starting with the impact of magic on resources, monopoly, and scarcity. Let's talk about war. Not the dramatic spell-slinging kind, but the slow, grinding, bureaucratic kind. The kind fought in back rooms and brokered over contracts, tariffs, and the constant threat of embargo. We already live in a world shaped by who controls what, whether it's oil in the Middle East, lithium in South America, or silicone chips in Taiwan. Now imagine what happens when magic enters that equation. And the best example of this that I've seen is in Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn. Now, I have done an entire video exploring Mistborn as a dialectic exercise, and you can check that out in the information card. But today, I want to zero in on a specific aspect, the geopolitical impact of a magical resource. So, in Mistborn, at the heart of the final empire lies a single magical system, allomancy, a power that only works when the user ingests specific metals. But this magic isn't freely available. It is class-bound, it is resource-gated, and it is political. Only the noble class, descendants of those who supported the Lord Ruler, are even allowed to have allomantic potential. The ability is hereditary, and the metals required are tightly controlled by the Lord Ruler. That's a magical aristocracy where power is locked in behind both bloodlines and supply chains. And we'll dig a little deeper into the social stratification element later in the episode. But for now, I want to zoom in on one particular metal, atium, which is the rarest and most powerful allomantic metal. The Lord Ruler maintains absolute control over its production, creating a textbook magical monopoly. And this isn't just about magic, it is about economic dominance and military supremacy. So, what does that look like if we break it down in geopolitical terms? Atium is a strategic resource. It allows its user to see into the future, making Mistborn who burn it nearly unstoppable in combat. That's why the Lord Ruler hoards it, producing it in secret at the pits of Hathsin. He rations it out to the noble houses, just enough to empower them, but never enough to threaten him. It becomes a currency of control, a tool of geopolitical manipulation. And that scarcity is deliberate. It's what keeps the system stable. By limiting access to atium and allomantic gem metals in general, the final empire avoids magical inflation. There's no sudden surge of powerful new Mistborn. There are no uprisings fueled by magic users. Why? Because you can't just become a Mistborn. Magic is restricted by birth and resource access. That enforces both loyalty and dependence among the elite, and it locks the scar into permanent powerlessness. But this kind of control always comes at a cost. It kills innovation. Like many totalitarian regimes, the final empire actively suppresses metallurgy, science, and scholarship, because any new discovery not under the emperor, not under the Lord Ruler's direct control, might destabilize the entire system. Knowledge becomes dangerous. That's why keepers like Sazed are hunted and forced into secrecy, because cultural memory of the before times becomes a geopolitical threat when your rule is built on magical monopoly. And we'll explore more of that later, as I said. This kind of system naturally leads to geopolitical isolationism, because you have to control the population from outside ideas, and we see this very clearly in Mistborn. The Lord Ruler's empire is a closed system. We hear vague rumors of distant lands, but the final empire controls its borders, its trade, and its culture with an iron grip. That's what unstable monopolies do. The fewer external pressures, the more they can keep internal contradictions hidden. So, Mistborn becomes a brilliant case study in how magical resource control shapes global or imperial strategy. And it opens the door to some fantastic questions for your own world building, like who polices magical resource extraction? Are there magical environmental accords? Is there a black market of blood mages trafficking in accursed artifacts? And how far would a nation go to protect or steal the one thing that keeps its magical economy alive? All right, so that's magic as a resource. But let's get back to that concept of magical elites and talk about social stratification. I did a full video on tiered magic systems and how they can lead to social stratification, and you can check that out in the information card. But here, I want to zoom in and focus on how that stratification plays out at the level of society and statecraft. Because once magic becomes institutionalized, it doesn't just make the individuals powerful, it reshapes your entire class system. A world with magic is almost always a world with inequality baked in. If some people are born able to bend reality and others aren't, you've created an inherent hierarchy, and that becomes the basis for magical aristocracies. And again, Mistborn is the perfect example of this. Only the noble bloodlines, handpicked by the Lord Ruler centuries ago, are allowed to have allomantic potential. That means magical ability is hereditary, politically sanctioned, and enforced through both blood and brutal repression. The result is a rigid social ladder where power is literally in your veins or it is not. And the people without that power, the scar, are not just the lower class. They're a permanently disenfranchised underclass. They're the miners, the farmers, the labor force, exploited to extract the very resources that fuel the magical elite. But power like this always creates pressure, because you can't keep an entire population suppressed forever without tension boiling over, even when you have the Lord Ruler's power. And the Lord Ruler knows that, and he has a solution: proxy conflict. Rather than letting tensions explode into open revolution, the Lord Ruler manages discontent through internal competition. He encourages constant low-grade conflict between the noble houses, house wars, betrayal, economic rivalry, all sanctioned as long as it doesn't threaten imperial stability. This is textbook divide and rule. Instead of a civil war, you get a controlled pressure valve. The noble class is too busy fighting each other to unite, and the scar remains crushed beneath the weight of everyone above them. So when you're designing a world with magical elite, ask yourself, how does the state manage the tension between the haves and the haves-not? Is there some kind of pressure valve that the state uses to let people blow off steam? Or do they eventually face that revolution? Now, let's zoom out again and talk about something global that we didn't see in Mistborn: arcane migration. If magical ability is rare and powerful, then it becomes a strategic asset, not just within a country, but between them. So imagine nations competing for the magically gifted, the way modern nations compete for engineers, scientists, and elite talent. You'd have immigration policies tailored to attract arcanists, state-sponsored magical education, and even incentive programs to retain homegrown casters. And if that sounds far-fetched, remember Operation Paperclip, the real-world program where the US smuggled Yahtzee scientists like Werner von Braun into their country to get ahead in the Cold War. It wasn't just about intelligence, it was about gaining leverage. Now scale that up. Instead of 1,600 rocket scientists, imagine thousands of mages being poached across borders. Entire schools of magic might defect between countries. Nations could launch covert operations, not to steal spells, but to steal spell casters. That's your magical brain drain. And just like in the real world, it has the potential to redefine international alliances, technological races, and even cultural identity. So, if you have
magic in a world of nation-states. How do your governments protect their arcane knowledge? Are there schools that teach extreme patriotic ideals and brainwash mages into believing in their nation? Are there wizards who police other mages looking for disloyalty, like the Inquisition in Warhammer 40k? When people are the resource and they can wield cosmic power, what lengths won't your government go to control them? Before we talk about diplomacy, alliances, and magical warfare, give me a few minutes to tell you about World-Building Blueprints. This is a book that I wrote that will take you from zero to hero in world building, including designing your story. And it's not just theory. Inside this book, you will find exercises and worksheets like this one for designing the legitimacy that allows your government to function. The book is available as a PDF on my website now and will be available as a physical book in February 2026 after the Kickstarter fulfills. There is the glorious hardback in full cover like this one, and also a paperback, which is a black and white copy, which is somewhat cheaper and somewhat lighter, and also has all of the same exercises. Details are on my website down below. Alrighty, back to diplomacy, alliances, and magical warfare. Few fantasy worlds illustrate the diplomacy and warfare aspect of magic better than Brian McClellan's Powder Mage trilogy, which we're currently reading in my Discord book club, linked to that in the description as well. Anyway, set in a world undergoing an industrial revolution, the Powder Mage books blend black powder technology with powerful sorcery, and in doing so, they create one of the best examples of magic embedded in geopolitical conflict. In this world, nations are not just defined by their armies or by their borders. They're defined by what kind of mages they field, and there are three main magical classes. Privileged, who are traditional, court-trained sorcerers capable of casting devastating elemental spells. Powder mages, rare individuals who can manipulate gunpowder, igniting it from a distance, enhancing bullets, or entering a trance called the powder rush that boosts reflexes and strength. And then there's the knacked, low-key magical talents like never sleeping or having a perfect memory, which is subtle but still quite useful as a magical skill. Now, think about what that means in terms of diplomacy. The presence of privileged cabals tightly controlled by royal courts means that magical alliances are critical to state stability. In fact, the first book, Promise of Blood, the entire revolution that kicks off the series, and it is in the opening chapter, so I'm not spoiling anything for you, is built on the fear that rival nations will retaliate after the revolution because the king was part of an international treaty system held together by magical pacts. So when he's removed, the whole system might crumble and war could erupt. And yet the revolution acts anyway, and hence the drama. But in this kind of a world with this kind of power, first strikes are everything in warfare. Magical deterrence is real, but it is fragile. So powder mages can assassinate at impossible distances. Privileged can level armies, or be wiped out with a well-placed rifle shot. And this makes warfare extremely volatile. Nations must act fast, hit hard, and silence magical threats before they can retaliate. It's a fantasy version of Cold War logic. If you wait too long, you lose your capital, or your cabal. So one of the primary goals of the revolution, like right at the beginning of the story, is to kill all of the privileged who work for the king in one stroke, because leaving even a single court mage alive would allow them
to stage a counter-revolution. So when you're world building, ask yourself, who controls magical first strike capabilities? Are there magical equivalents of nukes or disarmament treaties? Does your world have arcane red lines, thresholds that, if crossed, force immediate retaliation? Finally, let's talk about magical espionage, one of the most underrated and underused aspects of fantasy geopolitics. Because when magic is a state resource, then knowledge of magic becomes a weapon in its own right. Not every nation needs to field armies of spellcasters. Sometimes all you need is a single stolen spell or the formula for a powerful ritual, and your geopolitical standing changes overnight. This brings us into the realm of spellcraft as classified information. Imagine if the knowledge to bind elementals, extend life, or wipe out the city via ritual magic were locked behind state archives, arcane guilds, or religious orders. Suddenly, magical research becomes, well, just like nuclear research, something dangerous, strategic, and highly protected. And that's not a fantasy idea. That's our world's history. Let's take a moment to talk about the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT. This is a real-world agreement meant to stop the spread of nuclear weapons. It divides the world into two classes of nations: those who had nukes before 1967, and those who shouldn't get them after that period of time. Hence the name, non-proliferation. But of course, knowledge leaks, secrets get sold, and even so-called pariah states have found ways around the system. Israel never officially declared nuclear weapons, but it's widely understood that they have them. South Africa secretly built nukes during apartheid and then dismantled them in the very early 1990s, so we know for a fact they had nukes. And North Korea signed the NPT and then left, kicked out the inspectors, and tested bombs anyway. The lesson here is you can't bottle up dangerous knowledge forever. If something can be discovered, someone eventually will reverse engineer it or steal it. Now apply that to magical systems. Is there an international council restricting certain schools of magic? Are powerful rituals kept secret under lock and key, but vulnerable to spies or defectors? Could a rogue state or breakaway faction get access to spellcraft that rivals a global superpower? This opens up a world of magical intelligence agencies, arcane counter-espionage squads who prevent magical secrets from leaking, curse breakers who intercept enchanted messages, false flag rituals staged to spark war or justify military action. In a world where knowledge is quite literally power, the greatest geopolitical threat may not be some kind of superweapon, but the blueprints to one falling in the hands of someone who can execute that spell without needing a laboratory. Just like in our world, magical proliferation becomes a game of deception, denial, sabotage, and sometimes silent cooperation between enemies who'd rather not see the world burn. So, if you're building a setting where magic is powerful, ask yourself, who controls arcane research? Who spies on it? And what happens when that knowledge slips through the cracks? When you're building a world where magic isn't just flashy and where it is actually deeply embedded inside of your politics,
remember that it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It fuels economies, it shapes class, it topples governments, it sparks wars. Magic isn't just a tool, it's a geopolitical strategic asset. From secret pacts and magical monopolies to arcane espionage and power struggles between nations, your magic system can and should be more than just combat flavor. It can be the very engine that drives conflict in your world. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with your favorite mage politician. And if you've got thoughts on magical geopolitics, if there are points that I missed, drop them in the comments down below. I'd love to hear how you tackle magical geopolitics in your world.
We have a definite fascination for monarchy as a form of government. Something about the idea of a dynasty lasting ages attracts us. It's probably our lizard brains thinking about the genes getting the wealth, which goes along with government. But this fascination makes this form of government one of the most popular in a fantasy as well. So today, let's talk about monarchy, dynasty, and how you can inherit power in a fantasy world. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If you like this kind of content and you want to support me in making more of it, you can hit my Ko-fi page or buy my books, both linked down below, and thank you very much to my current Ko-fi providers who help me in keeping this kind of content going. Okay, let's crack on. First, for the purpose of this video, what is a monarchy? I'm defining a monarchy as a system of government where the highest executive position at the very minimum passes from one member of a dynasty to another. Okay, so what's a dynasty? For the purpose of this video, it is a family that holds power, people related by blood. And the reason why I'm being so very cagey with my definitions is because I want to discuss a number of monarchic models in this video. But before I get into the actual specific types of monarchy, let's talk about some of the general attributes of a monarchic government and a monarchic court. First up, any government has backers. Any government has people that they have to keep happy in order to remain in power. These are people who hold the real levers of power, generally something to do with money, generally something to do with resources, and those people have to be kept happy. Whether they're your army generals, whether they're your guilds, whatever the nature of these people. In monarchy, this is also applicable. This is where you have special interest groups, even in a monarchy, that have to be kept happy. No dictator is truly a dictator, like a solo absolute dictator. You could perhaps have that in a fantasy world where you have a mage who is capable of personally maintaining power, but then you're looking at something like a god king who can be everywhere all at once, and that makes for a very hard story, because how do you resist such an omnipotent power, or how do you write this conflict about such an omnipotent power? So generally speaking, all rulers require some kind of support structure around them. So how do you keep these people happy? This is where networks of patronage come in. This is where things happen like the king gives land rights. The king gives monopoly power over resources. In a fantasy world, the king could give monopoly power over magic. He could give the right to create magic school, the right to hire mages. There could be all kinds of implications that the king gives as a patronage system. The most apt demonstration of this comes from Dune, and this is where the emperor gave House Atreides the monopoly over the spice trade, removing that patronage from the Harkonnens. Now, of course, we know that that was actually a poison pill that the monarch was giving to House Atreides, but it is nonetheless a very relevant demonstration of that kind of patronage network in action. In a sci-fi world, you could even go in a much more metaphysical direction. So you could say that in a sci-fi world, you could gain the right to mine data, and data could be your central form of currency. So the king holds the keys to the data vaults, and he gives people the right to access that data and build products and advertising and whatever else based on how much he values them. This kind of patronage network is also where sumptuary laws come in, where the laws of what you're allowed to wear come in, because the king could grant people specific permission to wear certain kinds of cloth or to wear certain kinds of gems. And these things amount to people's status. And if you've ever played a RPG game where dice are a vanity item, you know that playing on people's vanity in that way is a very relevant way of getting them to do things, getting them to spend more, getting them to support you as king. I did do an entire video on sumptuary laws, and you can check that out in the information card. It's not just your backers that you have to worry about in government. You also have to worry about the people. Now, how much you have to worry about the people depends largely on your economy. If your economy is a primary resource one, so a mining one where you primarily get your wealth by mining it out of the ground, or some such not so very skilled labor requirement economy, an economy based on unskilled labor, you don't have to keep your people as happy, because you can always just replace workers by putting more workers into the salt mines. You can enslave more people and drive them down into the mines, and that keeps your economy running. It makes you a brutal dictator, but you can run your economy like that. But if your economy is a more skills-based economy, if you've moved to the point where you have merchants and skilled craftsmen and traders and so forth, then the people do need to be kept happy. But this doesn't mean that all people need to be kept equally happy. You see, this is where you start dividing people up into blocks, and you keep the young people happy, or you keep the traders happy, or you keep the crafts guilds happy, or you keep the assassins guild happy. Whatever the most influential part of your society is, whatever the most influential block of your society is, that's who you keep happy. And I did do a video on merchant guilds and crafts guilds, which you can check out in the information cards. Okay, so that's backers and normal people. What else does the king have to do to stay in power? He has to flex. I've spoken about this before. It is critically important in a monarchical system that you flex your power, that you show why you should continue to be in power. And this means projecting your power. And ultimately, that comes down to an efficient form of communication or a means to visit people. Communication allows you to project power from afar. It allows you to communicate to forces loyal to you that will carry out that projection of power on your behalf. And you can see that in the postal system of Cyrus the Great, who was one of the most celebrated emperors of the Persian Empire, and he had an excellent communication method, and that's how he kept the empire together. You can also see it in the way that Brandon Sanderson uses span reeds in Stormlight Archives, where he uses span reeds to project power and to communicate across long distances and keep the alliances together. I did do a video on fantasy communications, which you can check out in the information card. Look, this is going to be a refrain throughout this video. Monarchy is a massive topic. Government is a massive topic. So there just is not enough time in a single video to cover it all. A lot of these elements I have covered before, and I'll put links to all those videos in the description so that you can go delve into the specific elements that you want to go hit. Okay, back to projecting power. Royal courts. So royal courts are going to have a lot of ritualized aspects to them. They're going to have means by which the emperor or the king projects power. And you can see that in the way that the Chinese worked with their tributary states. So a tributary king of the Chinese emperor had to come and kowtow to the emperor, which is a very specific bow down to their knees with their face down, that is basically to show how far above them the emperor is and how far below him these tributary kings are. So you need to give some thought to the kind of communication, rituals, and etiquette of your fantasy court. And I did do a video about it. This is an iceberg, man. There's a lot going on below the surface of the monarchy that has the king on the top. So check out my video on courts and rituals around court building. But you can also project power differently from communications. You can have an itinerant court. You can have a court that travels between the nobles of your kingdom or between the kingdoms of your empire. This is what the Holy Roman Emperor Henry VI did in the Holy Roman Empire of Germany, which was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire, but regardless. He traveled from prince to prince in the domain, basically making them give him hospitality in each city. And this then resulted in him knowing what was going on in that city, communicating directly with his nobles, and thus maintaining his power. But that kind of itinerant court is actually really awkward. It means the king doesn't have a single place to call home. It means he can be difficult to reach. So the alternative from having a traveling court is to have people that you call friends, people that the king trusts, appointed to positions of power to represent the king in those areas. And of course, this gives you an immense scope for plot. What if those people aren't trustworthy? What if they were trustworthy, but then they become flipped? Remember that those people also have patronage networks to maintain. So what if the king isn't generous enough and they need him to be more generous, but he won't be, so they turn to his enemies instead? So that kind of network of trust rolling down through the kingdom is a very, very interesting way of playing with your royalty in terms of a distributed kingdom. So that's monarchy in general, and hit the thumbs up button if you enjoyed that discussion. And let's talk about some of those specific models of monarchy. So the first model is successive monarchy. So this is very simply the normal one that we know. So it's the classic. You get inheritance through your birthright. Most of us know the model of primogeniture, which is where the eldest son inherits the title and everything that goes with it, but it's not the only model. In the East, there have been models where it is the youngest child that inherits the title and becomes the king or the monarch or the ruler. You can also do inheritance through the female line, where it is the king's nephew or the king's niece who will inherit the title. And I know, I'm sounding like a broken record. I did a video on inheritance models, which you can check out in the information card. Okay, so that's straight up inheritance. But how does that kind of monarchy come into being? So in our world, it was generally speaking a warrior who got that started. So a warrior would take control of a piece of land, and then over generations, his family would build up wealth in that piece of land. But in your world, in a magical world, it can be almost anything. It can be that they took control of a piece of magic. It can be that they are divinely blessed by a god and they hold that god's mandate. It could be that they're a charlatan who claim to hold a god's mandate, but in point of fact, they're actually just a mage. So you are really in a position where you can go with almost anything here. Just make sure that you give the original starting point control over some kind of very, very important resource. So what I did in my world is I gave the original emperor control over the most powerful form of magic practiced in my world, which is Dusang. And it is a externally manifesting magic that includes things like turning your body into fire, or using fire as a weapon, or traveling through the shadows, or inflicting a cut on someone and ripping their entire stock of blood through that cut. So these are powerful magics, and I gave that to the starting emperor, and that's the patronage that he used to get the other kingdoms on his side and unite the empire. So just think about what would be a great resource in your world, and then give that to your starting dude. Okay, so if you like that discussion about successive monarchies, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about elective monarchies. So from our world, the Celtic kings are a good example of this. The ruler was elected from a given member of a family. Any freeborn member of that family was eligible for the election, given that both father and grandfather had been noble and that he was free from all deformities or blemishes. If there were several candidates, a court was held for the election in the house of the chief ostler of the district. Sometimes an heir was chosen while the current king was alive by the election process in order to avoid disputes and to give the heir time to gain some knowledge based around this. Now, the problem with elective forms of monarchy is they will almost certainly become a kind of rubber stamping process, because once you've elected a king to power, they basically have the capacity to grow their wealth. And that growth of wealth allows them to stay in power without variation. And a great example of this comes from Catherine Kerr's world. Now, as I've said previously, Catherine Kerr drew heavily on Celtic mythology. So she did have a council of electors, but they only became relevant if the king had no direct heirs, or if the nobleman had no direct heirs, and the council of electors had to vote to put an heir on the throne. She did a great storyline about this, where one of the very, very important nobles died without an heir. And the council of electors actually went into rebellion against the king and tried to break away from the kingdom and to establish their own kingdom. And what happened in the end was the king put down the rebellion, and there was one noble who'd stayed loyal to the king. And the king then went to him and said, look, these other guys are all traitors, so they can't be they can't be electors. It's only you and me on the council of electors, and I say you're, now the main dude in this province. And that was how the province became the property of the Canobian family. So it's a very, very interesting and dynamic model to play with, where you have partial elections based on a selective criteria. And if you like that discussion of elective monarchy, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about skilled monarchs. So with a skilled monarch, the monarch needs to achieve something. This is half of the model that I use. The other half is inheritance, but the half that I use is that every monarch, every high noble, must have the ability to manifest this magic that I spoke of at the beginning, Dusang magic. So what this gives you is it gives you a monarchic system where the king or the nobles must display a minimum level of competence in some skill. And it can be anything. It can be exams like the Confucius bureaucracy exams that were implemented in China. It can be martial skills. It can be magical skills. But they need to have some minimum level of skill. The example that I really want to delve into here is actually from Legend of the Five Rings, which is a role-playing world that I'm particularly fond of, a Far Eastern role-playing world. And here there is a position called the Emerald Champion. Now, the Emerald Champion isn't the emperor exactly, but he speaks with the emperor's voice, so, close enough. And the Emerald Champion is decided with the Emerald Championship. So This is a contest where the nominees participate against each other in etiquette, investigation, law, leadership, resources, and martial ability. They then get points from all of these, and they take those points with them into the final contest, which is an iejitsu duel, a one-strike duel. So what this gives you is it gives you an extremely competent individual that is running your government, somebody who is potentially personally very powerful as well as wielding political power. And that kind of interplay is always fun because as a monarch, you can't really go out and do stuff yourself, right? Because you can't leave the throne unattended. But at the same time, the monarch is this extremely competent, capable individual. So there's the temptation to go out and do it yourself. But if you do that, who says the throne's going to be waiting for you when you come back? So that to me is always an interesting model to play with, that kind of skilled individual. And if you like that discussion of skilled monarchs, hit the thumbs up button. And let's discuss some complications of a monarchic system. So when I spoke about the Emerald Champion, I said that he might as well be the emperor. And this is always an interesting thing. What if your monarch is a smokescreen? What if they don't actually hold power? And you could see this in Japan. The emperor did not hold power for large parts of his reign. The power was held by the shogun, or after the shogunate was overthrown, the power was held by the rich merchants and the rich business people. The emperor had almost no real power. So in that case, you've got a very interesting dictomony where the emperor remains this pure thing, but he has no power. And you can see that also in Avatar: The Last Airbender in the Earth Kingdom. Nominally, the king with his bear Bosco has power, but he doesn't. All of the power resides with the Earth bureaucracy. And that always makes for a very interesting, very kind of underhanded court with this smokescreen emperor and then these, conniving eunuchs or these conniving bureaucrats or the shogun or whatever you want to play with in terms of who actually really holds power. Then, of course, there can be limitations on power. You can have a constitution that limits the power of the emperor by means of either written law or understood law. So I did that in my world where I have what is called the Great Bargain, which is a deal struck between the nobles, the magic users, and the law keepers who basically control the bulk of the peasant population, the bulk of the people. And they struck a deal to share power, and that's why the empire still continues to exist. So there are limits on imperial power. If you don't have limits on power, you might end up in a situation where the king is being ripped apart between different powers, like what happened in France when Louis might have wanted to give the peasants some rights, but his nobles and the clergy wouldn't let him, and in the end he carried the can for that. And if you want my views on revolution and reform, I did a video on that. You can check it out in the information card. What happens when monarchies go bad. On the topic of people losing things, the Chinese model with a mandate of heaven is particularly interesting in this regard, because the Chinese emperor held the mandate of heaven until he didn't, until he was successfully overthrown. And if the emperor was successfully overthrown and a new dynasty took over, they then clearly had the mandate of heaven because they won. So it's a very interesting take on it. But what I find really interesting about that model is it illustrates so clearly that the personality of the emperor didn't really matter, because you were judged to be in danger of losing the mandate of heaven if there were natural disasters. So the king could be fantastic. It could be a great emperor. He could, for some reason, be really an enlightened dude who's taking his people places. And then there's an earthquake followed by a volcano. And people are like, no, 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 no. You've lost the mandate of heaven. And suddenly he's got rebellions jumping up everywhere. And if he can't put out those fires, he loses. Despite the fact that he's a good emperor, sorry, you're gone, because there was an earthquake. So it shows that the personality of the ruler matters less than you think it does in terms of whether a dynasty holds on to power. It is about what the people believe about the monarch. Does he have the right to rule? And if you like that discussion about the complications of monarchy, hit the thumbs up button. So when you're building a monarchy in this huge iceberg, what do you really need to think about? Because I've touched on a lot. Okay, you need a succession model. You need to pick one of those succession models and go with it. You need to understand what economics the kingdom rests on and how does that affect the state of the people. Are they workers in a gold mine? Or is this a more services-based economy that then comes with the power of merchants and craft guilds? What is the monarch's resources? What can they offer as patronage to those whose support they need? Land, magic, data, whatever it is, it needs to be something valued by society. What is the actual royal court like? What rituals exist in it? How does it flex power? And finally, what threatens the monarch and how can a dynasty be overthrown and replaced? And those are my thoughts on monarchy in a fantasy government. If you like this video, maybe check out my video on general models of government in fantasy worlds. And if you want to connect around this topic or any other topic, I do have a Discord server linked down below. And I will see you soon for another episode of Just in Time Worlds. So who died and made you king? Well, that is an interesting question. Was it the king's death that made the new king? Or is there some other authority behind the monarch? Instead of birthright, can we shake up our fantasy kingdoms and have the world itself select the king? Today, I would like to explore how to pick a monarch for your fantasy kingdom. Welcome to another Politics in Fantasy video from Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. I have previously covered how to build a kingdom from the ground up with everything you need for it, which you can check out in the information card. That includes things like the nobles, the language of the court, the sumptuary laws, the whole shebang. What I want to discuss today is, in the context of kingdoms, how do you choose who sits their royal rump down on the throne? Why does everybody agree that yes, that person is the king? Where does the king's authority come from? Okay, without further ado, let's get cracking with the most boring kingly authority, birthright. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. We all know what birthright means. Somebody is born as either the eldest or maybe the youngest, and they inherit the position by default. It's not just in Europe where we see this with the implementation of kingship through divine right. It was also the case in China and Japan, and in fact most places where you have kingdoms. Birthright often plays into the selection of a king. Basically, your bloodline decides who sits on the throne next. Potential plot lines for birthright involve, what if there isn't a direct heir? Then you have to trawl through the family until you find the claimant with the best bloodline, and that can create a civil war level of conflict. Or what if the king is a child and now has a regent like an uncle or an aunt who looks after their interests? Then the child comes of age and the regent is unwilling to give up power. What happens in such a case? These kinds of storylines are very interesting to play with in terms of birthright. It is, of course, also an ideal authority for your hidden heir scenario, where the child is spirited away after a coup and grows up in a fishing village in the middle of nowhere. Then their mentor comes to them and says, "Oh, you are the true and rightful king according to your bloodline." The story is off to the races to put the true and rightful king back on the throne. So that's birthright. It's simple, it's historical, and there are a couple of interesting plot lines around it. But it has been, let's face it, done to death. So let's move on from birthright to meritocratic selection. Meritocratic selection is where the potential heirs to the kingdom compete in some kind of contest, and based on that contest, the actual heir is decided. It is normally limited to some extent by birthright, so you start with birthright giving you a pool of potential monarchs, and then the meritocratic event narrows that pool down. A very interesting example of this is the Khati king test in the Hittite Empire. This empire, which thrived in the 2nd millennia BCE in the areas comprising modern-day Turkey and Syria, validated their king's capability through a military trial. This practice was part of their broader royal succession and legitimization process. In the Hittite tradition, when a prince was nominated as the future king, he wasn't just handed the throne. Instead, he had to prove his worth through the effective military leadership, which served as a crucial test of his ability to rule. This involved leading a military campaign, and the outcome of this campaign was a significant factor in his ascension to the throne. Success in the campaign demonstrated his powers and his ability to protect the realm and its interest, thereby justifying his suitability as a king. Not only is this a very interesting way to select your king, but it also shows us a lot about the culture. The Hittites were known for their military innovation, including the use of chariots and iron weapons. Their empire required constant defense and expansion, which made military leadership indispensable for a ruler. This trial by military campaign was a practical measure, ensuring that the ruler was not merely born into the role, but earned it through demonstrable skill and valor. If you implemented this kind of test in a fantasy world, I would understand as the reader that this is a very militant culture that prizes strategic thinking. And in a fantasy world, you don't just have to go with a military trial. You could have a trial by combat, a magical feat, or they could have to prove their wisdom through knowledge of the philosophies. Maybe they compete with other potential heirs in a series of competitions, showing their military skills, their magical prowess, and so on. This can really build out what is important to your culture by showing what they value in their monarch through the meritocratic trial. Storylines for this kind of society include the trial itself, following a candidate trying to get through it. What if there was cheating in the trial and now someone is trying to get justice, but they are considered to just have sour grapes? Or what if someone no longer wants the trial to be the way kingship is selected and leads a rebellion? Or what if somebody just won the trial, sits on the throne, and now faces a rebellion by someone claiming that the king cheated, or that this method is no longer a valid means of selection? You have a lot of really good political storylines that can evolve from selecting your king through meritocratic means. I've actually just finished building out my Empire of Imoven, which has this kind of meritocratic selection and also practices fratricide. So once the king has been selected, that's it, no more siblings. And what this gives me is a protagonist who has run away from being assassinated because they were too young to actually take part in the trial itself. So they are now banished from their kingdom, or they're on the run from their kingdom because their elder siblings, assassins are after them, which I think is going to make for a very interesting protagonist in the second series set in the Sangwheel world. And you can check out the first series, Sangwheel Chronicles, on the link down below. So you've got a lot of story potential here. And if you enjoyed learning something about the Hittites today and talking about selecting your king through meritocracy, hit the thumbs up button. And let's move on to Demarchy, also called sortition, or just plain old luck. Sortition, or Demarchy, is basically where decision makers are chosen randomly from a pool of eligible citizens. In the case of a monarchy, you'd probably limit it by birthright. So you'd say everybody in the family is eligible to be selected for kingship, but who the actual monarch will be is in the roll of the dice. Or maybe all the names are put into a hat and the first one drawn is the monarch. This is a very novel way to select your king, and of course it shows that the culture believes in luck. It would be very appropriate for a culture that has a god of luck or places a god of luck high on a pedestal. In this kind of culture, I would also expect to see a lot more other luck motifs. I would expect them to gamble often. I would expect them to speak in terms of that man is a lucky dog and to have that kind of luck-based language. I'd also expect them to approach the world through this luck-based decision process where they're like, which way should I go, right or left, and flip a coin to make the decision. Great storylines for this kind of monarchic selection include accusations of cheating, and you can play this either way. The hero can be the person who won that must now prove that they didn't cheat, or the hero can be the accuser who must prove that the king did cheat. Perhaps there has been political maneuvering, and some people's names were removed from the hat completely, and now the hero is on a quest to prove that the god of luck has actually been circumvented. Or perhaps there is a god of order who believes that this is not the right way to choose a monarch at all, leading to conflict between two kingdoms, one that believes in luck and chaos, and another that believes in order and rigidity. These kingdoms could clash over the philosophical ideal of choosing your monarch through luck or through something more traditional like birthright. This kind of monarchy selection process can generate some strong conflict, and all of it is just based on the roll of the dice. And if you enjoyed this discussion of Demarchy, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about electing a king. Now, before you say that nobody elects a monarch, the Holy Roman Empire has entered the chat. The election of the Holy Roman Emperor was a unique and intricate process that evolved over centuries, combining elements of tradition, politics, and religious influence. The system formalized in the Golden Bull of 1356, issued by Emperor Charles IV, laid down the procedure and participants involved in the election. The election of the Holy Roman Emperor was carried out by a small group of high-ranking nobles known as the Prince-Electors. Initially, there were 7 Prince-Electors, although this number changed over time. These electors represented both secular and ecclesiarchical principalities within the Holy Roman Empire. The original 7 electors were the Archbishop of Mainz, ecclesiastical, the Archbishop of Trier, ecclesiastical, the Archbishop of Cologne, ecclesiastical, the King of Bohemia, secular, Count Palatine of the Rhine, secular, the Duke of Saxony, secular, and the Margrave of Brandenburg, secular. When the position of the Holy Roman Emperor became vacant, either through the death of the previous emperor or abdication, the electors were summoned to a central location to conduct the election. Frankfurt am Main was the traditional site for these elections. The electors would gather in a cathedral, usually St. Bartholomew's Cathedral in Frankfurt, where they would engage in discussions and negotiations. The process involved considered political maneuvering, alliances, and sometimes bribery. Money talks, baby. The actual voting process was conducted in a secret and ceremonial manner. Each elector would cast a vote, and then a majority was required to elect the new emperor. The vote was generally a formalized process, and the candidate needed at least 4 of the 7 votes to be elected. Once a candidate secured the majority of votes, the decision was announced publicly. The newly elected emperor would then travel to Aachen, or later other cities like Rome, to be crowned by the Pope, emphasizing the religious sanctity and approval of the Holy Roman Emperor's rule. And I'm sure that you can see in this very election process the immense storyline potential of this system. There's the bribery of electors, perhaps even unaliving electors who won't vote the right way, trying to convince reluctant electors, perhaps even trying to increase the election council and stack the vote. Catherine Kerr used this in the Devery series, where the province of Eldred went into rebellion against the king, and one noble in the province didn't go into rebellion. Then when the king came from Devery to the Eldred province and put down the rebellion, he told that one noble that we are now the only 2 people left in the electoral council who, is not going to hang for treason. So I'm going to nominate you for the position of being in charge of this duchy. You're going to second it, and that's how we're going to elect you. So that was a very interesting use of this kind of electoral council approach. You have a lot of potential to work with when you have an elective monarch or other ducal kind of position. There's a lot of politics to getting somebody's royal rump on the throne when there's an election process in play. Have you seen something like the Holy Roman Empire implemented in fantasy, besides the Catherine Kerr example I gave you? Let me know in the comments below. And let's move on to selection by fantasy. Now, of course, in our world, there were people who said they were selected by divine powers, like the Japanese emperor claimed to be descended from the sun goddess, the Chinese emperor claimed to have the mandate of heaven, European kings claimed to be the divine chosen ones of God. So, sure, all of these people claimed to be selected by a higher power, but it was just claims in our world. But here, we build fantasy world, and that opens up a whole plethora of new possibilities. You could have a king be tested by the very earth itself and selected as the monarch only if the earth accepts the king, binding him to the land that he rules. Mercedes Lackey did something like this in her Storm Warning series, which I have spoken about before, where the Grand Duke Tremaine, who became King Tremaine of Hordorn, was subjected to the ritual of Saeson and bound to the land. You could also implement this as a sacred grove of the plants of the earth, where someone has to go and face the Earth Mother herself. And if they come out alive, they are the monarch. Or you could have the king be subject to some kind of test by the spirits or totemic animals. I have this in my Empire of Sangwheel Chronicles, where my high nobles all have to undergo the trial of Dusang, a magical trial where they face a Dusang spirit. If they survive, they are judged worthy of their high office, either as emperor or one of the ducal houses. You could also incorporate something like a divine trial with a god present in the world. When people pray, there could be certain signs showing that this person or that one is chosen to be a monarch or something like that. You could even lean into the Arthurian legends, where a mythical feat shows someone's worthiness. For example, when Arthur pulled the sword out of the stone, it wasn't because he was strong, but because he was worthy to be the next king. It's like Thor's hammer. You can't just wield it because you're strong. You have to be worthy to wield it. This approach can open up a plethora of potential storylines. For instance, if there's an evil kingdom and the heir to the kingdom has to be hidden, there could be a divine sign showing that they are the rightful king. Or you could use it to show aspects of your culture. In my Sangwheel series, I show how focused my society is on strength. They sent children of 12 years old into Dusang caves to face these spirits in a life or death struggle. It's nuts. It's an incredibly strength-focused society, and if you aren't strong enough to survive that trial, you're just not worth their time. So this trial shows that cultural value to the reader. It's worth thinking about how you can incorporate fantastical elements in choosing your monarch, because it deeply embeds the fantastical into your politics. It gives you a chance to lean on those fantastical elements, which isn't always easy in writing political fantasy. So think about choosing a monarch through a higher power or being tested by magic or some other fantastical means. What do you think? How would you implement the choosing of a monarch through fantastical elements in your world? Let me know in the comments below. And those are the ways I take to spice up the selection of a monarch. In the next episode of this series, we're going to dive deep into a practical example of using real-world history as inspiration for fantasy. Like the video for my cat. A knight on this side, a tiered gangster on this side. These two guys, they're the same. Not in weapons, not in fashion, not in accent, but in structure. They both exist inside systems that are part pyramid scheme, part protection racket, and those systems work for their purpose. I recently watched Isaac Arthur's Space Feudalism video, and I want to give my thoughts. Now, I won't be rehashing his points. Instead, I'll be talking about what feudalism is at its core and why it actually should be a very common form of government in fantasy worlds. So, let's dive into what feudalism actually is. Feudalism isn't about paganry. It's not about castles or courts or even the divine right of kings. At its heart, it's a workaround, an improvised way of holding power when you don't have the tools to manage a state properly. You can't afford a full bureaucracy. You don't have reliable communications. You can't guarantee justice, defense, or basic services across your whole territory. So instead, you offer pieces of it to powerful people. And you say to those people, you hold this land, you extract value from it, and in return you serve me and you give me a portion of what you extract. And that's why my first explanation of feudalism is always that it is a political pyramid scheme. It's a layered network of obligations and resource skimming. At the bottom sits the people doing the raw work, the peasants. They generate value, historically through farming, perhaps sometime in the future through mining or coding or any other form of labor. The important part is this: the peasants don't own the resource they're using to extract value from. They pass that value up to the lowest rung of the pyramid scheme almost in total. And then each feudal noble in the hierarchy takes a cut and passes the rest up. Okay, sure, I hear you say. But why would the peasants tolerate this? Even with technological advantages on the side of the nobles, surely they can overwhelm the noble with pitchforks if they have to. Certainly. But this is where the protection racket comes in. Everyone in this system is both a collector and an enforcer. You give loyalty up the chain because you want protection down the chain. If your neighbor raids your village, it's your lord who rides out to stop them, or doesn't. If the bandits burn down farms, your knight breaks up those raids, or fails. That's why feudalism most often rises in unstable and dangerous environments. Because feudalism absolutely depends on three things: personal violence, personal loyalty, and delegated responsibility from the top. If your noble isn't protecting you from the ravages of the world, then it is indeed time to rise up with your pitchfork. So nobles must personally lead defences and enable peasant safety. And if they're doing their job, the peasant forks over most of their income for that protection. Pretty much like a triad or mafia protection racket, except feudalism was and probably will be in the future sometime legal. And if you think I'm pushing the metaphor, go look up Kowloon Walled City. That's a 6.3-acre slum in Hong Kong that was governed by no one. And it attracted people from the edges of the law. So what happened? Triads filled the vacuum, offering protection, resolving disputes, and enforcing rules. They weren't landlords, but in a very real sense, they acted like a de facto feudal lord. It is what it is. Heck, knights and triad members even share the same obsession with getting respect from the peasants. And for the same reason. Their reputation is critical in minimizing fighting. If people are awed into giving respect, they're not thinking of reaching for that pitchfork. But you have to give feudalism this. When it works, it turns chaos into order at a local level, even when the central state is absent or irrelevant. It can provide safety for the people under the knight's umbrella against whatever hostile forces exist in their environment. Again, Kowloon ran. It worked despite the complete absence of official governance. Sometimes, feudalism is just the deal you have to make with a local protector in order to survive. And that brings us to our second topic. What conditions need to be in play for feudalism to arise? Feudalism isn't some kind of natural state. It's a response to certain conditions. It tends to emerge when several conditions are present. Your central authority is weak or distant. Threats are real and local. Administrative capacity is low and the bureaucracy is weak. And cultural cohesion among the elite is high. The last one is often overlooked, but it is essential. Feudal systems don't survive purely on fear. They survive because the people at the top believe they're supposed to be at the top. And more importantly, that they belong there together. They recognize and respect each other as peers, even when they're rivals, even if they're at war. Which is why nobles were taken hostage in the Middle Ages rather than just being killed most of the time. And that peerage is built on a shared culture of honor, chivalry type codes, lineage, religion, or at the very least, mutual advantage. If elite cohesion breaks down, for whatever reason, cracks form hard and fast. Take the War of the Roses in England. This brutal civil war wasn't caused by foreign invasion or peasant revolt. It was nobles turning on each other because the shared sense of hierarchy and legitimacy within the aristocracy collapsed. Rival factions no longer accepted each other's right to rule, and the system spiraled into dynastic warfare. Or look at the investiture controversy in the Holy Roman Empire, a power struggle between emperor and pope over who had the authority to appoint bishops. This dispute tore apart loyalties among nobles and clergy alike because it challenged the ideological glue that held the elite order together. In both cases, feudal structures took a lot of strain and began to fall apart, not because of peasants, but because the elites could no longer agree on who was in charge of what and what the rules were, or whether they were even still on the same team. This is why in most stable feudal systems you see elite marriages, shared rituals, a common language, and usually some form of indoctrination that tells everyone that these are the elites and they're on the same team, even when they're clearly not and are actively fighting each other. Quite often, you also see religious or philosophical legitimizing elements like the European divine right to rule during the Middle Ages, because the noble was selected by God for this position. They were literally born better. And of course, all of this ties back to enforcing respect from the peasants, the guys actually doing the labor. It's why back-chatting a knight will get you whipped or hanged if you're a peasant, because the elites have to remind that peasant that they're in control and they have the right to be in control. Their might makes right. Their might protects you, but only as long as you're respectful. And that brings us to one last point I want to make about feudalism before we head into the fantasy realm. Feudalism demands personal action because systemic rules just don't exist under feudalism. There are no HR departments, no ombudsman, no chain of appeal. Everything, order, justice, stability, flows from one guy on a horse making a call right there in the field. And that is both its greatest strength and its most dangerous flaw. See, a noble doesn't lead from behind a desk. He leads from the front. His power isn't abstract. It's made real by his body, his voice, and the armor on his back. That's why knights and lords literally rode out to fight, because their authority came not from the title, but from their presence on the field, from people seeing them show up, sword drawn, to defend the village or collect the tax. That's where technological edge mattered. Castles, war horses, chainmail and plate armor, all of it made the noble untouchable, but also enabled them to actually fight for the peasant, to ensure peasant safety. Feudalism is a system that depends entirely on a person. If your local lord is smart, brave, and fair, things might go great. If he's corrupt or lazy or gets an arrow through the neck, everything falls apart. There's no backstop, there's no process. That makes feudal societies inherently fragile. Economically, too. You don't get long-term growth or trade booms when your local tax rate depends on whether your baron had a bad week. That's why economies really start to flourish under bureaucratic rule. Bureaucracies may be boring and they may be tiresome to work with, but they're predictable. Predictability makes contracts work. It makes investment possible. Feudalism, by contrast, is a gamble. It works when strong people act well, and it collapses when they don't. So yes, personal leadership is heroic, it's dramatic, it's cinematic, but it's also deeply unstable. And that's why it makes great stories, but terrible economies. When I was researching this video, I came across a guy on YouTube lionizing feudalism, like it was some kind of lost golden age when Europe was in the Middle Ages. And I just kind of sat there, blinking at the screen. Look, I'm not here to villainize feudalism. It worked in certain times and places. It brought stability where there wasn't any. But the reason you and I have access to more comfort, wealth, and innovation than any medieval king could dream of is because we live in predictable systems Systems where thousands, even millions of people can invest their time, skill, and resources into building things without having to ask a knight for permission or bribe a baron or worry about what the next knight down the road is going to say about what they're doing. During medieval Europe's feudal period, invention and innovation were sporadic at best. But do you know where innovation boomed during that same period? In Song Dynasty China, under a strong, centralized meritocratic bureaucracy. Gunpowder, the compass, movable type printing, paper money, civil engineering. They had literally all of that. Why? Because their government was stable, coordinated, and merit-driven. Now, to be clear, the Song dynasty didn't last forever. Their bureaucracy didn't collapse. Their army failed. They prioritized internal administration and intentionally weakened the military to prevent warlord uprising. And what happened? They got punked by the Jurchens, who invaded from the north and carved out half the empire. And just when the Songs settled into ruling the south, the Mongols showed up and finished the job. The Song is maybe the greatest historical example of a civilization doing everything right, except remembering that the world is violent. They revolutionized printing, commerce, and governance. But the system didn't fall because of mismanagement. It was simply outmatched by an organized external force to which they had neglected their own defenses. And it's a brutal reminder that good governance means nothing if you can't defend it. And as a European and a Finn, I really hope it's a lesson Brussels is taking to heart in this time. I think it is. We're spending more on our military than we were before. But reading about the Song collapse and researching this video and some others, honestly, it was kind of nerve-wracking in how much it rhymes with our recent past. Great governance. Maybe need some more men with guns. Anyway, my point is, we've got problems in the modern world. Big ones. Systemic ones. And yes, a lot of our governance institutions need reform. But burning the whole thing down and going back to knights and honor isn't going to fix anything. Unless, of course, you plan to be the guy on the horse. And let me tell you something. Most of us in that system are going to be the peasants. And that probably includes you. Okay, enough of that. Before we talk about magic and feudalism, give me just a moment to tell you about Worldbuilding Blueprints. It's a book I wrote about world building that has over 80 exercises and worksheets and guides your world building from zero to hero, helping you create a fantasy world that supports your story, including this worksheet that will help you design a might makes right government. And if that sounds interesting to you, you can check it out below. It's been fully funded and all its stretch goals met on Kickstarter, but is still open for late pledges until about November-ish. Or, if you're watching after that period, you can buy it from my website. Alrighty, let's move on to magical feudalism. Add magic to any given world, especially hereditary or rare magic, and it only reinforces the chance of feudalism. Magic becomes another version of land, armor, or lineage, something that justifies unequal power. That's why so many fantasy worlds, even if unintentionally, end up reinforcing feudal logic. If your ability to affect the world, to defend, rule, or even survive depends on you personally being powerful, then the structure that emerges is always going to be that hierarchical pyramid model. Whether it's wizards or bloodlines or dragon riders or chosen ones, if the world doesn't run on systems, it runs on people and their personal power. And that means dominion follows might. And just like in real history, it doesn't really matter why someone is powerful. Whether it's magic or martial skill or control over a giant teleporting war elk, what matters is that power is concentrated, not distributed. And wherever power is concentrated, you get that pyramid. Writers of fantasy don't necessarily copy medieval Europe, though that does happen too, let's be fair. A lot of writers copy medieval Europe. But the physics of the world quite often demands feudalism. If there are no reliable systems, no mass literacy, no fast communication, no bureaucratic state, then the only thing that holds the realm together is the proximity to someone stronger than you, and hence feudalism, because you need the mage to defend you from other mages, if nothing else. I myself leaned into this in Sangwheel Chronicles, my epic fantasy series. My nobles are all mages because in the Empire, my magic system looks like a hereditary one. That's not completely accurate, but that's a story for another day. So, when you're creating your magic system, ask yourself, does power live in systems or in people? Can a noble rise by using institutions? Or would people follow them if they suddenly threw fireballs around? If it's the second, you're in a feudal system with or without castles. Feudalism is extremely good at creating local stability in chaotic environments and at scaling rule across distances where central governance can't reach. And that's why it also works in space feudalism, as Isaac Arthur said in his video. When you're far from central governance and you need a strong warrior to keep everyone safe, feudalism is just the best go-to structure because it handles violence, power, and loyalty very, very well. And in high-risk settings like magical frontiers or space colonies, that's often what matters most. How well do you handle violence? The thing about feudalism is, it's sticky. Once it sets in, the elite have every reason to keep it going. And they have all of the resources because all of the power is concentrated in their hands. Their children inherit power, their allies reinforce it, and their ideology wraps it in honor, religion, or cosmic order. It becomes very hard to shake feudalism. And normally it requires either the elite cohesion to shatter or peasant labor to become inordinately valuable, as happened in the Black Death period in Europe, or frankly both. And even when feudalism breaks down, its bones remain. And that's why we still have titles and loyalties that echo in Europe to this day in the constitutional monarchies. And it's why there was that guy on YouTube talking about the golden age when people ruled by the divine right of blood. It's an idea that's hard to kill. Anyway, back to our two guys from the start. You've got your knight, you've got your gangster. One holds a fief granted by a king. The other runs a block granted by a boss. They collect tribute. They offer protection. They enforce loyalty with violence or the threat of it. They're obsessed with getting respect. These guys are not anomalies. They're structural to dangerous environments where you need the protection of somebody who is good and willing to engage in violence. And that's my thoughts on feudalism and fantasy. If you've made it this far, drop a pitchfork or a clippy in the comment to show peasant solidarity. Or a crown if you're one of those. I don't judge. Too much, anyway.
What if I told you that you didn't have to build a government in your fantasy world? Would you believe me? Would you think I'm crazy? Imagine a world without kings, without presidents, without tyrants. No castles towering over the common folk, no rulers dictating every aspect of their lives. Just people living freely, governing themselves. Today, I want to talk to you about anarchy and building an anarchist society in a fantasy realm. We'll explore what anarchy actually is, what it isn't,
and how these societies could function, and what fantastical elements to introduce into these societies, and the plot lines they open up for the fantasy world builder to explore. So whether you're a writer, a reader, or just someone who loves a good story, welcome to Anarchy and Fantasy, another episode in the political fantasy series from Just in Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. As always on this channel, I like to get some historical context out of the way first. Let's start with what anarchy is and where it comes from. To understand anarchy, you have to understand a little bit about Marxism. I know, my audience is predominantly American and they do not like the word Marxism or socialism. But we're talking about philosophies here today. So set aside your politics and let's talk about Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, who developed socialism in response to the incredible exploitation of working people by capitalists during the Industrial Revolution. And when I say incredible exploitation, I mean that children as young as 10 were being sent into coal mines and subjected to other exploitative behaviors. The Enclosures Act in Britain created an enormous class of very poor people who were driven off land that they had worked for centuries. They were forced into cities to work in factories under extremely unsafe conditions. Based on the treatment of these workers by those who owned the means of production, which Marx called the bourgeoisie, he predicted that the people, the proletariat, would rise up against the bourgeoisie and establish a communist state. To achieve this, Marxism basically says that revolutionaries should seize the means of production and the state itself, putting in place an interim worker state, a socialist government. This government would then transition into a free socialist state where a government would no longer be needed. Okay. Anarchists like Peter Kropotkin and Mikhail Bakunin criticized Marxism based on the means of the revolution. There was a great quote I read in my research that says, "If you transform a branch into a club, how can you expect it to flower and bear fruit?" This perfectly encapsulates the anarchist position. Their argument is that the means by which you transform the society matter. You cannot seize the state and expect it to vanish. It will not. You will simply replace one government with another. Their predictions were borne out in the creation of the USSR and the PCR. People in these countries did not suddenly become free. Instead, they became some of the least free places in the world because they replaced one type of government with another. Anarchists believe in educating people, particularly workers, so that they understand that self-governance, owning the means of production, and removing property rights are in their best interest. They advocate for a self-organized revolution without any revolutionary elite to force change. They believe in direct action like strikes to create this change. They also believe in praxis, which means you must practice what you preach. You cannot preach a society free of hierarchy and yet use hierarchy to achieve your goals. My research on this topic has been extremely interesting. Besides reading various books, I also consumed a lot of YouTube content, and I'll leave the link to a channel by Zoe Baker, which I found particularly enlightening, down below. Her explanations were very clear, and I advise them for anybody who wants to know more about anarchy. I finally drew the line under my own research when I found myself watching a debate between Zoe Baker and Vash, another bread YouTuber, about the merits of anarchists engaging in the electoral system. And that was the point where I realized, okay, hold on. I'm just doing research. I'm not actually an anarchist or a Marxist. So let me just go ahead and make my little fantasy and anarchy world building video. So here we are. Let's close this section out on what anarchy is with 5 core principles. 1. Rejection of hierarchical authority. Anarchists fundamentally oppose all forms of involuntary and coercive hierarchy, including the state, capitalism, and other forms of institutionalized power. According to anarchist philosophy, capitalism is antithetical to these principles because if you have people who own the means of production and people who work on the means of production, like a farmer and his farm hands, or a mine owner and the miners, this creates a boss-employee relationship which anarchists reject. So, the miner should also own the mine is a very simplified way of looking at their principles. 2. Self-governance and voluntary cooperation. Anarchists believe that individuals and communities should govern themselves without rulers. They advocate for a society organized through voluntary cooperation and mutual aid. They believe that people can work together freely and meet their needs, and that social organization should arise naturally from the bottom up rather than being imposed from the top down. 3. Direct action. Anarchists promote direct action as a means of achieving their goals. This includes strikes, protests, and other forms of resistance that directly challenge existing power structures without relying on intermediaries like politicians or bureaucrats. They would implement direct democracy, not indirect or parliamentary democracies. An anarchist council might have representatives if the society were big enough to require it, but those representatives would never have decision-making power. Any proposals would return to the people who are represented, and those people would make the decision. 4. Individual freedom and autonomy. Anarchists place a high value on individual freedom and autonomy. Anarchists argue that true freedom can only be achieved when individuals are free from oppression and exploitation, allowing them to fully develop their potential in harmony with others. And 5. Decentralization and self-management. Anarchists favor decentralized forms of organization, where power is distributed horizontally rather than vertically. They advocate for self-managed communities, workplaces, and institutions where decisions are made collectively and democratically by those directly affected by the decision. So how this would work in practice, let's say a group of anarchist parents have children who need education. These parents would come together, discuss the merits of various schooling systems, and choose one. If there were a fundamental disagreement among the parents, they would split off, try different schooling systems, and whichever one had the better societal outcome would prevail. The principle of anarchic society is that they are always in motion. Anarchists don't predict what exactly a future anarchic society would look like. They state the principles of anarchy and say that the means to reach these principles must match the principles themselves. You cannot use an ends justify the means approach with anarchy. You must act in accordance with anarchic principles to reach the desired state. And they believe that people who live in an anarchic society must determine what that anarchic society looks like. Okay, so that's what anarchy is and a very brief overview of its history. If you're an anarchist, let me know in the comments if you think I've fairly represented the anarchist position and history. If you're not an anarchist, let me know what you think of anarchy. And now, let's talk about some historical examples. Bet you didn't think that was possible, but there have been 2 notable implementations of anarchic societies. During the Spanish Civil War from 1936 to 1939, anarchist communities arose in Spain. This is one of the most significant examples of an anarchist principles being implemented on a large scale. Now, you need to understand that the Spanish Civil War was a very complex conflict. It pitted Republicans a coalition of leftist groups, including anarchists, against the nationalists led by General Francisco Franco. Amid the chaos, the anarchists seized the opportunity to implement their ideas, particularly in Catalonia. The capital of Barcelona became the epicenter of the anarchist revolution. Anarchist principles were applied to various sectors, including agriculture, industry, and services. Land and factories were collectivized, and workers took control of production. In rural areas, collectivization often involved voluntary pooling of land and resources. They implemented direct democracy as a decision-making process. There were workers' assemblies and committees to manage the day-to-day operations of the collectives, ensuring that all members had a voice in decisions. The principle of mutual aid was central to the functioning of these communities. Resources and services were shared, and efforts were made to ensure that everyone's basic needs were met. Despite the lack of experience and self-management and the pressures of war, many communities successfully reorganized production and maintained social order. They demonstrated that large-scale anarchist organizations were possible, at least in the short term. However, the anarchist communes faced significant challenges. They had to contend with the ongoing civil war, opposition from the nationalists, and political tensions with other factions within the Republican side, including the communists, who of course favored centralized control. The relationship between the anarchists and other Republican factions, particularly the communists, was filled with tension and conflict because of this. These internal disputes weakened the anarchist movement, and ultimately the victory of Franco's nationalists led to the suppression of the anarchist movement. The Franco regime dismantled the collectivist enterprises and restored private property and centralized control. Nonetheless, the Spanish anarchist communes remain one of the most significant attempts to implement anarchist principles on a large scale. They provide a historical example of how anarchist ideas can be put into practice, as well as the challenges they face. For the second example, let's turn to Ukraine. During the Russian Civil War, 1917 to 1923, an anarchist approach was taken in Ukraine. This period saw the establishment of the Free Territory in southeastern Ukraine from 1918 to 1921. The Ukrainian insurgent army, also known as the Makhnovists, because of their leader, Nestor Makhno, was formed to defend this territory. Now, I know what you're thinking. How can an anarchist army even exist? An army is hierarchical by its very nature. And yes, that's true, but the Makhnovists showed how you can implement even something as hierarchical as an army without compromising the core of your principles. The army operated on principles of voluntary participation and democratic decision-making. Soldiers had the right to elect their officers and to participate in councils that decided military strategies. This ensured that leadership was accountable and had the consent of the soldiers. The Makhnovist movement emphasized mutual aid and collective defense, with a strong focus on preventing any form of exploitative hierarchy. Officers were subjected to the same conditions as ordinary soldiers and could be recalled by their units. This structure helped maintain equality and prevented the rise of a separate, privileged military class. Ultimately, the Bolsheviks emerged as victorious in the Russian Civil War, and as we saw with the Spanish Revolution, communists ain't necessarily the same as anarchists, and they reasserted control over Ukraine by 1921. However, the Free Territory provides a good example of anarchist principles in practice with no form of centralized government. It demonstrates that it is possible to create such a society even without fantastical elements, and it gives us a blueprint for how these societies might defend themselves against hierarchical-driven foes. What do you think of these historical examples? Have you ever heard of them? They were new to me until I researched this video, so let me know in the comments if they're new to you too. Now, I said that you can build these anarchist society without fantasy. But what fun would that be? So let's leave behind our world and discuss how the fantastical elements of world building might integrate with anarchism. Fantastical elements like your magic system, sentient species, civilization structures, or even your geographical features can either help or hinder the creation of an anarchic society. Let's explore each of these, starting with magic. Magic could empower individuals and small communities, reducing the need for centralized authority. If everyone has access to some form of magic, it could democratize power and resources, supporting anarchist principles. This is especially relevant in defense. Small communities could use magic to defend themselves without needing a standing army, allowing for voluntary, decentralized defense systems. Magic could also aid in self-sufficiency. Communities might produce food, heal injuries, and create goods without relying on external sources, helping to maintain independence and mutual aid. Magic could enable direct democracy and mutual aid, especially if it enhances communication through methods like telepathy or enchanted devices. In science fiction, advanced technology could provide similar benefits, such as instant voting mechanisms for distributed communities. But magic isn't just roses and awesome in this situation. It could also hinder anarchy. If magic is rare or controlled by a few individuals, it could lead to the concentration of power and the rise of elites, undermining anarchist ideals. This could result in a mageocracy, which is very antithetical to anarchy. And check out the information card for my views on mageocracies. Communities might also become dependent on powerful magic users for protection and resources, eroding the principles of mutual aid and self-sufficiency. Instead of helping each other, they turn to the wizard in the tower, creating a dependency relationship that evolves into hierarchy. Next, let's chat about living fantastical elements. Intelligent creatures like dragons, fairies, or sentient plants can become allies in anarchy, supporting communities through mutual aid and cooperation. This diversity could strengthen the community's resilience and adaptability. Different species might have unique skills and resources to share, fostering interdependence and mutual support. Alternatively, these species could be anarchist in nature and form the educational base for the working population of humans. For example, a fairy or draconic species that operates on anarchic principles could teach humans through cultural exchange how to be an anarchic society. Again, of course, they can also hinder the growth of an anarchic society. Imagine dragons simply imposing their will on humans. They would obviously then be an elite that fire breathes their way through the poor, struggling anarchic societies. So consider that side of the coin as well. So that's fantasy elements that are living and breathing. But let's take a look at geography and fantastical resources and how that might influence anarchy. Natural barriers like rugged landscapes or magical barriers can provide protection against invasion, helping maintain autonomy and independence for an anarchic society. One of the primary threats of an anarchic society is invasion, due to its weakness in organizing a hierarchical military. Sure, the Ukrainians in the revolution overcame this weakness, but it remains a challenge. Natural or magical barriers could help mitigate this threat, and enabling the anarchic society to defend themselves. Fertile lands or rich natural resources can support self-sufficient communities. Magical resources could enable an anarchic society to remain independent and to provide mutual aid to their fellow anarchist communes. However, extreme isolation or harsh landscapes can hinder anarchy. Reduced communication and cooperation between communities can weaken the broader network of mutual aid, or limited resources can create competition and conflict, undermining communal harmony and mutual aid. So you can integrate those fantastical elements into your anarchy, either as something that helps the anarchic society by leaning into their principles, or as something that suppresses anarchy by putting in place barriers to anarchy. And if you enjoyed this exploration of fantasy and anarchy, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about potential plot lines for anarchic societies in fantasy. The first potential plot line I want to discuss is the effect of resource scarcity. And the best example of this is Ursula K. Le Guin's The Dispossessed. In The Dispossessed, we are introduced to Anarchy, a society that follows the philosophy of Odinism, which is essentially anarchism. Anarchy is supposed to be a hierarchyless civilization, but bureaucracy and red tape and hierarchy have crept into it due to resource scarcity. The protagonist, Shevek, finds his research blocked by a jealous bureaucrat, and then further delayed when he has to do manual labor to help ensure Anarchy's survival through a drought. Despite the society's anarchist ideals, resource scarcity necessitates some form of centralized resource allocation, which leads to frustrations and a lack of self-realization for individuals, in addition to creating hierarchies who decide who needs to do what work when. This plotline explores what happens to an anarchist society when it faces limited resources. The society must make difficult decisions about resource distribution, and people may find that their desires are not prioritized. Due to this resource scarcity, compromising the principles of anarchism might be seen as necessary, and so hierarchy begins to creep back into the society. This scenario highlights the challenges of maintaining anarchist principles in the face of practical constraints, and the potential for bureaucratic creep even in a society that strives to avoid hierarchy. The second plotline I want to address also involves internal conflict within the society. Imagine someone from an anarchist society who has spent time in a capitalist society or has fallen out of step with the anarchist ideals. When they return to their home society, they become a counter-revolutionary, advocating for private property and claiming that the marketplace provides a better way to distribute resources. This creates a conflict where freedom of thought directly clashes with the core principles of the anarchist society. This scenario raises critical questions about the limits of freedom within an anarchist society. How far can freedom of expression go when it threatens the foundational principles of the community? Should the society tolerate ideas that aim to dismantle its very structure, or should it protect its core values, even if that means restricting certain freedoms? This type of conflict delves deep into philosophical questions about the nature of freedom, the nature of anarchy and capitalism, and it makes a compelling plotline for the exploration in fantasy or science fictions. The third plotline involves an external threat, an invading army approaching the anarchist society. This scenario always creates a compelling conflict in a fantasy world. But in an anarchist society, it raises unique questions about whether the ends justify the means and how closely society will adhere to its principles. Organizing a hierarchical army within an anarchist framework is inherently challenging. For instance, the society must balance the need for soldiers to recall their officers with the necessity for officers to make tough, immediate decisions. This tension between maintaining anarchist principles and effectively defending against a hierarchical military force creates a rich conflict. Exploring this plotline allows for a deep examination of the decisions of the anarchist society must make to defend itself. It poses questions about the balance between ideological purity and practical survival, making it a fascinating avenue for storytelling in a fantasy or science fiction setting. And if you enjoyed exploring those 3 plotlines, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about 5 key attributes you need to consider when building an anarchy-based society in a fantasy world. 1. Social organization and decision making. Think about how decisions are made in the absence of a central authority. An anarchist society often relies on direct democracy or consensus-based decision-making. Consider how community meetings or assemblies function, how disputes are resolved, and how various opinions are balanced. Define the roles individuals play within the society. In an anarchist system, roles are often fluid and based on skills and interests rather than hierarchical positions. Describe how tasks are distributed and how leadership, if it exists, is voluntary and temporary. And don't forget about magic and fantastical creatures here. Maybe every leader has a spell placed on them, so that they are constantly reminded that they are just mortal and this leadership position will end and they'll go back to the farm and be just a person again. 2. Economics and resource distribution. Anarchist societies typically emphasize mutual aid and cooperative economics. Think about how resources like food, shelter, and tools are shared and distributed. How are needs met without money or centralized control? Consider systems like bartering, communal ownership, or gift economics. Evaluate how the society sustains itself. Does it focus on self-sufficiency, with communities growing their own food and making their own goods? Consider how this impacts trade, technology, magic, and relationship with neighboring societies. 3. Culture and social norms. Anarchist societies are often built on strong cultural values such as freedom, equality, and solidarity. Define the cultural norms that support these values. How do these ideals influence daily life, customs, and traditions? Think about how the society educates and socializes its members. Without formal institutions, learning might be community-based and experiential. Consider how knowledge is passed down and how children are taught the values of society. Again, this is a good place for magic or other fantastical elements, with children potentially being educated through a magic device or perhaps a fantastical creature. 4. Conflict resolution and justice. Anarchist societies tend to favor restorative justice over punitive measures, so rehabilitation rather than retribution. Describe the mechanisms for resolving conflicts and addressing harm. How does the community facilitate dialogue and restitution and reconciliation? Consider how the society maintains accountability without traditional law enforcement. How are rules agreed upon and enforced? What happens when somebody repeatedly harms others or violates communal agreements? And 5. External relations and defense. Define how the anarchist society interacts with neighboring communities, especially those with different governance systems. Are there trade relationships, alliances, or conflicts? How does society protect its autonomy and its values? Think about how the society defends itself from external threats. Without a standing army, defense might rely on voluntary militias or community defense groups. Consider how this impacts the society's sense of security and preparedness for conflict. And again, don't forget about magic and other fantastical and geographical elements here, as we discussed in the earlier section. My goodness, this has been quite a long journey and video. I hope you've enjoyed this exploration of anarchic philosophy and how you can implement it in a fantasy world. My next video in this series on politics in fantasy will take a completely different turn, and we will discuss how to choose a king. So make sure you're subscribed for that. As always, this series is brought to you by the wonderful members of my channel like Tony, Katie, Dylan, and Tiffany, who are all self-governing masterminds. Under his eye has become a phrase that is now very well known in popular culture, ever since Margaret Atwood's work of The Handmaid's Tale was adapted into a major TV series. And that introduced the world into what is, in my opinion, one of the most oppressive theocratic regimes in fantasy today. That being the sons of Jacob from the Gilead Republic. And it is the topic of my discussion today. I would like to talk to you about theocracies. I would like to talk to you today about the kind of faith that gives rise to a theocracy. I would like to talk to you about theocracies and oppression and whether you can have one without the other. I'm also going to touch on theocracies where the god or the faith is actually outright evil or corrupt. And finally, I'm going to talk about governments that are influenced by religion as opposed to run by religion. My name is Marie Mullaney, and this is Just in Time Worlds. If you would like to join in the conversation and talk about my book, my videos, or any other aspect of world building, there is a link down below to my Discord channel, and while you're clicking on that, don't forget to subscribe. Okay, let's get cracking. One of the interesting questions about a theocracy is, can you have a theocracy with a pantheon? Generally speaking, my answer would be no. I would argue that you would need either monotheism or maybe a small group of gods. And the reason why is because your big pantheons, like your Roman pantheons or your Greek pantheons, have got too much infighting amongst priests in order for there to be a single ruler that comes out of it. There's just too many factions to make an effective government. The only fantasy books where I've seen this pulled off is in Trudy Canavan's Age of the Five, where there is a pantheon of 5 gods, and their priests are the government for the people. The reason why it works there is because these 5 gods have their own internal pecking order. There is a head god who is in charge, and it is his priest who is also in charge of the government. There are also 5 fairly interfering gods who follow the same lines. They don't fight amongst themselves the way that the Roman gods fight amongst themselves. So it's a very unified pantheon. So if you're going to have a theocracy with a pantheon, that pantheon needs to be a tight-knit thing. It can't have huge divisions and arguments and family feuds. Then it's not going to work as the core point of your government. There's just going to be too much infighting, and it's eventually going to fall apart. That's why most theocracies is around a monotheistic god or maybe a very small group of gods. Now, here's an interesting question. Can a theocracy exist in a non-oppressive state? The answer is no, probably not. Even if your religion is a good religion, like with Mercedes Lackey's cars, even if that is the case, it will still be an oppressive government. The reason why is because the first thing about this government is exclusionary. If you are not a priest, you cannot participate in the government. That naturally leads to an oppressive government. Your laws are not just laws, they are commands of God. They cannot be questioned. That leads to an oppressive government. Your government officials are not just government officials, they're also priests who look after the state of your soul and communicate with your God. They are ordained and called to his higher purpose. Of course it's going to be oppressive. You can't question a corrupt official. And that's why almost all theocracies are oppressive. Even a good theocracy has these flaws. Even a benign religion still says that if I'm a theocracy and you're not a priest or you don't believe in my God, then you can't participate in my government. If you don't believe in the same faith that I do, how am I going to tolerate that when I am the government who is also of that faith? It is a setup that absolutely goes into an oppressive form of government. Nowhere is this more clearly illustrated than in Warhammer 40k, where the government administrates the empire on behalf of the God Emperor, and there is an entire order of inquisition dedicated to burn the heretic. They have space marines, they have inquisitors. There is no such thing as being an atheist. In Warhammer 40k, you will burn at the stake for it. Honestly, it just is where a theocracy would end up. No matter how benign, if you cannot question the government, that's where you'll end up. So, oppressive, sure. But does it always have to go to corruption? Not necessarily. And in my religion video, I did speak about the God interrupting corruption, which you can check out there under the Theocracies model. And there I referenced Mercedes Lackey's course, where the God cleansed the temple himself. You can also have a reform happen, a la what happened with the Catholic Church in our world, where Martin Luther started the Reformation movement due to the corruption of the Roman Catholic priests. And if you'd like me to talk more about how such a reformation would get started and how that would go down and the kind of ingredients you need to make that a rolling plot line, then comment down below, let me know, and I'll do a Reformation and Revolutions video. There is also a model of theocracy where the point is corruption. And that is a very interesting topic that I would like to talk about in terms of Jacqueline Carey's very unknown duology of Banereeker. Banereeker and Godslayer are a duology from Jacqueline Carey that is a retelling of The Lord of the Rings, but from Sauron's perspective. The theocracy formed under the dark shaper Satorus is one that welcomes evil people, and the story is told from the point of view of a guy whose backstory is that he murdered his wife and his king, who had an affair and a child together. So they're a bunch of really nice guys, you know? The great thing about the way that Carey told the story is that even though there's a dark side and a light side, by the end, you're not really sure that the dark side is that much worse than the light side, even though the dark side has orcs and the light side has elves. So if you want to read a great perspective on evil theocracies from their internal point of view, as in writing the story from the villain's perspective, I highly recommend The Sundering. That might be a little dark for you though. If you want to read the classic counterpoint of the good guys bringing down an evil theocracy, Lord of the Rings is, of course, J.R.R. Tolkien's telling of that story. However, I am not done with Kerry for this video. In the vein of opposing theocracies, I want to talk about Kushiel's avatar and the theocracy that the good guys battle against there. In order to do so, I have to spoil the book. So here is my spoiler warning. If you have not read Kushiel's Avatar and you want to, use the chapters and jump ahead to governments influenced by religion now. Okay, here come the spoilers. The main premise of Kushiel's Avatar is the rescue of the boy Imril from Drujan, which is the kingdom that lived and died. The Kushiel series is a historical fantasy series, so the Drujan religion is based on Zoroastrianism. They used to worship Ahura Mazda and subscribe to the philosophy of good thoughts, good words, good deeds. They tried, however, to rebel against their overlord empire and they failed. The empire's response was disproportionately cruel and a 10-year-old boy was buried beneath a mountain of corpses, but he survived. He was driven mad by the experience and he became the Markigar, and he led the people of Drujan to worship Angra Mayu, the dark half of Zoroastrianism's dual god. He wanted to conquer the world and give it to his dark god, and he ruled on the authority of that god. Against that dark power, Elua, the god who espouses love of Terra de Ange, sent a courtesan, a swordsman, and a boy. And the story told in Kushiel's Avatar is how they won. And after they won, it's how their own gods guided them back to healing, because that victory had cost all of them very dearly. To put it in modern terms, their PTSD was pretty severe. It's a great story about a non-expansionistic religion clashing against an evil and expansionistic theocracy and winning. If you want to tell that story from the hero's perspective, it's normally a story where the heroes come out smelling like roses, and indeed that is the case in Kushiel's Avatar. So we've talked about outright theocracies, but there is another form of government that I feel I should cover under this topic, which is a government influenced by religion. Nowhere is this more clearly illustrated than in our history in Europe of the Roman Catholic Church, specifically the battle that John Lackland and Pope Innocent III fought over the See of Canterbury. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Hubert Walter, died on 13 July 1205 AD. King John wanted John de Grey, Bishop of Norwich, to take over the See of Canterbury. But the church bishop wanted a guy called Reginald. There was a bit of a mess where the bishops sent Reginald to be confirmed in Rome and John forced them to change their votes to support John de Grey and various other shenanigans. In the end, Pope Innocent III disavowed Reginald and John de Grey and appointed his own candidate, Stephen Langton. This made King John furious. He did not want to recognize the Pope's authority in appointing the Archbishop, and so he banned Langton from entering England. Pope Innocent, in return, placed the whole of England under interdict. What this means is that any religious ceremony except baptism and absolution for the dying is forbidden. In return, John started to seize church land in England, and he and Innocent waged war for the hearts and minds of the people of England. The battle was a long one, but it was one that Innocent won, and in the end, King John was forced to swear allegiance to Innocent, turning England into a feudal state for the Pope. The larger Europe took note of the power of the papacy and the Church, and though the Pope would never officially hold the title of ruler of Europe, The influence of the church was vast enough that Europe during this time period is an interesting study as a theocracy by proxy. In fantasy, this kind of government is used by George R.R. Martin in Westeros. The Faith of the Seven is very clearly influential in the Kingdom of Westeros, and it becomes more so as the books progress, especially with the rise of the faith militant, which is the Sparrows. Martin shows this rise with the Sparrows becoming the poor fellows in the later books. From a world-building perspective, what's really interesting is that the influence of the faith increases because the septs were despoiled in the War of the Five Kings. This angered the faithful, and they gave more support to the Sparrows, who were the people speaking out against this action and demanding justice. The High Sparrow, as he came to be called, rode that popularity into office, and he convinced Cersei to overturn an ancient law that forbade the faithful from arming. You see, the Targaryen king Maegor understood that having a power center that was not his own and was authorized to do violence was dangerous to the authority of the crown. And that's exactly what the faith militant represented. And we see that danger borne out in the books. These holy warriors usurp the power of the state, and they already hold the authority of the faith. They erode the power of the crown every day, and if the matter were to run its course, it is likely that Westeros would over time become a more theocratic-like state. Martin's work is an interesting look at a faith becoming more militant, more expansionistic, and starting to erode civil authority with a view towards the church taking on the role of the state. It's a very interesting read from that perspective. So how do you actually create the required setup where a theocracy would be the natural form of government for a given culture? One of the things that you do need to pay attention to when you're building a theocracy is that your religion has to be expansionistic. It can't sit at home and knit socks. Religions that sit at home and knit socks don't answer to the needs of a country or a nation or a government to be expansionistic, and hence don't make good candidates for a theocracy. So it needs to be a religion that can recruit more people. And you can see this in Raymond Feist's latest work, which is a book series not set in Midkemia, where in the first book, you can see the spread of a new faith, the faith of the one God, slowly absorbing all of the pantheons around it as people are converted to the worship of the one God. And that kind of expansionistic religion lends itself very well to a theocracy. Your God needs to be okay with what is going on. You can't have the God be not okay with it and be an interfering God and let the theocracy happen. One of these things is going to have to give. So either your God is a not interfering God or he's okay with what's being done in his name. Remember, your government is both church and state. That means your pomp, your ceremony, your etiquette needs to be to the nth degree. It is going to be even worse than a noble court or a monarchic order. If you want some inspiration for court etiquette, check out my video over there. Finally, you can't have a tolerant society and have a theocracy. As I discussed previously, theocracies become oppressive. It's the nature of being both a religion and a government. If you cannot question, you cannot have tolerance. So, you figure you're tired of all those fantasy stories that just have monarchies, and you would like to have a democracy in your fantasy world. But you're maybe not quite sure how to set it up. Should you go with a direct democracy? What about a primitive democracy? Representative? Elites? What do all those models of democracy even mean? And how will magic or advanced technology impact a democracy? That is the topic of my video today. Models of democracy, what they offer us as fantasy world builders, and how to build them. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. This video is sponsored by World Anvil, a set of world building tools that helps you create, organize, and store your world settings. Today we're talking about democracy as a form of government. So I checked out the World Anvil organization template, and lo and behold, they do have a subsection for Senate, Parliament type organizations. This template has some great questions, and you can link the leader of your organization to the organization in World Anvil, a feature that I really enjoyed once I started putting the characters from my book onto my World Anvil site. If you are ready to use World Anvil, you can sign up for free, and if you're ready to get rid of the ads, you can use my link for a 10% discount. Check it out. Check it all out at the link below. Okay, let's get cracking. As always, just a brief PSA, I'm not a political scientist and I'm not throwing stones at any given country system. My interest in democracies are for their application to a fantasy world, not to have a political argument about which system is better. With that said, let's get into it. There are two primary models to democracy: direct and representative. So in a direct democracy, which is also sometimes called a participatory democracy, you have broad participation by the citizens, or the enfranchised citizens at least, in the decisions taken by the democracy. So this is typically where you don't have a elected government. What you have is a government that proposes legislation that the citizens then vote on. Athens had this kind of model where all male citizens voted on everything, and the bureaucracy of state just implemented the will of the citizens. In this kind of democracy, power very much belongs to the people. It's also an extension of what is sometimes called a primitive democracy, which is where you have what amounts to a tribe of people who reach a democratic decision not through voting but through consensus. So they will discuss various options in a small community and then reach a consensus-based decision. This kind of democracy has some limitations, especially in a world where you don't have ready access to technology, in terms of allowing people sufficient time to understand what it is that they're voting on and also cast their ballot. It worked well in Athens, but Athens was a city-state. If you had this spread over all of Greece and they were people making, and all of the Greek citizens were making decisions for the whole country during the classical period, you might have had some trouble getting all those votes. Switzerland does implement this model to an extent. So in Switzerland, you vote on government initiatives every 6 months. You receive your ballot, your referenda papers by mail, along with explanatory information about what you're voting on. You then vote and send your ballot back into the government, and the results decide, what is implemented as legislation. But Switzerland also implements this as a vote by mail system, so people can actually participate with regularity, which means that if you want to implement such a system, you need a working mail system that does not take days or months to deliver a letter. The second thing is Switzerland has strict laws protecting the citizens from misinformation in these referenda efforts. And if you provide misleading information to those voting on the referenda, you can go to jail in Switzerland. So that is also something to think about. You basically need a fairly educated citizenry at this point, and one that can consume large quantities of information and make a decision based on that information. Okay, so that's a direct democracy. What about a representative democracy? So this is the model that we are all typically familiar with. A republic is an example of this, and it is where the citizenry have a say in choosing the executive arm of the government as well as the legislative arm of the government. Rome was an example of this, the Roman Republic. The Carthage government was based on this kind of system where you elected people to office. The Gana Shangas in India had assemblies as early as the 6th century BC, although they combined it with a monarchic system. Actually, the various forms of democracy were quite popular during the Bronze and Classical period of our history. So don't feel obligated to implement a monarchy. We did have democracies. They were existent, and they are now as well, of course. A representative democracy can also include some direct elements. You can see this in things like having referendums in a representative democracy where you put large questions to your population and take their opinion into account in your decision-making process. You also can have recall of laws which you put before your population, and you can have citizen initiatives where citizens gather sufficient support to take an idea to their legislative body and say, implement this, please. So you can have a petition to say, we want the people to vote on this, and if it garners enough votes, then it will go to the legislative body who will then make it into law. Most representative democracies don't have it where these semi-direct elements become immediate law. It's more a case of like, okay, the citizenry have decided this, and now their elected representatives must take that decision and implement it in a way that takes into consideration the rest of the country's governance and the rest of the country's laws and potential impact on their external trade partners and so on. So in direct democracy, the citizens' decisions are critical to be implemented right there as stated. In a representative democracy, the citizens elect those that they feel best represent them, and those representatives form the government. And those are your two broad divisions between democracy. So if you enjoyed that discussion of the difference between representative and direct democracy, hit the thumbs up button, and let's talk about 3 detailed models of democracy. The first model I'd like to discuss is consociationism. I'm going to write that on the whiteboard. It's a stable democratic system in deeply divided societies that is based on power sharing between the elites from different social groups. It's essentially a government by grand coalition, or a government of national unity, as it's sometimes called. Examples of this include Czechoslovakia or even the European Union. Now, the European Union is not a government per se. We're organized by means of a treaty. Each country is still its own country with its own laws, with its own structures and standards and everything else. But the European Union provides a place where those who represent their countries can come to agreement for laws that govern all of us. So, for example, Scandinavian food standards are higher than the European Union food standards. But all of us, all of Europe, must adhere to the minimum quality of food standards as set by Brussels. And this kind of democratic system occurs when you have a society that has great divisions between them. For example, Europe's countries are very different. Italy and Finland are worlds apart on a multitude of issues. But yet we can come together under the broad banner of the European Union to legislate matters that are important to both countries. So if you have a society that has such deep divisions and are so very, very different, you might want to implement this type of democracy where you have whatever governs them internally is still there, and then elites from those societies or elected representatives of those societies come together to govern basically the cracks between them, to make it possible for these societies to work together. The second model that I wish to discuss is the classical parliamentarian system. So this is the democratic form of government I guess most of us are familiar with, in which the party or coalition of parties with the greatest representation in the parliament forms the government, and the leader of the parliament becomes the prime minister or the chancellor. Britain is set up like this, Finland is set up like this. It is an extremely common system of democratic government. The executive branch is often split away into a separate role. So in Britain, for example, you have the civil service, which is politically a fairly neutral body. And while they are governed by ministers which change when the government changes, the civil servants continue to function in an apolitical merit-based system. In Finland, the president is elected separately from the parliament, and our president serves as an almost ambassadorial role, so he will go and meet with various foreign presidents and he will have state dinners and so on, but our prime minister runs the actual country. So quite often in parliamentary systems, you do split away the executive branch and the executive head as a more ceremonial and bureaucratic role versus the legislative role that is fulfilled by parliament. You can also in here have a monarchic head of government, the way that the constitutional monarchs of Europe do it, where you have a ceremonial head of government that is a monarchy. In your fantasy world, you could also potentially play around with having that monarch fulfill an actual useful role in the government in terms of potentially running the civil servant bureaucracy part of the government, and potentially even running kind of the ambassador service of the government. So being an external representation to the people beyond your borders while the elected government runs and while the elected government decides the laws and so on. So your executive branch, your monarchic branch, just implements everything that is decided by the legislature of the people. And then, of course, you have the presidential model of democracy, which is where the president holds executive power and you have a separate body of lawmakers. For an example of this, the United States is, of course, the big one in our current day and age, where the president is elected separately from Congress and holds enormous executive power. And the president appoints the executive bodies below him. So the secretaries of state, the ambassadors, the head of the police forces, etc. All of this falls within the remit of the presidential office. In the classical world, this is also how the Roman Republic ran. There was the Senate, which discussed laws and brought things before the assemblies and so on, but Rome was run by the consuls, who were elected separately from the senators and the assemblies of the tribes of Rome. And if you enjoyed that discussion of those three models of democracy, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about how you would actually implement democracy in your fantasy world. The first most important question you should ask yourself is, who is enfranchised? Now, in Athens, all males were enfranchised, but only males. So women were not enfranchised, nor were any slaves, of course. And you had to be a citizen of Athens. You could go with all citizens, as we currently have it, or all residents of a country, or you could go with even children being enfranchised. Maybe you have a certain age limit. So that is typically a limitation placed on citizenship or on your population of your country. But you could also go for some kind of elite qualification, like with the Pope, only the cardinals can vote, or maybe you need to, make enough money to buy the right to vote. So you need to pay a kind of a tax to be able to vote. Maybe in a world that has magic, only mages can vote. So only if you can pass a test of magic do you get to vote. So you've got a whole variety of options available to you. And you also need to decide at this point whether people cast their votes as individuals or whether it's kind of a group casting its votes. So, for example, in the French Parliament, the one that led to the French Revolution, the estates cast votes. Now, the estates were constructed like this. The first estate was all the clergymen of France. The second estate was all the nobles of France. The third estate was everybody else. So guess what? Because of that enfranchisement laws, the two smallest estates, the nobles and the clergy, outvoted everybody else. So literally, your enfranchisement laws were set up in such a way that you enabled minority rule. And of course, this did eventually lead to revolution, as it so often does. In that kind of a system, where your enfranchisement is not at the individual level, but at the group level, you can often end up with that kind of minority rule. So what does enfranchisement laws offer you as a fantasy world builder or a storyteller? Conflict. You can have people fighting for enfranchisement. You can have people battling against the minority rule. Or you can have people battling against a large majority for a minority's rights. You can also use this to show an society based on equality. Let's say you want to construct a country that is largely equal. One of the best ways to show this to your reader is through having a democratic system where everybody is enfranchised to vote as individuals. This shows the reader that you have an egalitarian society. Okay, so once you've decided how you want people to be enfranchised, your second question is, how do they actually vote? So if you barely have a postal system, people are going to need to travel somewhere to vote. And this automatically sets up a situation where only those who can afford to travel will be able to cast their vote. Now, you can overcome this with either science or magic. And really, science comes into its own here. You could have a direct democracy where people vote daily if you have a scientific method by which they can do this through their personal devices connected to an internet type system. Also, the act of voting will automatically engender some kind of bureaucracy unless it's all automated. Because you're going to need people who tally the votes, people who make sure that every ballot has its legitimacy, people who communicate the ballots, people who spread the ballots and gather them. There's a whole series of bureaucracy elements around actually casting the votes. And of course, bureaucracy offers the opportunity for people interacting with that bureaucracy. It offers the richness of environment, and it offers you the ability to show your world's inner workings by having people just interact with some parts of that bureaucracy. You also need to ask yourself, do people read or write, or do they cast their ballots in some other means? In one of Catherine Kerr's cities, they have an electoral system based on pebbles that you throw into a container. And then you have a black pebble for yes and a white pebble for no, and you tally those together. This kind of system works well if you don't need your population to read, and your population is in a place where they can easily come together. The leaders can put the proposal before the population, and the population can vote there and then with their pebbles. So it is worth considering exactly how people cast their ballot and what that says about your society and what it implies about your society. It could give you a great postal system just to enable the vote. And then, of course, you do actually need a government to result from this. A democracy will have an extensive bureaucratic arm. You will probably want to separate your executive branch from your legislative branch in a democracy. You're going to need things like committees in your legislative branches. I know that when you look at our governments around the world, it seems like they're bloated governments that just seem to never make any decisions. But that is truly the nature of a democracy. You have people engaged in discussion and debate, and it takes time to reach any kind of conclusion. In your decision around your government, you probably also want to decide on things like term lengths. Rome's consuls only served for a year. In our governments, it's often 4 years or 5 years. That seems to be the set term limit. But the United States Congress, the House, only serves for 2 years. So you have a lot of scope here to play around with how long does somebody who is elected serve. You also want to decide on how much impact do citizens have. Are there any elements of direct decision making? Are there any referenda? Are there recalls? Are there citizen initiatives? And as with any government, you still need to flex. Now, in a monarchic government, you flex by means of your court and your dress, and it's the people flexing. In a democracy, what you want to do is you want to flex your institutions. You need large buildings, you need flags, and you need people, praising the democratic institutions. You need people to believe in the system, and that means that the system itself needs to have built-in flexes to advertise what it's selling. People need to believe in their government. Otherwise, it stops being a government and starts becoming a tyranny.
Power lies where men believe it lies. It is a trick, a shadow on the wall. But is that always true? And what happens if it's not true? Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. Today, I want to discuss a mageocracy. That is, a government where mages, plural, rule a nation-state. This is distinct from the benevolent wizard ruler or the king who just happens to be a mage. It is also distinct from the overlord in a tower, the sorcerer who rules the land with an iron fist. A mageocracy is a government that is based on the power of mages. In this kind of system, every ruler, every noble, every titled person in the government has their own magical power. And this is not a power that is solely granted to them by the legitimacy of their government. It's not just a shadow on the wall. It is a real, direct, translatable power. They could incinerate you with a fireball. They could throw a lightning bolt at you. Whatever their magical ability is, that is the real, direct power they can influence. What does a mageocracy give you as a world builder that you can't get from another form of government? The first most awesome thing about a mageocracy
is that it gives you the ability to get the big guns of your world involved in conflict without it seeming weird. In a normal government, it is strange to see a ruler directly take the battlefield all the time. Why would the king come out? He'd send his generals or his barons or his lords and only get involved if the fighting is really serious. But in a mageocracy, the legitimacy of the government is based on the magical prowess of the rulers. And because of that, the rulers need to show off that prowess. They can't just sit back and relax and wait for the army to deal with the problem, because that's not why people believe in their leadership. People believe in their leadership because they are mages. Therefore, they have to show off their magical abilities to the population. What this allows you to do as a storyteller is get away from the farm boy trope. Not every hero has to be a farm boy to make sense. You can have nobles be the protagonists in your story in a way that makes sense. Why would the noble leave the court behind and go take care of the problem personally with only a few retainers? Because it shows off his power. It reinforces the legitimacy of his governance. Basically, maintenance of power in a mageocracy requires an almost gang-like mentality, like a gang leader. You don't take care of every problem yourself, but if you don't take care of some problems yourself, people lose faith in you, and that is when rebellions breed. Of course, a mageocracy doesn't all have to be iron-fisted control. You can show off your magic by doing nice things to the people who don't have magic. So you can bring healing to the population. You can make sure the harvest is good, control of the weather, all of those kinds of abilities, which makes the peasants love you, which is always good for a ruler, but it also allows you to demonstrate again your magical abilities, which is what your form of government is based on. Bringing healing to the land or to the people actually reinforces the legitimacy of your government. There are some downsides to a mageocracy. Sometimes because magic is so important in this kind of system, your intrigue and consensus-based politics, the kind of rough and tumble give and take of politicians negotiating with each other, can become neglected in favor of my magic is bigger than your magic, so I get my way and you get nothing. And that feels very false in a government. Not only does it feel false, but there is no room for negotiation and therefore very little room for storytelling in such a system. So ideally what you want is you want some kind of reign on power, or you want a number of mages who are all almost equal in power, so that they can act as a limiting factor on each other and force some kind of compromise in the government. The other big downside of a mageocracy is quite often the normal population, the peasant population, have no magic. And if that is the case, it can often feel as though that population is left behind. It can feel as though they have no hope of impacting their nobles. A good way to get around this is by implementing limits on your magic, especially limits that exhaust the mage. Because what this allows you to do is, if your peasant population is pushed too far, they can rise up. And if they rise up in great enough numbers, they will threaten the mages, because the mages will get tired before the peasants run out of bodies. Of course, they have to be pushed very hard to reach this point, because you are then accepting as a peasant that you're probably going to lose your life in this drive towards freedom. So if you want to make sure that your peasants do have some kind of recourse, put some limiting factors on your magic, and of course you should always limit your magic, where the peasants can overcome the mages by sheer force of numbers. So let's talk about some examples from fantasy that use a mageocracy. One of the best known examples is surely Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn, where the ruler gave all of the nobles mist-born talents. What this meant is that they could use the magic called allomancy, where they ingest certain metals, and then based on those metals they can manifest certain powers. Now, over time, this magic has decreased in the mist-born bloodlines to the point where they no longer have multiple talents. They have maybe one, and they're called mistings. And that kind of slow degeneration of power is a very interesting thing in any mageocracy. If the legitimacy of your government is based on magical power, what happens if that power starts to decrease? What happens if a noble is born without any magic? Do they become a non-noble? This is what happens in the Dark Sword trilogy by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, where the king's son is born without magic and as such can't be a noble. In Sanderson's Mistborn trilogy, there is a non-noble who is born with magical abilities. What happens in that case? Does this person become a noble? These are very interesting questions that make for great conflict in your stories. It is a fascinating story to tell from the perspective of somebody born to a bloodline but with no magic, like in the Dark Sword trilogy, or the inverse, somebody born with magic but no bloodline, as in the Mistborn trilogy. I have this kind of system in the Empire of Lumiaron, which is the setting in my world for my first book, The Hidden Blade. Links down below if you want to purchase it. If a noble child is incapable of learning hobby, they are repudiated by their bloodline and they no longer carry the name. So both in Mistborn and in my world, the model is that nobles have magic and normal people don't. But there is another model, and that is where everyone has magic, even if it's small, but the most powerful magicians are the rulers. And this is how Jim Butcher's Codex Alera works. So in Codex Alera, everybody binds with furies, and these furies allow them to manifest magic. However, to become a citizen, you have to bind with multiple furies, and citizenship then comes with additional rights and obligations. So in Codex Alera, Butcher tells the story of the guy who can't bind with a fury, and therefore is very weird in his society, and how he overcomes this and deals with this difficulty. It's a really fun series from Jim Butcher, and I do recommend checking it out, especially if you like his writing style. So, if you're building a mageocracy, consider, does everyone have magic, or is it just the nobles who have magic? If everyone has magic, how is it decided who the ruler is? Is it based on power? Is it based on knowledge? Are there tests for it? If the system is that only the nobles have power, what happens if a child is born that has magic but is not of a noble bloodline? Conversely, what happens if a child is born that has a noble bloodline but has no magic? And lastly, how do your mages show off their power? Remember, they have to prove that they are entitled to these positions by demonstrating their magical power. The whole legitimacy of the government is based off this. So how do your mages show off the power? Do they bring healing to the population? Do they have magical duels? What I do in The Hidden Blade is I have a sport that has a magical component to it that shows off the magic of the combatants in the sport. And you can check out my video on how to design a sport for a fantasy world linked in the card. So you need to give your mages the opportunity to show off their magic so that they can continually reinforce why they should be in power. And that is how you build a mageocracy and the benefits that you get from it. I hope that you enjoyed this video. Please do give it a thumbs up. It really does help with the algorithm. And you can support me on Ko-fi or check out my book. As a wizard, I must tell you that words have power. As a politician, I must tell you that I already know. Like with most Terry Pratchett quotes, this one has a ring of truth that hits very hard. And it is central to what I want to talk about today, because this video explores an odd intersection of politics, magic, and historical lore. What if you had a constitutional mageocracy? No, not a kingdom, a government run by mages and yet bound by a constitution. Welcome to another world building video by Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Let's dive straight in with what a mageocracy actually is. I have done a video on this, which you can check out in the information card. But basically, a mageocracy is any government that is not just run by mages, but the government functions because they are mages. This is not a king who happens to be a wizard. This is a government that is driven by magic. What are you doing, my cupcake? You want to be there? Welcome to my cat who wants to say hello. I hope you all appreciate his visit. This is... One moment. Cats, what are you going to do? Where were we? This is not a king who happens to be a wizard. This is a government that is driven by magic. And it can either be mages over common people, as is the example in the Barthaemus sequence, or it can be everyone is a mage, but the most powerful rule, as is the case in Jim Butcher's Furies of Calderon. The other concept that you need to understand in order to grasp a constitutional mageocracy is, of course, the definition of constitution. A constitution is both a simple concept and a complex one. At its core, a constitution defines how an organization or a country or even an alliance is constituted. It is a foundational document or set of principles that outlines the framework of governance. It serves as the highest law of this organization, and it delineates the powers and duties of the various constituent components of governance for this organization. You can have a written constitution, like the famously written United States Constitution, or you can have an unwritten constitution that is codified in various statutes and laws and so on, as is the case in the United Kingdom. In essence, in this case, a constitution is a blueprint for how a society chooses to organize itself politically and legally, aiming to ensure a balance between the power of the state and the rights of the citizens. Okay, so what does that mean for a constitutional mageocracy? A constitutional mageocracy can be defined as a form of governance where the authority to rule and make laws is vested in individuals who possess magical abilities, and this power structure is regulated by a constitution. This constitution sets out the fundamental principles and established precedents according to which the state is governed, balancing the immense personal power of mages with the collective rules of political governance. There are three major elements to consider here, and we will explore those in the rest of this video, along with how such a strange form of governance might come about, and how you can embed your magic deeply into the society created by this constitution. And of course, we'll talk about the themes that this opens up to the storyteller. So, with the definitions out of the way, let's talk about the first element of constitutional mageocracy: magic as the basis of authority. What does magic as the basis of authority mean from a practical standpoint? Essentially, the right to participate in the political process, including lawmaking, enforcing, and interpreting the law, is based on a person's magical capabilities. If you have reasonably powerful and reasonably pervasive magic in your world, this government actually makes sense. If there are people who can throw fireballs, they can only be stopped by other people who can shield against fire. The same forces that give rise to governments based on warriors would give rise to governments based on mages, especially if you have some form of societal collapse leading to chaos in the land. For example, when the Western Roman Empire collapsed, it left Europe in an anarchic condition that gave rise to feudalism. In our fantasy continent that's just been through a similar collapse, a few strong fireball throwers might start establishing order, and pretty soon you have feudalism based on magic instead of warriors. And the common people accept this for the same reason as they accepted warrior-based feudalism. They can't throw fireballs. And the fireball throwers insist that they are only acting for the common good. And pretty soon you have a pyramid scheme government. And yes, I absolutely did just compare feudalism to a pyramid scheme. Fight me in the comments if you disagree. Anyway, that's generally your standard mageocracy. Wizards rules, everyone else rules. But today we want to have a discussion about a different sort of mageocracy, one where magical power is kept in check by a constitution. So, let's talk about this constitutional framework and how it might come about. In our fantasy government, everyone doesn't just rule. Their rights to eat are guaranteed by a constitution, which outlines the structure of the government, the rights of the citizens, magical and non-magical, and the limitations on the use of magic within the realm. It serves to prevent the abuse of magical power and ensure that governance remains fair and just. But why on earth would our mighty mages accept such limitations on their power? In my opinion, there's 3 ways in which such a constitutional framework could come to be. 1. The mages could be forced by a rebellion. In the annals of history and the pages of fantasy alike, the theme of rebellion against unchecked power resonates deeply. The Magna Carta's creation is a prime example, a testament to the collective will of the barons of England demanding accountability from King John. This historical moment signifies a turning point where the idea that authority must be bound by laws became entrenched in the societal consciousness. It's a powerful narrative of how collective action can reshape the very foundations of governance. To adapt this to our fantasy realm, let's return to the feudalistic mageocracy we just created. The people become discontented with just drooling. Lesser mages are disillusioned by the status quo. Perhaps even a few more powerful mages join in, having seen excesses of power that hurt those dear to them because they weren't magically powerful. These forces far outnumber the few mages at the top who are still happy with the pyramid scheme of magic. And they rise up in rebellion with the demand of a constitution, a set of unbreakable laws that even the most potent sorcerer cannot ignore. The rebels win, because who doesn't like a good old rebellion, and a constitution is born. It introduces checks and balances, perhaps establishing a council where non-magical representatives have a say in the creation of laws and the appointment of magical officials. And if you want more details on how a rebellion might go down in fantasy, check out my video on the topic in the information card. Now, we'll discuss all of these constitutional elements further down below, like enforcement and so on. But first, let's talk about the second way our magical pyramid scheme might be undermined. Revolution! A constitution could be established in the aftermath of a revolution. Remember the difference between rebellion and revolution. The one overthrows the present government and maybe introduces some reforms. That's rebellion. The other sweeps the old societal framework away and replaces it with a new one. That's revolution. I've done some videos about revolution, which you can, say it with me now, check out in the information cards. Anyway, our feudal society could be subject to a revolution the way the French Ancien regime was. The revolutionary coalition rises up and seethes through the streets. This isn't merely a political upheaval, but a magical renaissance, challenging the very underpinnings of arcane authority. The revolution could arise from various catalysts: a tyrannical sorcerer king overthrown, a cabal of dark wizards defeated by a coalition of rebels, or perhaps a civil war between factions of mages with differing visions for the future. In the revolution's aftermath, a new order is established, a completely changed form of government. They seek to establish a constitutional order that not only checks the potential for abuse inherent in magical governance, but also ensures that the scars of the past do not define the future. They create a completely new form of government, perhaps one where mages are still the government, but you are elected to your position. So you could blend a mageocracy with a democracy and use the Constitution as the founding document of this post-revolutionary society, identifying who is qualified to stand to vote and who is enfranchised to vote. This opens up powerful storylines of forcing societal change and limiting the power of might makes right. And again, we'll talk about other constitutional issues like checks and balances a little later, but first, I want to talk about the third way in which our ruling wizards can be forced to adopt a constitution: conquest. Due to either conquering a new territory or being conquered, the previous mageocracy might be forced to the negotiating table to adopt constitutional limits to their political power. I know this seems counterintuitive, but stay with me. You could have your mageocracy either as attacking or defending in this scenario, but either way, they encounter fierce resistance from the people who they are fighting, and these people are not a mageocracy. Now, for this to work, you need to set it up so that neither side can leave the lands they're fighting over. Maybe the non-wizards came here as refugees and they have nothing to go back to. Or maybe the mageocracy guys came here with magic, but it won't take them back and they're stranded. Whatever the case, both sides are stuck in this land and fighting over it. And the two sides turn out to be more or less equal, and they fight each other to a standstill. And in the ensuing peace talks, they hammer out a compromise which forms the basis of their constitutional mageocracy. I did this in my epic fantasy series, Sangwil Chronicles, on the shelf there behind me, in the backstory lore. My mageocracy guys were religious refugees, and they landed on a peninsula where magic was used, but not nearly to the extent that the mageocracy guys used it. And in the end, the two sides, the original inhabitants of the peninsula and the mageocracy, arrived at a compromise. The mageocracy would still rule, but the people had a voice, represented in their elected rechtsprekers, who are law enforcers. And if that sounds interesting to you, you can check it out in the links down below. There's another fantasy author who did something similar to this, not as lore, but as a plot of her book, and that is Mercedes Lackey in the Mage Storm series. And we'll talk more about that in the section on enforcement of the Constitution. Okay, so that's the three ways I see of a constitutional mageocracy coming into being. What do you think? Have I missed any? Let me know in the comments below. And let's move on to what the Constitution needs in order to work as a check on mages. Of course, you could enforce your fantasy constitution in the same way as we enforce our constitutions. There could be a system of checks and balances to prevent any single mage or group of mages from becoming too powerful. If I borrowed from the USA Constitution, say, this might include separate branches of government, such as a legislative body of mages that create the laws, an executive body responsible for enforcing them, and a judicial branch that interprets these laws, and each of these would have their own magical jurisdiction and capabilities. Your law enforcement officials could be mages or people with special anti-magic equipment to enforce the Constitution should a mage go rogue. This allows you to tell some great cop-style stories, and perhaps lean into stories of technology versus magic, where technology represents the democratization of powerful abilities, and magic is the exclusive domain of mages. But this is fantasy world building, and your magic can go so much further. So, let's talk about Mercedes Lackey and the Mage Storm trilogy, specifically the story arc of Grand Duke Tremaine, who is sent to conquer Hardorn by the Emperor Charles. Now, like all high nobles in the empire, Tremaine is a mage, and he is currently the favorite to be named emperor after Charles, but only if he gets the conquest of Hardorn right. Unfortunately for Tremaine, the boss of the mage storms hit him, and due to these apocalyptic storms, he is trapped in Hardorn. He starts to establish order and actually govern the conquered territory, more or less out of self-defense. But as the story unfolds, his conscience, long suppressed in the cutthroat world of the empire, begins to resurface. He goes on something of a redemption arc and becomes a good ruler of the territory he controls. And in due course, he is approached by Hardorn loyalists who offer him the crown of Hardorn, rulership of the whole land, but only if he will undergo the ancient ritual of Sessin, which ties him to the land. Tremaine thinks this ritual would not be a serious matter. He agrees and ends up tied to the land in a very direct constitution, where he cannot abuse the land, because doing so would make him sick as well. So this contract with the land actively enforces the Constitution, and this is something you can use in your fantasy world. The wizard government could be forced to enter into some kind of contractual magic, enforced through blood oath or other means, and thus you have a neutral party enforcing the law. This opens up quite a few interesting storylines. You could introduce the concept of spirit versus letter of the law, where the contract only enforces the letter, and this could enable you to write around themes of abusing the law without breaking it. Or, to explore a different avenue, you could set up a situation where the contract and its magical enforcement has become outdated, forcing the country to continue to use a form of government that no longer fits their society. This opens up the theme of when is societal change necessary, and when does the framework of a bygone era become more of an anchor holding you back than a platform enabling you forward. You could tell a tale of finding a way to alter the laws, where the magic of enforcement becomes a thematic stand-in for societal norms that no longer fit the world that has come to be. You could even embrace a truly dark storyline, where the Mageocracy was overthrown and mages were made slaves of the state. You could then tell a story from the mages' perspective as they struggle to become people again. This would allow you to delve into themes of cyclical violence and revenge as a never-ending circle. I will say that if you go this route, be aware that you're taking on a story with a lot of baggage. And if you've enjoyed this exploration of enforcing a constitution in a mageocracy, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about your constitutional mageocracy. So, when defining this strange type of government, here are the questions you need to answer. 1. How does the mageocracy in its raw form work? Is it mages ruling over common people, or is everyone mages but only the strongest rule? What determines the ruler, and all of those details? 2. Why was the Constitution adopted? This question will inform how people feel about the Constitution and, in a large part, how it is enforced. And that leads us to 3. You absolutely have to understand how the Constitution is enforced, especially if your mages are personally powerful fireball throwers. Why do they obey the rules? What do you think? How would a constitutional mageocracy function? What challenges and triumphs would it face? Let me know in the comments what you think. When the puppets dance, whose hand is in the sock? Who is the man behind the curtain? Who holds the marionette strings? Hello and welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with me, Marie Mullaney. Today I want to talk about shadow organizations, organizations that stand behind the curtain and manipulate the events on the world stage in a fantasy world. If you enjoy this kind of world building content, please do consider smashing that subscribe button, and if you want to help me make more of these videos, you can hit my Ko-fi page or buy my book. More details about that at the end of the video. Okay, let's get cracking. The first organization that I want to talk about that can operate from the shadows is the organization with a hidden agenda but a public persona. The best example of this comes from the Dune books. The Bene Gesserit are the classical organization in this vein. The Bene Gesserit is a pseudo-religious organization who are attempting to breed the Kwisatz Haderach. But from the perspective of the people with whom they interact, the Bene Gesserit is where the nobles get their wives and their daughters from. They're trained in certain specific martial arts and they belong to a religious order. The hidden agenda of the Bene Gesserit is that they seek to create a male of their order who can look into the male histories and male personalities of that which went before, who can look where a woman cannot look. And the way in which they seek to create this Kwisatz Haderach is by manipulating the bloodlines of the Imperium by means of a millennia-long breeding program. The Bene Gesserit are fiercely protective over the secret agenda, and you can see that in the way that they ensure the loyalty of their members to their cause and how they control that the information doesn't come out to the public. Now, this is to protect their organization. If the noble houses of the empire were to find out that the Bene Gesserit not only were using them in this breeding program, but in fact could produce either a male or a female child on command and had been deliberately manipulating the politics of the Imperium by denying certain families sons, which you needed to inherit, that would have been catastrophic from their organization's perspective. The noble houses of the Imperium would turn on the Bene Gesserit in a heartbeat in such a situation. This is quite typical of an organization like this, which is publicly facing but has a secret agenda. If that secret agenda is revealed, if the curtain is drawn back, that organization would often suffer heinous results. Now, the Bene Gesserit are also very interesting as a study because they play very long-term shadow games. So they seed mythology onto various planets amongst the primitive peoples there, so that their members can make use of that mythology in the future in order to protect themselves. And so that the Kwisatz Haderach, when it does come, will be seen as a savior by these planets. This is a very long-term play. It speaks to an organization that think in terms of much more than the lifetime of their members. They think about the lifetimes going forward into the future. This kind of organization that has a public face has got one huge advantage over any other kind of shadow organization, and that is recruitment. The Bene Gesserit can publicly recruit because they are a public organization. And so it is with all organizations that are public but have a secret agenda. It is easy for them to find new members. They can publicly recruit. Then they go through a weaning process where they find those members that they have recruited who can go behind the curtain and see into the shadowy agenda that the organization actually espouses. When you're building this kind of secret organization, important things to think about is what is their public-facing persona and how does it integrate with their private agenda. The Bene Gesserit, for example, are publicly where you get your wives and your concubines. So having them also manipulate the bloodlines, the two dovetail very nicely, the public persona and the hidden agenda. Think about how they protect their secret agenda. What oaths do you have to swear in order to be let in behind the curtain? What measures will be enacted against you if you try and break that secrecy? And what would happen if you were found out? What would happen to this organization if the truth was revealed? Now, you have great ways to use this kind of organization from a plot perspective. You can either have characters who are part of the organization and so are recruited by the public side and slowly led in behind the curtain, thus revealing the inner agenda. Or you can have characters who are outside the organization and who begin to suspect that there is a secret organization. And then you can tell the story of them trying to unravel the organization while at the same time having the shadowy fingers of the organization reaching out to silence the characters and preserve their secrets. This kind of public-facing organization is obviously a lot of fun to play with. And if you enjoyed hearing about the Bene Gesserit and how you can use it in your own worlds, then do go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. It is not, however, the only type of secret and shadowy organization you can have. There is also the truly secret organization. For an example of this, I'm going to turn to Jacqueline Carey and her Unseen Guild. The Unseen Guild is an organization that is hinted at in Book 1. It has a golden thread through the first trilogy, but it is only in the second trilogy, in Imriel's books, that we are properly introduced to the Unseen Guild. The Unseen Guild is a vast conspiracy. It stretches across all nations. Members are recruited into it, and then their political careers are assisted in rising in the Unseen Guild. They further the goals of the Unseen Guild. Those goals are the goals of the higher ranking members. So Unseen Guild members could in fact end up working against each other as varying masters and heptarchs and so forth start wrangling with each other over power and influence. It is not an organization like the Bene Gesserit that has a clear-cut agenda. The agenda of the Unseen Guild is more power for power's sake. They want to control the flow of power in the world. One of the interesting things about the Unseen Guild is that they recruit their members through universities, for example, the University of Tiberium. And that raises a downside of this kind of truly hidden organization. How do you recruit members? You need to find people that you can train, people that you can bring into the organization, and people that will keep your secrets. But you can't exactly hand out flyers and say, join the Unseen Guild here. That's not going to work. So you need ready access to people who will one day become powerful that you can work with. A university is therefore a fertile ground for recruitment, as are temples, churches, schools, or in a fantasy world with magic, mage guilds or magician masters would be great recruiting grounds for these kinds of people. The Unseen Guild helps the political careers of those who are members of the guild. And that is what you need to think about when you're creating this kind of organization. What do they do to help their members? And how do they exercise influence? What happens in the guild is, let's say that a master needs an army sent. He can then draw on a favor that another master owes him in another country in order to get an army from that country to march to war in the theater that he needs that army in. And so it is this network of favors and influence and trading of tokens. It's not entirely illegal, but I'm pretty sure that most rulers would frown on it, unless of course they are members of the Unseen Guild. If you're using an organization like this, it is very important that you develop a fingerprint for this organization. You need to be able to draw a golden thread between events that have happened that show people where the guild has been active. And this is because you don't want the revelation of the guild to shock your readers to such an extent that they go, you're making that stuff up. There's nothing that speaks to this in your previous work. Because then it looks like a Deus Ex Machina organization. So you need to be able to trace the presence of the guild through your earlier writing, as Jacqueline Carey did masterfully in that she bred the Unseen Guild for a whole trilogy before revealing it in the Imreal trilogy in the first book. And there you only get to see a little bit of it. In the second book, you see a little bit more of it. But in the third book of the Imreal trilogy, the guild plays a large part. But by this point, the reader knows what the guild is capable of and knows how the guild works. So when the guild is used to overcome conflict in the third book, it feels completely natural and realistic and in keeping with what we know of the Unseen Guild. And that's what you're aiming for. You need to have that golden thread tying incidents together, making the Unseen Guild feel as real as your magic system. If you liked hearing about this kind of organization that is completely hidden, do hit the thumbs up button below. And let's move on to my last example of shadowy organizations. Both the Unseen Guild and the Bene Gesserit had a reasonably strict hierarchy. There are peons at the bottom, there are masters at the top, and the information trickles down in a very kind of corporate structure or governmental structure. But you can have a much looser organization in a shadow organization. You can have people who perhaps swear the same oaths, vaguely work in the same direction, but are not beholden to each other. And an example of this comes from Catherine Kerr's work in her various brotherhoods of sorcerers. Now, for the purpose of this discussion, let's say that open practice of magic is illegal. It's a lot more complex than that endeavory, but we don't need to go into it. The Brotherhood of Sorcerers, whether the dark side or the light side, keep their practice secret, and they swear to do that. This results in a master-apprentice structure where each Deumer master teaches an apprentice or multiple apprentici, and then they become not exactly beholden to, but they look to that master for leadership, in the case of the light side of Deumer. In the Dark Brotherhood, often the apprentices come to the master as slaves and they serve the master as slaves to start with, and it very much is a master-slave relationship rather than a master-apprentice relationship. What makes these organizations really interesting is that you have no firm commitment to a rule. You have no single goal. But should you stumble across each other, you will help each other if you can. And because they don't have a strict hierarchy, what do you do if your apprentice falls out of line? Now, in the example of the Doomer of the Light, it would be the responsibility of the master who trained that apprentice to also deal with a rogue Doomer sorcerer. This actually happens in the books where there is one Doomer man who turns to dark practices and his master has to hunt him down, because that is part of the commitment that you make as a Doomer master when you take on apprentices. It is that you will make sure that those apprentices follow the practices of the Doomer of Light. This kind of organization is great to use in a plot because you can have masters that are completely different and yet adhere to the same style of oath. You can also have two shadowy organizations like the Light Doomer and the Dark Doomer who oppose each other in the shadows and who combat each other in the shadows. Or you can have the shadow organization opposed by a public organization. That's the way the Sith and the Jedi do it. The Jedi are, of course, a very public organization with a public agenda, but the Sith are a very secretive organization, and they have this flavor where you can have a master and apprentice and they are separate from another master and apprentice. There is no Sith council. When you're building this kind of organization, you need to think very carefully about how do they ensure homogeny in their ranks. What happens if somebody breaks the oaths? What happens if somebody breaks the secrecy? What are the oaths that they swear that bind them to this brotherhood of secrecy? It is a lot of fun to play with in a plot, however, because you can have your characters pulled into it either as members of the brotherhood or as those trying to hunt the brotherhood down, and of course that results in trying to follow rumors and chasing down threads of information, some of which are red herrings and some of which are real. And that is my take on shadow organizations and the man behind the curtain in fantasy worlds. Chaos is a ladder, or so says Littlefinger. And the thing is, he's not wrong. Chaos shakes up an environment and it creates opportunities for all kinds of people to thrive. One of the most fascinating and chaos-inducing elements in monarchy-driven politics is the mad monarch. A mad monarch upends all the normal relationships of their court. They throw a wrench into everything around them, and you never quite know what's going on in their head. And while some clever courtier might think they're in control, their power is often just a shadow on the wall, because the monarch still holds the people's loyalty despite his madness. So today, I want to explore 5 strategies for handling a mad monarch in fantasy politics, with lessons drawn from both history and great fantasy authors. Welcome to another episode of Just-in-Time Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney. Mad monarchs are a real problem for their courts and their people because they are unpredictable. Now, obviously, it depends on the kind of madness afflicting said monarch, but broadly speaking, there are 5 different ways to deal with such a ruler. And the simplest, although not always the easiest, is regicide. Off with his head. When a ruler's madness becomes a mortal danger to the realm, those around him may resort to this ultimate fix: removal by force. History is full of desperate palace coups of this type. Take the Roman Emperor Caligula, who was despised for insane stunts like ordering the troops to plunder the sea by collecting seashells and even planning on making his horse a consul. His own officers and senators finally snapped, conspiring to stab him to death in AD 41. Sadly, they also killed his wife and infant daughter to erase his lineage. Collateral damage, brutal, but common in palace coups. Or look at King Henry VI of England, son of the famous Henry V. Henry VI's bouts of insanity left him absolutely incapable of ruling, and during the Wars of the Roses, his rivals in the House of York deposed him. Later, confined to the Tower of London, he conveniently expired. Some historians speculate that they simply didn't feed or water the guy. After all, royal blood was considered sacrosanct. You couldn't spill it on the ground. Better, apparently, to just let him starve. Nice, right? Grim loophole right there in the mythology of noble blood. Fantasy literature often echoes this kind of brutal solution. Most famously, Joffrey Baratheon in A Song of Ice and Fire is poisoned at the infamous, or celebrated, if you didn't like him, which I didn't, purple wedding. As Olenna Tyrell bluntly puts it to her granddaughter, "You didn't think I'd let you marry that beast, did you?" Earlier in Westeros, the Mad King Aerys Targaryen was slain by his own guard to stop him from burning the capital with wildfire, an act that earned Jaime Lannister the title of Kingslayer. Even godlike rulers can meet violent ends in this way. In Frank Herbert's Dune, the god emperor Leto II foresaw that only revolution can free humanity, and he deliberately walked a golden path of cruelty, breeding the very rebel who would eventually assassinate him, ending his 3,500-year tyranny. Look, the later Dune books got really weird. Brilliant, but weird. For world building, a regicidal plot against the mad monarch can serve as a dramatic climax, a darkly satisfying, if bloody, catharsis. It removes the threat and ushers in a new political order. It's the nuclear option of court politics. Though not of all politics, because you can always have revolution if you want to go full scorched earth. Anyway, if you want to explore more about coups and how to build them into your fantasy world, check out the information card. And do me a solid, hit that thumbs up button as we move on to the next topic: shadow governments and puppet rulers. Rather than outright killing a mad ruler, courtiers might try to contain the chaos by quietly taking the reins of power themselves. In history, this often meant installing regents or powerful councillors who ruled in all but name, while the monarch was sidelined. Take King Charles VI of France, who was prone to delusions, and I mean serious delusions. At times, the guy believed he was made of glass. Anyway, during his long bouts of incapacity, his resourceful wife, Queen Isabeau, and his royal uncles effectively ran the kingdom. They kept the Mad King out of sight and out of decision-making. Of course, their rivalry for control plunged France into a factional civil war, with the Burgundians and the Armagnacs battling each other over who got to manage the king. A calmer example comes from Britain when King George III succumbed to mental illness. Parliament didn't depose him. Instead, they appointed his son as Prince Regent to quietly ensure stable governance. And this is where we get the term the Regency period, a polite way of saying, yeah, the king's still alive, but please don't let him touch anything important. Fantasy gives us vivid echoes of this arrangement. In Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, King Theoden of Rohan is introduced as a withered, passive ruler under the poisonous counsel of Grima Wormtongue, himself an agent of Saruman. Rohan's court endures this charade with Wormtongue as the de facto ruler until Gandalf bursts in and breaks the spell, restoring Theoden's will and authority. Or consider Westeros after Joffrey's purple wedding. The boy king Tommen is left on the throne, but essentially he's just a pliant figurehead, and his mother Cersei and grandfather Tywin take over the actual running of the realm. A far safer arrangement for everyone involved. Now, Tommen may not have been as mad as Joffrey, but let's be honest, he wasn't exactly a forceful personality either. For worldbuilders, this shadow government solution shows how a realm can survive a mad ruler by slipping into the puppet rule mode. But it is absolutely fertile ground for a whole bunch of intrigue. You can have power struggles between would-be regents like the Burgundians and the Armagnacs. You can have the moral quandary of using the monarch as a prop, especially if the monarch is a child. And you can have the dark humor of subjects pretending their lunatic king is still in charge, while everyone winks and nods and knows that he's not. And of course, there's the chaos when the mad king suddenly emerges from the shadows to proclaim, "I say my horse is a god," or whatever. And the shadow government can't openly contradict the monarch without undermining their own legitimacy. So they are left scrambling to patch up the damage. So there's a lot of political juice in this scenario. But speaking of keeping the Mad King happy and avoiding direct contradictions, that brings us neatly to strategy 3, appeasement and distraction. You could also call this the strategy of give the emperor his toys and pray. This is a classic survival tactic. Stay on the mad monarch's good side through flattery, indulgence, and strategic distraction, while hoping you can quietly manipulate things in the right direction. Courtiers essentially become zookeepers, placating a volatile tyrant. Historically, this meant indulging every whim to keep the king pacified. Emperor Nero's advisors, for instance, let him indulge in theatrics and grand games, because a busy emperor was a less murderous one. Idle hands are the devil's works. The Roman Emperor Commodus was likewise coddled. He fancied himself a gladiator and even a demigod. So his inner circle cheered him on. They let Commodus play Hercules in the arena and showered him with divine titles, all to keep him entertained while they handled the governance. And it worked, until it didn't. And as his debauchery and paranoia escalated, Commodus put his lovers and top generals on a kill list. And his courtiers finally reverted to strategy number 1. He was strangled in the bath by his own wrestling coach. Appeasement can buy time. Time for the emperor to die of old age, or time to plan a coup. But it often feeds the monster. Caligula's reign showed the dark absurdity of compliance. His soldiers literally followed the insane orders to collect seashells in their helmets as spoils of war to humor a madman's ego. The dude was as mad as a March hare. In fiction, we see advisors use flattery and diversion constantly. The small council in A Game of Thrones tiptoes around Joffrey's sadism, offering him gifts like a fancy crossbow or staging tournaments to keep him entertained. Sycophants like Janos Flint faithfully carries out Joffrey's cruel orders, hoping to redirect his wrath towards others and away from themselves. This strategy results in everyone at court smiling nervously at each other while the king proposes nonsensical, vicious ideas, and everybody goes, "Yes, Your Majesty, of course, brilliant." Yeah. In a fantasy setting, distracting a mad king with lavish hunts and feasts and lovers, or even a fabricated quest, can be a great plot device. The court essentially child-proofs the realm by giving the unhinged ruler shiny objects to play with. But the narrative punchline is always the same. Appeasement ends in disaster or betrayal. You can only throw so many meat scraps to a rabid dog before you finally get bitten. Just before we talk about magical restraints and remedies, give me 30 seconds to tell you how cool being a member of this channel is. For less than the price of a cup of coffee, you can get early access to videos, 2 world building worksheets a month, and a members-only live stream. If you'd like to support the channel, hit the join button right below this video and become a just-in-timer. Alrighty, enough of that. Let's move on to strategy 4, magical restraints and remedies. This, of course, is a fantasy world building channel, and we do fantasy world building here, so in our worlds, the supernatural is often real. That means dealing with a mad monarch might not be a political solution. It might involve spells or curses or mystical intervention. Instead of courtiers and councils, this strategy calls on healers or wizards or prophecy to contain or even remove the madness. Our mythology is full of this kind of thing. One famous biblical example is King Nebuchadnezzar II, who was stricken mad by divine punishment until he humbled himself and was cured. This was literally a divine curse with a prescribed remedy. In fantasy literature, we frequently see monarchs driven insane by sorcery or prophecy, which allows for equally magical solutions. Think again of Theoden of Rohan. His deterioration was caused by Saruman's magic working through Wormtongue's whispers. The cure was Gandalf's dramatic exorcism in The Two Towers, transforming Theoden from a bent, grey-haired husk into a vigorous leader. That's a very straightforward magical remedy. Break the enchantment, and the king's natural, sane personality returns to gloriously rule the realm again. I'm not a monarchist, in case you didn't realize that. Anyway. Sorry for the aside. But sometimes the approach isn't to heal the madness, it's to neutralize it. The possibilities here are endless. You could set wards around the monarch's mind and contain the madness. You could create a mystical reliquary that absorbs their insanity and then ritually destroy it under the full moon. Or you could siphon the madness out of the monarch's mind and place it in another vessel, like in an animal, or even worse, in another human. Let's say you have a witch that drains the monarch's madness, but then has to implant it into a dog or a child that turns rabid. And suddenly the court has to regularly sacrifice an innocent creature or person just to keep the king sane. This raises powerful ethical dilemmas. Do you sacrifice the king's humanity or someone else's to save the kingdom? And there's a crucial storytelling point here. Using magic can easily tip into Deus Ex Machina. Gandalf curing Theoden works because the story wasn't about Theoden's madness. But if your plot centers on the Mad King, if you have all of these ethical dilemmas, having a wizard show up with a one-shot cure feels cheap. To avoid that, give the cure consequences. Give it a transformation. Make the magical solution part of the plot instead of just ending the king's madness abruptly. Magical remedies can be tragic or hopeful or bittersweet, depending on the themes you want to explore. Just make sure that they create tension and moral complexity rather than just being a deus ex machina fix. And if you enjoyed that little dive into magical dilemmas, hit the thumbs up button, and let's move on to our final strategy, turning madness into opportunity, or chaos being a ladder. Savvy political actors may absolutely attempt to exploit a mad monarch's condition to advance their own agendas or even the realm's interest if they're an actual good guy. A lunatic on the throne creates chaos, and that is a ladder. Historically, rivals and even allies have leveraged a ruler's madness as justification for bold power grabs. King Henry VI's incapacity gave the Duke of York, the Duke of York an opening to declare himself protector of the realm and later to claim the crown, framing it as a necessary measure to save England from misrule. And in France, the insanity of Charles VI was exploited in the infamous Treaty of Troyes. Under Burgundian influence, Charles was coerced into disinheriting his own son and recognizing Henry V of England as heir to France. In other words, the English literally used the king's madness to legitimize a foreign takeover of the French throne. Sometimes the manipulation was more personal. A cunning minister might weaponize the king's paranoia by convincing him that the minister's enemies were traitors, getting rivals executed while staying in the monarch's favor. That's a little bit like riding the lightning, because once the list runs out, the mad king could very well turn on the minister. We see similar Machiavellian moves in fantasy fiction. In Game of Thrones, Tywin Lannister bided his time with the Mad King Aerys, and when Aerys's atrocities piled up and the rebellion really flared, then Tywin betrayed Aerys, positioning House Lannister as the realm's saviors. Aerys's own heinous reputation became propaganda for the rebels. Robert Baratheon could rally support simply by pointing out the king's penchant for burning people alive. Exploitation can also fuel revolutionary change, not just rebellion. And remember the difference between a revolution and a rebellion. Rebellion swaps out people in government, while revolution changes the very system of government. Revolutionaries can point at a mad monarch and say, "This could happen to us at any time, and we have no means of removing him. The system must change." That chaos becomes the spark for rewriting the rules of the system of governance. And yes, I've done a couple of videos on revolutions, which you can check out in the information card. For writers, a mad ruler's reign is great for exploring how clever political operators turn lemons into lemonade. Perhaps a general convinces the king to declare war on a rival kingdom, directing his destructive energy outward. Or nobles secretly encourage the king's worst excesses until the people are so fed up they welcome a coup. Or, if the nobles are part of the revolutionary faction, they could even welcome a revolution. Exploitation doesn't have to be villainous either. A wise advisor might invent imaginary enemies for the delusional monarch to chase, keeping them busy and, by accident, doing some good. In summary, this strategy treats the monarch's madness as just another environmental factor to manipulate. It highlights a pretty bleak truth in politics. One man's instability is another's chance to reshape the game. The realm's fate then hinges on whether the schemers circling the throne are acting out of ambition or civic duty, and whether they can ride the tiger of insanity without being mauled in the process. Each of these 5 techniques, from bloody coups to magical cures, show how insane emperors and kings profoundly shaped the politics of their realms. Those around the throne had to walk on perilous tightropes, balancing personal survival, public stability, and moral integrity. Both history and fantasy remind us that dealing with a mad ruler forces characters into extreme choices, always tinged with desperation. And for world builders, a mad monarch is a chaos engine that can drive entire plot lines, secret alliances, midnight poisonings, enchanted interventions, and heroic last stands. So whether in ancient Rome or the Seven Kingdoms, the instability caused by a ruler's madness is a catalyst that brings out the very best and the very worst in advisors and adversaries alike. It creates a crucible where loyalty, courage, and cunning are tested under the most volatile of circumstances. And in the end, the saga of the Mad Monarch invariably asks, how far will people go to prevent one unhinged individual from destroying their nation? And the answer, as we've seen, ranged from ingenious to horrific. A testament to human resourcefulness, if you will. If you've enjoyed this episode, hit the thumbs up button and maybe leave a comment down below. Which mad monarch in fantasy or history is your favorite? In the realm of the good guys, the throne stands empty, for the true heir has been driven far from home by the machinations of the wicked faction. Okay, stop. No, I can't. I'm already done reading. As a setup for a political struggle involving the leadership of a fantasy kingdom, this sucks. Unfortunately, all too often, this is how fantasy politics is crafted. The result? Flat, unengaging tales where the magic overshadows the politics, monarchies are romanticized, and everything boils down to a simplistic good versus evil narrative. But fear not, today, just-in-time worlds, we're driving deep into the 5 biggest pitfalls in writing political fantasy, and how you can avoid them. From the allure of fantasy sprawl to the challenge of crafting satisfying endings. Join me, Marie Mullaney, as we uncover the secrets to richer, more compelling political fantasy. Let's write better politics, one kingdom at a time. You might have heard in adventure fantasy and progression fantasy about the problem with power crawl. That is when a story starts with small stakes and minor conflicts and then ends up with world-defying threats. Characters have to level up in ridiculous way, and the power level completely overshadows the story. There is a fantasy politics equivalent to this, which I have chosen to call fantasy sprawl. A story that suffers from fantasy sprawl starts small initially. There are fantasy elements that serve to enhance the political landscape. They provide a unique way to explore human nature and societal dynamics. But the emphasis of the narrative is on the political machinations of the characters. However, as the story continues, the fantasy elements ramp up until the focus shifts away from the political maneuvering to epic battles, again overshadowing the story with magical forces, and it completely diminishes the complexity and the nuance of the political plot. An example of this pitfall is in S.A. Chakravarti's series, the Devabad trilogy, which begins with the City of Brass. It introduces Nahari, a con artist in 18th century Cairo with mysterious healing abilities. After summoning a powerful Djinn warrior, Dara, Nahiri is thrust into the magical city of Davabad. This city is a melting pot of various Djinn tribes with deep-seated political tensions and historical grudges. The first book focuses on Nahiri navigating the complex political landscape, forming alliances and uncovering secrets about her heritage. The heart of the story lies in the political machinations of Davabad's ruling class, including the Kwantani family and the oppressed Shafti population, half human, half Djinn. The book delves into themes of power, prejudice, and cultural conflict, with magic serving as a backdrop that enhances the story rather than being the focal point. But by the time we reach Empire of Gold, which is book 3, the stakes have escalated through the roof. Davabad is in ruins. Nahari, along with the allies Ali and Dara, must confront powerful magical adversaries to reclaim the city. The focus shifts heavily towards epic magical battles, the use of powerful artifacts, and the struggle against seemingly insurmountable magical forces. The intricate plotting of the first book is largely overshadowed by the urgent need to defeat powerful magical enemies. While the political element remains, it is very much pushed into the background by the grand magical confrontation and the quest to restore order through overwhelming political power. So that's the pitfall. And I can already hear you saying, "But Marie, we write fantasy. How could you fix such a problem where you have too much fantasy?" Well, one way to maintain the balance between escalating fantasy elements and political intrigue is to establish the fantasy threat up front and consistently weave it into the political narrative. A great example of using this is in the Witcher series by Andrzej Sapkowski. The books, not the TV series. The book series introduces a world teeming with magical creatures and sorcery, but it never loses sight of the political complexities. The threat of the Wild Hunt, a group of spectral riders, and the prophecies surrounding Ciri are established early in the series. These fantasy elements provide a looming threat that affects the political decisions and alliances throughout the series. Geralt, the main character, navigates a web of political intrigue involving various kingdoms, sorcerers, and non-human races. The fantasy elements are always present, but they serve to heighten the political stakes rather than overshadow them. Okay, so that's if you interweave the stakes up front. But what if you want to start with lower stakes and less fantasy, like the City of Brass does? Well, George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series, again book, not TV, gives you a blueprint for that. He introduces the threat of the others right in the start in a really good use of a prologue, and then transitions to the political machinations on the southern side of the wall. While the political machinations of the various factions play out in the foreground, the existential threat of the White Walkers or the others looms over the entire series, and the reader knows it's looming. It doesn't come as a surprise. So while there isn't that much fantasy down south, there isn't an unexpected sprawl of fantasy. The reader knows there's a fantasy threat coming. I tried to do a similar thing with my epic fantasy series Sangwheel Chronicles by introducing the threat of the Bloodgate early, so the reader knows that there is a high fantasy threat in between all of the assassinations and other political shenanigans. I don't know if I succeeded. My readers will be the judge of that, and you can check out the books and let me know in the links down below. Anyway, enough of that. By integrating the fantasy threat from the beginning, or having the fantasy involved from the beginning like Sapkowski, you can keep the political narrative compelling and ensure that the magical elements enhance rather than detract from the story's depth. So, to avoid fantasy sprawl, ensure that your political intrigue remains central to the plot, even as the fantasy elements escalate. Introduce your magical threats early and let them influence, but not overshadow, the political dynamics. Next, let's explore another common pitfall: lack of realism in political structures. Many fantasy authors fail to create believable political systems, often defaulting to an oversimplified monarchic model. This reliance on a single ruler's legitimacy to resolve all issues ignores the institutional structures and power dynamics that would realistically maintain societal order. Additionally, they often depict political collapse following the death of a single ruler, completely ignoring the complex web of alliances and institutions that support the monarchy. So first, let's talk about monarchies and the problem with the way fantasy authors implement them. In many fantasy stories, the default governance model is a monarchy, idealizing the concept of the rightful heir and that person restoring order. This approach not only puts too much focus on monarchy as the ruling system, but also infantilizes the system of monarchy. Historically, monarchies involved intricate alliances, and the king's authority was often limited by the power of his nobles. How the heck else do you think Europe had so many changes of kings during the medieval era? But this complexity is often completely ignored. For example, C.S. Lewis' The Chronicles of Narnia uses the trope of the rightful heir restoring order, not once, not twice, but 3 times. In The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, the 4 Pevensie children become the rightful monarchs. In Prince Caspian, Caspian reclaims his throne from his usurping uncle. And later, in The Silver Chair, Caspian's son must be rescued as the rightful heir has been kidnapped. Now, while Narnia is a children's book and its purpose is to serve as a metaphor for Christianity, this repetitive reliance on the rightful heir trope oversimplifies political conflict to find the true heir and put them on the throne and all of your problems are solved. In contrast, George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire series offer a much more nuanced take. Martin presents various forms of government beyond monarchies, such as the slave masters, the free cities, the Dothraki Khals. And even within the 7 kingdoms, he does not infantilize monarchy. There are complex arguments about who should sit on the throne. Renly Baratheon makes a strong play for the throne, despite having no real right to it, while Stannis Baratheon, though the closest blood heir to Robert, lacks support. And of course, this whole situation is further complexified by the fact that Robert Baratheon seized the throne by might of arms, and really Dany or Jon Snow is the true rightful heir, if you will. This nuanced portrayal of the claims to the throne based on a mix of blood, right, and might is far more accurate and engaging to the reader. But this lack of realism extends beyond monarchies. In many fantasy stories, political struggles are simplified to a simple governance model, like an evil dictatorship, without exploring the complexities and checks on power present in real-world systems. Even absolute rulers need structures around them to maintain their power. Orders must be carried out by others who may influence the information and decisions in various ways. Ignoring these complexities can make the political landscape of a fantasy world feel shallow and unconvincing. It misses the opportunity to explore how different political institutions function, how power is negotiated, and how various stakeholders influence governance. For instance, the Eragon series by Christopher Paolini often simplifies political struggles, leading to less convincing scenarios. Conflicts are frequently resolved through straightforward battles and the restoration of the rightful ruler without delving into the deeper institutional and social structures that underpin governance. And I know, he was 16 when he wrote it, he's improved a lot, but it still serves as a great example. In contrast, Frank Herbert's Dune presents a detailed and believable political system. The universe of Dune is governed by an intricate web of political entities, including the Padishah Emperor, the noble houses, the Spacing Guild, the Bene Gesserit, and of course, there's the involvement of the company and how it functions. Each entity has its own power structures and interests, leading to a complex interplay of politics. Killing the emperor would not collapse the system, but it would trigger a succession struggle, demonstrating the robustness of the political institutions. So how do you avoid this pitfall? Think beyond a single ruler and consider the structures that uphold the government. Who gathers the information and what are their goals? Which factions exist within the court and what are their agendas? Who carries out the orders and what are their interests? Understanding these dynamics can add depth to your story. And if you need help in creating a bureaucracy for your government, check out my video on that topic in the information card. Also, consider incorporating different forms of governance, such as theocratic governance, merchant republics, or ancient Greek-style democracies in your world. These systems can provide the nuance your political narrative needs. And if you need inspiration on the various types of governments, check out the first video in this series, which covers a range of governmental systems in the iceberg format. By embracing the complexities of political systems and avoiding oversimplified models, you can create richer, more engaging political fantasy narratives and avoid the tired old trope I highlighted in the opening skit of this video. What do you think of my comparison? Would you have used different authors? Or would you speak in the defense of a simple political system? Let me know in the comments below. And let's move on to pitfall 3, binary narratives. Simplifying political conflicts to a binary struggle, generally good versus evil, strips away the complexity of characters' motivation and the grey areas of political maneuvering. When villains are portrayed as purely evil and heroes as purely good, it eliminates the moral ambiguity and ethical dilemmas that make political fantasy engaging. The same applies to factions. If you show one faction as purely evil and the other as purely good, not only does this lower the stakes, but it also makes the story ridiculously unengaging, because the reader knows, 100% knows, who is going to be left standing in the end. I have discussed this also in my video on factions, which you can check out in the information card. Anyway, this reductionist approach results in flat, one-dimensional characters and predictable plots. It fails to capture the essence of political intrigue, where characters often operate within shades of grey, driven by personal ambitions, ideological beliefs, and practical necessities. A prime example of this pitfall can be seen in Terry Goodkind's later books in the Sword of Truth series. These books heavily allegorize communism, with the protagonists representing freedom and individualism and moral righteousness, while the antagonists are depicted as evil, oppressive, and embodying the worst aspects of collectivist ideology. The imperial order in these books is presented as a monolithic villainous entity driven by a desire for control and suppression of individual freedom. This portrayal creates a simplistic and often heavy-handed dichotomy between good and evil, stripping the narrative of the rich complexity that had the potential to exist. For example, in Faith of the Fallen, the protagonist, Richard Roll, struggles against the imperial order, and this is depicted as a battle between the inherently good values of freedom and capitalism versus the inherently evil values of collectivism and control. This stark division leaves little room for nuanced exploration of the character's motivations or the socio-political landscape. The story reduces complex political and ideological conflict to a straightforward clash between absolute good and absolute evil, which honestly feels both preachy and lacks the depth needed to fully engage readers in a political fantasy. In contrast, in The Shadow of the App by Adrian Tchaikovsky, we are at first presented with what looks like a monolithic evil empire, the Wasps, who are dead set on expanding their territory, and Major Thalric is certainly presented as a bad guy of note. And I mean of note. But as the series unfolds, and I'm not done with the Shadows of the App yet, but even where I am now, this is true, we get sympathetic elements of the Wasp Empire. Some of our good characters turn evil, and even Thalric becomes a more nuanced grey character. Though still, I'm not sure how someone with his past can ever be fully redeemed. We'll see when I'm done. This makes for a much more engaging narrative, and one where I'm not 100% sure where the story is going to end and who will be left standing of the characters. And that uncertainty keeps me invested in reading, book after book, in a 10-book saga. So, avoid reducing your narrative to two simplistic sides. Give the characters flaws, moral grey areas, and temptations they struggle against. And do the same for your factions. No group of people are wholly good or wholly evil, and reducing your factions to this really just limits your plot. And speaking of characters reduced to caricatures, let's talk about Pitfall 4, prioritizing world building over character development. This is going to sound odd coming from me. After all, I run a whole channel dedicated to world building. But characters drive stories, and this is especially true in politics. A very common pitfall in fantasy politics is prioritizing intricate world building at the expense of character development. While creating a rich, immersive world is essential, I just spent a large part of this video saying how important it is, that world building should not overshadow the development of compelling, relatable characters. Readers connect with stories through characters, and no matter how fascinating or detailed your governmental system, it will fall flat if the characters inhabiting it are not well developed. But it is easy to get caught up in the details of your world, especially the complexities required for compelling political fantasy, and then neglect to flesh out the characters that drive the story. As a result, characters can become mere vehicles for exploring the world, rather than individuals with their own arcs, motivations, and growth. I call this sightseeing writing. Look to my left, you see my magnificent mountain, and look to my right, my wonderful government, and the character is basically just a tour guide. Readers may admire the complexity of this world, but without strong characters to invest in, they struggle to care about the plot and its outcome. The story feels distant and impersonal, failing to evoke the emotional responses that make for a memorable reading experience. An example of this, and fight me in the comments if you must, is in the later books of the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan. There is a noticeable shift toward extensive world building and description, sometimes at the expense of the characters' arcs in the middle books. For example, characters like Perrin and Matt, who were central and well developed in the earlier books, find their arcs slowing down to a crawl. Perrin's search for Fail and Matt's adventures with the Band of the Red Hand and Tuan are drawn out over several books with less focus on their internal development. This, to me anyway, led to a sense of stagnation, as though those characters are just tour guides to that aspect of the world. And while the world of the Wheel of Time is incredibly detailed and rich, this focus on world building in the middle books diluted the emotional impact of the story and the growth of these characters. In contrast, Robin Hobb's Live Ship Traders trilogy is a prime example of balancing world building with character development. The world of Bingtown and the Rain Wilds is richly detailed and immersive, but it is the complex, intertwined personal journey of characters like Althea Vestrit, Wintrow Vestrit, and the sentient live ship Vivica that drive the narrative. Hobbes' deep exploration of these characters' thoughts, emotions, and growth ensures that readers are invested in their stories, even as they are drawn into the broader, richly constructed world. Similarly, Jacqueline Carey's Cashil's Legacy series expertly balances an intricately detailed world with profound character development. The world of Terre d'Ange is luscious and vivid. The world building is deep, delving into politics, religion, and history. But it is Phèdre No Delaunay's complex character, her personal struggles, and her growth that captivate readers. And Carey's ability to weave Phèdre's emotional journey with the politics and cultural intricacies of her world makes for a compelling and immersive narrative. So what do we, world builders extraordinaire, learn from this? Well, ensure that your characters are the heart of your story. Develop detailed backstories, motivations, and arcs for your main characters. Let their personal journeys drive the plot forward, with world building serving to enhance and contextualize their experiences, rather than overshadowing them. Chaos Cat is now on the mirror in the bathroom, so the book should once again be safe. If you've enjoyed the video so far, give it a thumbs up, and let's move on to the final pitfall: why ending political fantasies is really hard. Ending a political fantasy can be extremely challenging, because a well-rounded political narrative often involves characters on both sides of the conflict, the so-called good and evil sides. And firstly, your readers might become attached to the losing side, making the ending feel like a tragedy to them. But the deeper reason, even if you don't show the evil side, why ending political fantasy is difficult, lies in the limited number of satisfying conclusions. Basically, a political fantasy has 3 endings. Characters either die, resulting in a tragedy, which is super hard to write, or they uphold a flawed system, resulting in stories that show no political change, leaving the reader going, okay, but why did I read this if literally nothing changes? Or the characters establish a new system, and while this might sound like the best one, this is often done without showing the complexities of the transition. And it is the ending that I want to focus on. The transitional arc from one political system to another is most times oversimplified, presenting the new political system as a perfect solution. This lack of realistic resolution can result in unsatisfying endings that fail to address the complexities introduced throughout the series. After spending the entire series exploring shades of grey in politics, an abrupt shift to a seemingly perfect system feels unrealistic and jarring, undermining the intricate narratives that have been built. A great example of exactly this is Game of Thrones, the TV series. The final season just kills off everyone with a vague claim to the throne, has Sansa declare independence, Jon yeet himself out of there, and then Bran is elected to the throne. Like, I'm sorry, what? Although by the time that episode hit, I was so disillusioned by the series, my reaction was, sure, this is a thing which might as well happen. This sudden resolution disregarded the complex political dynamics developed over the previous seasons, and it pretty much wrecked all the joy people had left in the show. The resolution felt unearned and undermined the series' prior exploration of political intricacies. But there are people who say that there is no way to end such a series with satisfaction, and to them I say, you are wrong. An example of a well-executed ending is in the Mistborn series by Brandon Sanderson. Sanderson provides nuanced endings that address the complexities of the political system and the characters' roles within it. Furthermore, in the continuing series in that world, he explores how the new systems that replace the old ones have their own pitfalls and downsides, highlighting that there is no such thing as a perfect system. So, how can you be more Sanderson and less Dan and Dave? First, have some respect for your fans. Sorry. Anyway, how do you really avoid this pitfall? 1. Acknowledge the complexity. If you are not going to show the detailed transition to a new form of government, acknowledge the ongoing complexity. Leave the reader with a sense that tomorrow a new dawn will rise, and with it a new form of government. We will begin the hard work of rebuilding our society, aware that we will make a new set of mistakes, but hopeful that we have learned from the past. Something like that. Probably not quite so pompous. 2. Leave room for growth. Wrap up with a sense of continuity and growth. Instead of presenting the new system as the perfect solution, show that it is just the beginning of another chapter in society's evolution. This approach maintains the narrative's realism and depth. And 3. Focus on character resolutions. Ensure that your main characters have satisfying personal arcs. Their growth and changes should feel complete, even if the political landscape remains in flux. Basically, ensure your character growth arcs are completed and the reader feels satisfied in them, even if you can never complete a political transition. One of the greatest disservices Dan and Dave did was Jaime's growth arc went from growing straight back to Cersei, and all of that growth lost. Dany's growth arc went from learning to be a good ruler, being a Disney princess with Jon on the dragons, completely insane. Like, it was a nutso arc. Cersei's arc went nowhere, Jon's arc went nowhere, Tyrion went from a really good character to stupid as mud. It was a tragedy. They basically wrapped up nobody's growth arcs. And it was extremely insulting as a fan to have walked through this journey with these characters, and then it's just suddenly, oh, well, no, none of that matters. I'm just going to park these characters where I need them to be so that I can hit this plot point. That season annoys me. Anyway, moving on. By doing these things, making sure that you provide satisfying growth arcs, making sure that you leave the sense that there is growth to come, and making sure that it is clear that this is not a perfect system that they're now going into, you can craft a far more compelling ending to your fantasy saga. I hope you enjoyed this video. There is links to my website down below where you can support me in various ways, including buying my world building books or buying my fiction books, or become a member of the channel.